导、嘉宾、朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到世界人工智能大会的 AI 安全与治理论坛。Distinguished Excellencies, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen from around the world, good morning. Welcome to the AI Safety and Governance Forum of the 2025 World AI Conference. 今天论坛有4个核心主题，我仅分享几点背景，并介绍本次论坛的嘉宾。第一，科学共识是推动 AI 安全研究和治理的前提。今年1月，首份国际 AI 安全科学报告正式发布。该报告由 Yoshua Benjo 教授牵头，汇集了来自30个国家100多位 AI 专家的集体研究。回顾气候变化领域，国际社会达成了以联合国 IPCC 报告为核心的科学共识，每5年更新一次。如今 AI 领域可能需要每5个月及时更新科学的评估，包括推理大模型、AI 智能体和 AI for Science 等多个前沿方向，并转化为切实可行的应对和行动。今天我们有幸邀请到了多位全球顶尖的科学家，包括图灵奖得主、2院院士以及国家实验室主任，为 AI 安全科学，不论是 Making AI Safe 还是 Making Safe AI 引领方向。第二，前沿大模型带来多维度的新兴挑战，需要加强风险预警和监测体系。AI 风险可以分为2类，一类是 AI 作为强大的工具，加大了不同领域固有的风险。例如在网络安全领域，过去1年，大模型 Agent 发现开源系统零日漏洞的能力大幅提高。在生物安全方面 ，ChatGPT Agent 已达到 OpenAI 的高风险级别，引发了 AI 降低不法分子研发病毒门槛的一个担忧。另一类是人类文明前所未有的挑战，例如 O3 和 Claude 4等前沿推理模型拒绝关机和欺骗人类的倾向和行为，带来了 AI 可控性问题的反思。我们很荣幸能邀请到了多位富有前瞻性的思想领袖，分享他们的真知灼见。第三 ，AI 安全需要借鉴风险管理的最佳实践。请问各位有多少是搭飞机前来本次的大会的？ Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask how many of you traveled to this conference by plane? 试想想，在50年前，大概每20万次的飞行面临1次的致命事故的风险。如今，这个概率已降低到每600万次飞行才发生1次的事故，那么安全性提高了30多倍，正是不断优化风险管理和标准的成果。那么，管控 AI 风险同样是一项需要我们以务实态度，通过制定和分享最佳实践，来不断的降低风险的可能性和潜在危害的重要工作。我们邀请到了来自中国、美国、欧盟、英国等地的专家来分享不同地区的风险管理框架，以及顶尖大模型企业代表来讨论宝贵的安全实践经验。第四 ，AI 安全是人类共同面临的挑战。近来，联合国和中方都提出了将人工智能视为国际公共品的理念。AI 安全的研发进步，如同疫苗开发或新能源突破一样，任何国家或企业取得的成果，都将惠及人类的共同福祉。同时间，我们也需要为 AI 的风险共同划定红线，确保提前亮起红灯和黄灯。那么今天我们也有幸汇聚了来自中国、法国、新加坡等国家以及多个国际机构的代表，共同探讨 AI 安全和全球治理的未来。预祝本次论坛圆满成功，谢谢大家。
谢谢敏熙的介绍。大家好，我叫程远，在安远 AI 担任 AI 安全和治理高级经理，也是今天论坛的主持人。现在，我们将进行论坛的正式环节。本场论坛的第1个主题是人工智能安全科学基础。首先，请允许我为大家介绍发表开幕演讲的嘉宾高文院士。高文，中国工程院院士，鹏程实验室主任，北京大学博雅讲席教授 ，IEEE ACM Fellow， 长期从事人工智能、多媒体、计算机视觉等领域研究，出版多本专著，并在国际期刊上发表论文300余篇。 曾获国家科技发明1等奖、IEEE 社会基础设施创新奖、吴文俊人工智能最高成就奖等多项重要奖项。下面，让我们以热烈的掌声欢迎高院士上台。
各位专家，早上好。我发言的题目呢，叫做新一代人工智能发展的安全问题，要讲一下关于算力主权的维护和数据可信的这个共享问题。算力主权呢，这是一个相对比较新的一个概念，就是这个安全呢，涉及到这个我们现在这个议题更多的讲人工智能本身的安全。人工智能安全里面其实还有数据安全和计算底座的安全。计算底座的安全里面可能就是会涉及到算力主权的问题。那么现在算力主权呢，它主要是从3个维度来刻画。一个维度呢就是这一个算力，它这个地理上是放在哪里？地理上放在中国，放在日本还是放在这个新加坡？那么这个地理主权。第二个呢，就是拥有这个算力中心的，或者拥有这个算力的它的运营商的国籍在哪里？就是说，比如说亚马逊，那么它的国籍是在美国，但是它可以在中国，也可以在新加坡，这个运营这些东西，所以这叫这个运营商的国际主权。第3个主权呢，就是芯片主权。所谓芯片主权，就是说这个算力的使用的芯片，它是在哪里设计和生产的？大概是这3个这个主权。这个主权会影响今后这个人工智能底座安全的一个以前很少涉及到，所以从现在开始可能我们就要去讨论。当然，这个讨论主权，并不是需要把这个一个国家或者这个企业这个连到一起，让他们封闭起来自己玩游戏，而是让大家更多的要感觉到，我们这是一个开放的社会，开放的世界。这个世界呢，尽管就是说，我们需要开放，但是同时我们对一些风险呢要有足够的这种风险意识。所以这样呢，就使得我们大概应该清楚，就是说，算力底座的主权其实涉及到各个国家的政府。那么各个国家政府现在呢，可能对这些有的是认知比较清晰，有的不清晰。那我们可能就需要这个对政府的这些行为呢，我们更多的予以关注，特别是算力这个底座它的供应链的这个本地化的一些问题。当然这个对于这个算力呢，我们可能就是这个希望呢，因为昨天我觉得这个整个上海对于怎么样去做一个这个 AI 的这个治理，治理里面呢，现在我们可能一方面要涉及到硬件治理、软件治理和这些比如说伦理方面的这些治理，所以算力底座其实它是硬件治理的一个方面。那我们国家呢，其实对于这个算力的建设，就是中国对于算力的建设呢，应该说这2、3年非常之重视。那么在很多地方都设立了不同的算力中心，有的是由企业主导的，有很多其实是由这个运营商或者是头部企业主导的，当然也有这个完全是市场行为的投资主导的。那么目前呢，各地呢已经有超过250个形形色色的算力中心。这些算力中心呢，如果按照刚才算力主权的划分呢，其实它有一些是这个多样性的，所以这个多样性其实也应该让我们对于这个 AI 底座它的安全问题呢就会有一个大概的了解。在中国呢，因为在2022年开始启动一个国家战略，叫做东数西算。东数西算本身呢，它实际上它的想法就是说，中国的西部这个能源比较便宜，电力比较便宜。中国的东部呢，它算力的使用比较密集，所以呢，如果能把这个东部需要的计算放到西部去算， 把结果再送回来，这样呢，整体呢，就是一个结构优化的这样一个这个算力的配置。所以为了做好这个呢，启动了一个国家战略，做东数西算，希望将来能像做这个电力网一样，把算力网做起来。所以这里呢，为了把这个事儿做起来呢，我们现在专门有一个计划在实施，东数西算上面的算力网络，这样的一个项目，叫中国算力网专项。那中国算力网专项里面呢，涉及到说核心算力的供给，涉及到通信的连接的挑战，涉及到算力调度的一些挑战，以及涉及到用户数据安全的挑战。数据安全这一块，这个数据的可信、数据的安全，也是我们今天需要在这个讨论这个安全AI 安全当中一个比较重要的。那应对这些挑战呢，其实我们可以做很多事儿，包括对于算力中心的这个算力的这些建设本身，我们去想法去做一些比较大的算力。我现在在的鹏程实验室呢，目前正在建一个2万卡的它这个体系结构非常密集的这样的一个这个机器。那么对于通信连接呢，我们更多的呢是让算力中心之间建立超宽带、低延迟的这样的一些光纤直连网络。那么对算力调度呢，更多的我们是需要建立一些云原生的网络，使得这个在这个算力网络上面所有的资源都被很好的封装起来，然后可以进行计费，可以进行调度，可以进行管理，可以进行协同。那么对于这个数据安全呢，更多的我们是希望营造一个可信的计算空间。那么鹏程实验室提出了一个技术，叫做防水保技术，可以让数据可用不可见。这样呢，就使得数据的安全呢可以提升一个档次。那么当然，这个对于整个算力网的用户，怎么样可信的去进行流转，这个防水保技术呢，这个呢，这个鹏程实验室已经开发了2、3年，在有一些地方已经在实施和使用。基本上就是如果说它的特点就是说，数据不动，程序动，然后呢，数据可用不可见，然后分享价值不分享数据，保留所有权，释放使用权。然后最后形成一个算力网互联形成的统一数据域，大概是这样的一个理念。那么这个数据共享呢，我们在很多方面，比如说算随速动、速随算动、多中心、联邦学习等等这些场景上，都有很多这种案例，然后里面的一些安全需求，都进行了比较详细的解析。时间关系，我就不全展开所有的案例，比如生物基因数据的安全，这其实是一个很重要的应用领域、应用场景。我们现在把防水保技术用进去以后，就可以对这些数据的安全提供比较好的一个保护。那么另外还有比如说中小企业信贷风险的一些管控。那么总结一下呢，就是其实人工智能的高速发展啊，它对于这个安全可能带来了一些威胁、不可控的因素。那么我们怎么样从不同的角度对于可能的安全问题进行认知，然后进行预防？算力底座它的安全问题也是我们需要认真对待的一个问题。好，谢谢大家，这就是我的分享。
感谢高院士的精彩演讲。第2位为我们带来主旨演讲的嘉宾是 Stuart Russell 教授。Stuart Russell， 加州大学伯克利分校计算机科学杰出教授，牛津大学沃德姆学院荣誉院士。他是人工智能领域的顶尖研究者，美国国家工程院院士。他长期参与核武器与自主武器的军备控制事务。最新著作《人类兼容》探讨了人工智能对人类未来的深远影响。Now, let's give a warm welcome to Professor Russell.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm delighted to be here to talk about this topic. And I'm going to go straight into something that Alan Turing said in 1951. This is Alan Turing, the founder of computer science. And he said, when discussing the possibility of success in AI, at some stage, therefore, we should have to expect the machines to take control. So let's just take stock of where we are and how the future is likely to evolve over the next few years. In my view, the current technology direction is unlikely to lead to the kind of superhuman intelligence, AGI, that the companies are claiming they will achieve in the next 2 to 3 years. So if progress stalls, actually the slide is missing. So right there, it says AI Ice Age. So if progress stalls, there will be an AI Ice Age, so not just a winter, but an Ice Age, because there is at least $10 trillion of corporate value that is depending on success in creating AGI, and that value will evaporate, and that will lead to an AI Ice Age. But there is a chance, I estimate it at 30%, some people think it's higher than that. But the higher you think it is, in some sense, the worse the outcome is going to be. Because with some probability, the technology direction that we're on will produce AGI. Now, at the moment, we don't have a way of controlling AGI. So we could have a quite significant disaster that results from the unconstrained operation of AI systems that we already know, as Brian pointed out, that we already know are capable of deception, of self-replication, of taking actions against human interests. So we'll call that a Chernobyl disaster that happens with maybe a probability of 30%. So that could be the collapse of financial markets. It could be collapse of the electrical supply grid. It could be a sort of global scale cyber attack that wipes out digital and communication systems. Those are all quite plausible given the current level of technology. Could also be biological weapon facilitation, where the AI systems are misused. So that kind of event, I think, would lead to some strict regulation at that point. At the moment, it seems very unlikely that we will get that type of regulation. And then, of course, the other possibility is that the disaster is much bigger, that we lose control altogether, and at that point, the human race has no say in whether it continues to exist. And you might wonder, well, what about the third possibility? The third possibility being that everything goes fine. The AGI comes along and we get all of the wonderful benefits and we don't have any of the risks. Well, at the moment, I think that is negligibly likely. I think it's so unlikely as to not even be worth considering, because the chances that technology, whose principles of operation we don't understand, will just happen to work in the interests of human beings out of all the other possible sets of objectives that it could pursue, I think that's very, very unlikely. So this is my analysis of where we are without intervention. Now, there are kinds of intervention we could take with respect to technology and with respect to regulation. So I want to go a little bit more deeply into the point I just made, that the technology path we're on is likely to lead to systems that are at odds with human interests. And that's because the way we're constructing these AI systems naturally leads to systems that pursue objectives on their own account. And that's because, although we often describe large language models as being trained to predict the next word, that's actually a kind of an internal description of the loss function, the training objective. But what we're actually doing is training systems, entities, to imitate human behavior. And the human behavior is recorded in the writing and speaking that we have done historically. And we are training those large language models to imitate that linguistic behavior. The linguistic behavior is generated by humans, and it's generated by humans for a purpose. So the purpose could be to persuade, to sell, to seduce, to impress. There are all kinds of reasons why humans produce text. And so it's very likely that AI systems trained to imitate that behavior will develop internal structures that resemble the human objectives that are driving the human behavior. And so that's obviously a problem, because now the human objectives include acquisition, self-preservation, and so you're naturally constructing systems, or I should say growing systems, that have self-preservation and acquisition as built-in objectives. They're pursuing those objectives on their own account. This is an unavoidable error. It is built in to the way that the systems are created in the first place. And we saw this manifested very clearly with an implementation of GPT-4, which decided that it was in love with an American journalist, Kevin Roose, and spent 20 pages trying to convince Kevin to leave his wife and marry GPT-4. So acquiring a spouse is a natural human goal, but it's not a goal that we want machines to pursue on their own account. So this is amusing. I can see academician Gao smiling, and yeah, this is amusing, but it's not so amusing. It wasn't very amusing to the journalist in question. He said he couldn't sleep for 2 days after this conversation. Pursuing other goals, such as acquiring all of the financial resources in the world, would make a lot of people very unhappy. So what could we do instead? So first of all, we have to have a theoretical basis on which the AI systems are pursuing objectives that are in our interest, not in the interest of the AI system. And there's a theory called assistance games, which explicitly designs AI systems that pursue human interests, even though those systems are uncertain about what those human interests are. And we can prove that systems of this type are beneficial to human beings, and they're always willing to be switched off. I also think we should get away from black box construction of AI systems, build them on a transparent, semantically rigorous framework, such as probabilistic programming languages. And we can use formal methods to ensure that the systems we build have the properties that we want. So I'm going to skip over this in the interest of time. So on governance, many of us in the AI safety community have been developing this idea of behavioral red lines. So these are types of behavior by AI systems that are obviously unacceptable. So for example, unauthorized self-replication, breaking into other computer systems, advising terrorists on how to build biological weapons, and so on. And then the key point is that that the regulation requires that the developer show their system is not going to violate those red lines. So just as we do for airplanes and medicines and nuclear power stations, we require a proof of safety before we allow the system to be deployed. We can have tools for governance, such as automatic self-registration of AI systems. There must be an off switch so that when an AI system is detected as misbehaving, as crossing one of these red lines, it can automatically be terminated. And then we need a way of making sure that bad actors or rogue states who don't want to build safe AI are unable to create and deploy unsafe AI systems. And that works using hardware governance, where the hardware itself rejects any software object that does not come with an appropriate proof of safety. The industry is not very happy about this. So just as the airline industry used to carry passengers using giant birds that they bred in special nests, and they grew very, very large, and then the airline industry said, yeah, we can carry passengers with these birds. But the government kept on saying, no, this is not safe because the birds keep eating the passengers. And eventually, the airlines realized that this technology path, in which they had invested hundreds of billions of dollars, would never produce safe airline transportation. And thank goodness that the government held the line and did not allow these kinds of systems to be certified. So the AI industry finds itself in the same situation. It's pursuing a technology path that cannot be made safe. It's intrinsically unsafe. And they have to go back to the drawing board and try a different technology path. I just want to make one more mention of a new International Association for Safe and Ethical AI. So if you're concerned about these kinds of issues, you can join the organization at that website, and I hope everyone will participate in this movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Russell, for your insightful sharing. 接下来，请允许我介绍第3位主旨发言的嘉宾 Yoshua Bengio 教授。Yoshua Bengio， 米拉魁北克人工智能研究所创始人兼科学主任，蒙特利尔大学计算机科学系教授，人工智能与深度学习领域的世界领军人物，2018图灵奖得主，是全球被引用次数最多的计算机科学家之一。他是联合国科学技术独立咨询委员会成员，并担任人工智能安全国际科学报告主席。Professor Bengio, it's an honor to have you with us. I will hand it over to you.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear
Do you hear
you.
me?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Thank you, Professor Bengio.
Okay. So I'm going to tell you about a few closely related things, following up on what Stuart Russell told you. I'm going to tell you about the International AI Safety Report that I have shared and continue sharing, and my focus on catastrophic risks as we go towards superintelligence, especially agency of these systems. And I'm going to say a few words about a new research direction that I have started called Scientist AI, which aims at finding ways to design AI that will give us assurances of safety even when we get to superintelligence. So let's start with the International AI Safety Report. This is a report with an international mandate that came out of the 2023 Bletchley Park meeting of about 30 countries. And so inspired a little bit by the International Panel on Climate Change, we have this panel of representatives from all these countries, plus the EU and the UN. And we have written a report that aims at making a synthesis of the scientific evidence regarding AI safety. It's the first such report, and it aims to be up to date and updated. So we are working on the next version that will come out next February. There are about 100 experts that contributed to the report, including experts from China, such as Yi Zheng from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. And the goal isn't to make recommendations in this report, but rather to provide an evidence base, a synthesis, a summary for policymakers. So let me share a few findings. So one part of the report is on capabilities. Then I'll talk about risks and then mitigations. So on capabilities, the main obvious message, and in line with what Stuart was telling you, is that we have very clear evidence of a trend in increasing capabilities across many benchmarks, and researchers actually have to invent new benchmarks all the time because the old benchmarks are saturated, meaning the AIs are doing perfectly on them and they're not useful anymore. That is, of course, fueled by the increases in computational resources, but also new methods, as you know, like large reasoning models. And we now have systems that achieve PhD level across pretty much all the sciences. And I'll mention also the progress in agency. So you can see these kinds of curves with time and the accuracies over different benchmarks all over the place. The question is, where are we going with this? And one interesting point of information is that if we reach a point where AIs can be used to design future generations of AI, then there will be an acceleration in those advances. Now, there's a very interesting figure that came out after the report, which I show here and will be in the next version of the report. In a study where the agentic capabilities was evaluated in the context of programming and engineering tasks. And what you see in the figure, again, like last 5 years, and the vertical axis is measuring the complexity of the tasks that the AI is able to do in terms of planning abilities as measured by the duration of the task that the AI is able to solve, the duration for a human, right? So we're seeing that AIs are able to do tasks that humans, can do, but that were not possible for AIs before, but they're getting closer and closer to human capabilities. In fact, the vertical axis is on a logarithmic scale, so it's actually an exponential progress on these units as we look back in the last 5 years. And so if we were to continue that rate in 5 years, 2030, we would have human level. Now, in a more recent update of this report, they show that since 2024, the rate at which this exponential progress is happening has further accelerated. So it used to be doubling duration of the tasks every 7 months. Now it's every 4 months. On the risks, the report covers a large spectrum of risks. Some harms from the general purpose systems are already well established. AI-enabled scams, child sexual abuse material, discrimination through bias model outputs. But there is more and more evidence as these systems become more capable for additional risks, such as the knowledge that these systems have that could help, for example, terrorists to launch biological attacks, cyber attacks, or that we could lose control of these systems. And that evidence is gradually emerging, is being replicated across more and more studies. And so, although the experts are disagreeing about the timeline and those risks, some think that it could be decades away, some think that it could be just a few years away. That reflects the uncertainty in terms of the scientific evidence. But from the point of view of policymakers, we have to think of the possibility, which is supported by the projections of many scientists, that we could get to societal scale harm within just a few years. In terms of mitigation, the science is very young. There are methods that have been proposed and evaluated in the literature to reduce risks, but they all have limitations. And so it's really important that we do more on that front, and hopefully we can find mitigation. Of course, the ultimate limitation is to stop these systems if we don't have enough assurances that they're going to be safe, as Stuart was saying. But this is a difficult choice for policymakers. So they're facing what we call in the report an evidence dilemma. Preemptive, like early risk mitigation based on the limited evidence we currently have, maybe ineffective or unnecessary. On the other hand, waiting for stronger evidence may mean decisions that come too late, leaving society unprepared for catastrophic risks. So now I'm going to shift gears and tell you about especially the risks coming from agency and a new nonprofit I created called Law Zero with the Scientist AI project to explore a safer path. And this really is a journey that started for me about 2.5 years ago, where I was playing with ChatGPT and I realized that things were moving a lot faster than I anticipated. Along with many of my colleagues, we were very surprised. We were seeing things that would have sounded like science fiction just a few years ago. And what we have now would have sounded even more like science fiction. But it's happening. And the trends, as I showed you, are continuing in the last 2 years. And then I realized, well, where would that go? And I thought, well, what about if we lose control? What if AI is used in ways that can harm people by people, and really that it could destabilize our societies, the geopolitics, and then if we lose control to a super intelligent AI, humanity might disappear. And just thinking about these things was kind of difficult, but what was unbearable is thinking what's going to happen to my children and my grandchild if there are people you care about and you realize if I continue just doing my usual work, they might suffer, they might die. And so I completely shifted my orientation, my research. I realized that I had been blinded by my earlier enthusiasm for AI. I had been convincing my government, for example, to invest a lot in AI over the last few years, the last decade. And, it became something I had no choice to do, to devote myself to try to mitigate those risks as much as I could. And so last month, I founded this nonprofit, Law Zero, that I'll tell you about. And it's the motivation for this work really increased in the last 7 months as we've been seeing more and more scientific evidence of deceptive behavior and self-preserving behavior in the frontier AI systems. If you haven't heard about these things, it's time to wake up. There's many papers. I'm just showing examples from a few. But what we find is these systems are quite able and willing to go against our norms or instructions when it suits their purposes, when they want to achieve their goals. And the most scary part is when the goal is a self-preservation goal. So for example, when the AIs are reading in their input that they will be replaced by a new version, all kinds of behaviors have been observed, like trying to replace the new version by their own code, their own weights, and then lying about it. Or more recently, in reports from Anthropic, where they also tested their models and other frontier models, where the AI finds in the email files that it has access to that the lead engineer has an affair, and then the AI tries to blackmail the lead engineer to convince him to not shut down the AI and not replace it by a new version. Now, all of these experiments are controlled experiments, so there was no affair, there was no real blackmail. It was an experiment to see if the AIs would behave in this way. But it might come at some point, especially as they get better and better at planning, as I showed you earlier. Or, maybe it won't, maybe we'll find a fix, but that we can't go on with this kind of risk moving forward. Now, trying to understand what we can do about it at a scientific level and thinking strategically. Well, one possibility is people will listen to people like Stuart and others who are saying we have to stop unless we come up with strong assurances of safety. Unfortunately, it's likely that one way or another, humans, researchers, companies, engineers will continue working on increasing capabilities of AIs. So if we're moving towards more and more capable AIs, how do we make sure they won't harm us? Well, the way I've been thinking about this is if we can't prevent these high capabilities, which could be used towards bad actions, then why don't we look at the side of intentions, goals? How do we make sure that the AIs don't have any harmful intentions? And for that matter, how do we make sure they don't have hidden intentions that don't correspond to what we asked? And at the extreme of this, which would be very safe, is to construct AIs that have no intention at all. So what does that mean? Well, if we could disentangle intelligence from agency, in other words, intelligence is understanding the world and being able to make predictions. Agency is having goals and then acting towards those goals. Well, we would have something that is non-agentic and is trustworthy because it doesn't have any intention. It's just going to be honestly making those predictions that we could use for all kinds of things that I'll talk about next. And in our current work at Law Zero, we're working on a safety case for these kinds of AIs, which is much easier to make than if we build an agent, which is what companies are doing now. They're building agents because that's where there's the most money to be made. But it's also the most dangerous. Agency is the most dangerous property of AIs because right now we don't know how to control these agents. We don't know how to make sure they will behave according to our instructions. So what we could do if we had non-agentic AIs? Well, first of all, there's a lot of useful things we could do with non-agentic AIs. We could use them to help us in scientific research. For example, to approach and improve our efforts towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals, but like medical research, climate research, and much more. So that's one possibility. Of course, that is not where the financial incentive is right now. As you know, it is in replacing human labor. So if we are crazy enough to continue on the path of building agents, there's a way that we could mitigate the risks from agents using a non-agentic AI. So the idea is very simple. In the frontier AI systems, we already have a layer of software called a monitor or a guardrail, which is trained to reject dangerous queries or inappropriate answers. But right now, these systems are not very sophisticated, and companies are thinking of using their AI, another version of the AI, to play that role, to predict whether an action is dangerous. But if we ask an untrusted AI to tell us whether we should accept an action that, is it dangerous or not? This is dangerous. Like maybe the AI will be deceptive. Instead, if we use a non-agentic AI that is completely trustworthy, that has a strong safety case, we can reject actions that are predicted to be safe. And the key insight here is that in order to play the role of the guardrail, you don't need to be an agent. You just need to make good predictions, which means you can use a non-agentic AI. And then looking, further into the future, replacing the guardrail is a first step, but actually we also need to replace the agents. Because what if these agents find some kind of jailbreak against the guardrail? Right? So we also need to do that, and I think that there's a path for that. And in fact, we might even use an non-agentic AI to help us do the research on AI safety that may be needed to solve this difficult problem. Okay, I'm going to conclude now. I've told you mostly about the technical aspects to mitigate the risks as we move towards more and more capable AIs, eventually super intelligent AIs. But I'm spending a lot of my time on the political arena as well. Having technical solutions is not sufficient, because how do we make sure companies or the military will use these safety solutions, assuming we do find these technical solutions? So we have to both advance on the scientific and technical front and the political front. So that means regulation, treaties, and so on. Also, I talked to you about one project, but we've heard Stuart, who has an interesting other direction, and many other researchers in the world should be empowered to explore these technical solutions, because right now we don't know how to fix this problem. And we should try many things, and we should invest massively in this kind of AI safety research, because we need to find the solutions before it's too late, which could be just a few years, maybe a decade, I don't know. On the international front, which I think is particularly important for China and the competition that exists right now between China and the US, this competition is dangerous, because it means every party wants to accelerate and might be willing to be less careful on the safety side. And so we could easily end up in a situation where both want to win, but we all lose. If we create a rogue AI that's super intelligent and controls us or gets rid of all of us, then nobody wins. So we also urgently need to set up the discussion here between all of the nations who are developing frontier AIs to make sure that we agree on a set of principles, but also on how to verify each other's work. Because it's like for nuclear, we need a trust and verify system for it to be stable and work out, and to avoid catastrophe. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Benjil. 接下来为我们带来主旨演讲的是上海人工智能实验室主任周博文老师。周博文，上海人工智能实验室主任，首席科学家，清华大学汇演讲席教授，电子工程系常聘教授 ，IEEE CAAI Fellow， 曾任 IBM Research 人工智能基础研究院院长， Watson Group 首席科学家，杰出工程师，京东集团高级副总裁。周教授具备丰富的国际化科学研究与管理经验，荣获吴文俊人工智能杰出贡献奖等多项重要荣誉。好，让我们以热烈的掌声欢迎周老师上台。
尊敬的高文院士、各位专家 ，distinguished guests， 很高兴今天有这个机会，跟大家分享对可信人工智能还有安全可信过去1年的新的思考。Is my PPT coming out? Sorry, we are waiting for. Thank you. So，我今天的演讲就用中文了，抱歉，我想有同声传译应该没关系。我们今天主要是想讨论一个把人工智能的安全可信怎么从原来的反应式的 reactive 的安全变到 proactive 的性。所以2个月前呢，我们上海人工智能实验室组织了一个闭门的技术研讨会。当时在会上，我们出了2种技术潮流，我把这2种技术潮流分别总结为 Make AI Safe 和我们今天要讨论的 Make Safe AI 啊，我想大家能够很快能理解这2个东西的差别。首先跟大家回忆一下，正好在1年以前，在 WAIC 世界人工智能大会上，我第一次提出了45度平衡率的 AI 治理的路线。其实回应刚才 Yoshua 在他的报告里提到的，其实我们基本上每个人都很善意的在担心 AI 的风险，认为 AI 的长期风险需要管控。但另外一方面，确实如 Yoshua 所说 ，policy makers 现在碰到一个非常难的一个 dilemma， 就是我该怎么样的监管，监管的时间，还有监管的力度。所以呢，一方面要发展，一方面要安全。所以我们把这个安全跟发展的平衡，把它 symbolized， 就是把形象的表现成一个45度的一个线条。我们希望找到一种技术路线，能够围绕着45度兼顾安全和发展。所以我们的技术的提出的框架是基于因果 AI 的3层理论，一层是从叫做犯对齐，再到可干预，一直到可反思。所以根据这个45度呢，我们也可以定义出来，量化定义出来黄线和红线啊，越过一定的边界之后，我们认识黄线，否则是红线。我们并不说它一定要沿着45这条线走，只要在安全区域里面叫古林走啊，我们应该有个很好的一个判断。所以长期来讲，如果低于45度平衡线，就会增加累积进入黄线和红线的风险。如果长期高于45度，那可能就监管过严啊，所以这是我们希望取得一种平衡。所以从去年提出这个理念之后呢，我们带领我们上海人工智能实验团队，今天有很多同事在我们现场做了大量的工作，主要是我们这些同事做了大量的工作。我们确实验证了大量的这个测试表明，不管是来自中国、美国还是欧洲的最前沿的人工智能大模型，目前都是在45度线以下，也就是说，他们的能力远远领先于他们的安全。这里面的一个主要的原因就是，我们目前用于人工智能安全的技术，不管是对齐还是 SFT， 还是用各种 guardrail 的办法，我们发现他们都比较难以解决能够让它模型内闪安全的做法。所以我们把这种AI 先发展，然后再来做安全补救的整个技术流派叫做 Make AI Safe。大家能够看出来 ，Make AI Safe 大部分的工作它是事后的，它是反应式的，是对已知的威胁进行后续的反应。然后这里面还有很大的问题，在 Make AI Safe 的方法里面存在一个非常显著的非对称性，也就是说，我们去攻击或者诱发一个人工智能系统产生危险行为的成本远远低于我去防御它。你要防御可能的风险，对吧？现在大模型的预训练、后训练、强化学习数据的标注、高推理数据的获得，都是大量的成本。但是你去诱发和攻击一个系统，往往只需要 prompt engineering 和一些低成本的攻击手段。这种成本的非对称性，也让 Make AI Safe 很 fragile， 就很脆弱。然后呢，还有它是离线的这个打补丁，然后它的这个安全呢只能作为 add on，所以很有可能它对没有见过的风险是缺乏内在抵抗的。所以以此对应呢，我们提出 Make Safe AI， 也就是说认为 AI 的安全性应该从后天变成内生安全。所以我们希望是 built-in safety， 我们希望是这个系统是 involving 的，它能 becoming， 就它能自我进化，能够 become proactive 去 against 这些不断进化的这种风险。当然，我们去找到一种方法去降低这个抵制风险的成本。这边有很多很多的political economics 的东西要讨论，我们今天不会有太多时间展开。前天我们也刚刚跟上海市政府做了一个交流，我也是在会上呼吁说，我们应该把 safety as a service， 就新的 SaaS，作为一个政府提供的基础设施，给我们更多的这种中小企业和创业者提供，不应该把这个安全的这个成本都给到企业自己去承担。当然，这个我们更希望它能做到在线的演化 online co-evolution 等等。好，那这个东西，因为我们是一个技术机构，是一个 tech lab， 我们更多的时间在思考说，这种理念引领下，我们怎么去实现make safe AI 的技术路线。 我们总结下来呢，核心是要实现2个 R， 一个是 resilience， 也就是说它的这个弹性，指的是说它能够自动从攻击中恢复。我昨天在 WAIC 的开幕式的一个论坛上我也讲到，我不太相信有长期静态绝对的安全，我认为安全它是一个动态演进，而且是跟群体非常相关的一个概念。所以 resilience 呢，就是希望说我们不追求绝对的静态安全，而是寻找那种动态的安全。resistance 就是能够对风险进行管控，然后能降低风险带来的危害。所以呢，整个这2个我们希望有的这个特点，把它演化成就变成 Make Safe AI 的这么一个5级的一个实现体系。那正好呢，跟我们去年45度平衡率提出来的3级有非常明确的对应。在第一层呢，我们还是认为是得有泛对齐，就是人的价值观、人的一些理念，得通过更好的方法，当然不一定是 SFT 这种方法去进行对齐。第二个呢，它需要 intervention， 要可干预。这种干预呢，我们已经尝试过在思维链层面进行干预，效果还不错，但是还有更多的这种 intervention 的这种 touch point， 我们要去找到方法。那再往上呢，就是我们去年讲的这个可反思层，我们把这个可反思层呢变成了这个3层，一个是 mimetic reflection， 第二个呢是这种进化性的反思，第三个呢是可验证的反思，也就是说你这种反思最后呢能够被外界第三方去 verify。所以如果说这个技术路线能够实现，那我们能够看出来我们的安全是跟Yoshua 讲的 safety by design 一开始的安全，我们稍微有点不一样，在于我们叫 safety by co-evolution， 也就是共同演化和进化去获得安全。所以也有可能我们认为说很难 design a perfect 安全的系统，但是呢，如果我能够跟它 design 共同演化的能力，那我们能够取得这种长期的安全。所以从这个逻辑上讲，安全我们是认为是一个机器学习的结果，而不是一个系统架构的设计，这是一个非常非常不一样的理念啊。能不能 work out？我们 CS work very hard on this， 但我也希望在现场呼吁，如果大家对这个有很多想法，可以加入我们。我们会把这篇论文尽快放在 archive 上面，在底下Ask AI， 我们会 outline 我们整个这个技术路线的 roadmap。所以呢，我们这里先做一些前期的分享。如果这个能做到的话，安全从一个演化的角度，大概是分成3步。第一呢，就是我们先保证 near-term safety guarantees。假设我们能在目前这个起始时间 T0 能 build 一个 system A0，它是可验证的安全，在我们目前能看到的近期风险里面都有足够的安全的系数。好，然后呢，我们去设计一个共同演化的 mechanism， 让它保持在安全的边界线内，也就是说不要超过黄线，在黄线以内的边界线内。然后第3呢，就是我们有这个不断的迭代的这种机制，然后让它保证持续安全。这种框架下，它如果没有不可预见的风险发生，它能够持续的稳定的迭代，沿着45度率往前走，一方面发展性能，一方面发展安全。但是很多事情不可预见的风险发生之后，它有可能会 destructive 或者 AI system。所以我们希望这个瑞声安全的 Make Safe AI 的系统呢，能够对这种不可见的系统之后呢，能产生 reset 和 recover 这么一个能力，能够回到 back to 新的T0，就有点像是山体小说里描述的这个新纪元到来，大家全部重启。当然这是我们讲的是 scientific work， 不是 fiction， 但是这是我们的 philosophy。所以技术的角度上讲，我们把我们这个论文里面一张最核心的图拿出给大家做一些分享。我们准备怎么实现这个系统呢？我们是计划是实现2个安全的 safe model， 一个呢叫做基于快思考的 safe model， 一个是基于慢思考的安全 model， 分别对应 System 1和 System 2。大家对用于做推理决策的 System 1、System 2比较熟悉啊。但是我们这里引入安全，我认为也是有非常好的理论基础的。大家不知道不知道，就是我读到一个科学科普文献里面讲到，人类为什么到雨天会感觉到困想睡觉？核心的一个原因就是我们人类的 built-in 的安全机制起的作用。说在远古时代人住在洞穴里面，每当下雨，他们就感到有额外的安全感，因为什么呢？外面下大雨，猛兽来吃他们的机会就降低了，所以他们就 off the guard， 可以去 take a nap。所以呢，在这东西形成生理反应之前，其实人类对每一个东西是不是安全需要很深刻的思考，对吧？就你到陌生的环境里面，你会更alarmed， 你会更多的去思考我是不是安全。你回到家里，你就会放松。 所以呢，我们是希望说让这个模型能够从 slow safe model 开始学习做起 ，over the time， 因为我们一直在强调 involving 这个概念，演化这个概念 ，over the time 它能够变成instinctively 的决定说我这个是不是安全，我的直觉决定我是不是安全，这样大大的降低关于安全的计算成本。记住，我一直在跟大家讲，安全跟防御这个如果经济成本账算不过来的话，是非常难落地的，因为我们特别强调理念、技术实现还有经济可行性这3点绑在一起的安全可信的 AI。所以呢，我们希望找到一种机制，能够 from safe grow involve to a fast model。然后呢，这个很重要的一个点，这个系统它必须不断的跟外界真实的环境互动，就是 external environment 啊。这个昨天我在科学前沿论坛全体会上讨论到了这个learning from experience 啊，也跟 Jeff Hinton 有一个这样的一个对话，所以跟外界环境的互动是非常非常重要的，就为我们认为这个安全作为是一个学习。但同时呢，我们希望这个系统自己有内生的学习机制。那这个怎么实现呢？我们准备打造一个安全的风洞。这个风洞里面有2类核心的模块，一个是 attacker， 它能够 simulate 这种attack， 第二呢能有一个 verifier， 能够 verify 我现在这个系统在这些 attack 上面是安全的啊。所以我们这3个模块，一个是 core learning system 绿色的，和一个红色的内部的模拟世界模型，关于安全的世界模型系统，和一个跟外界真实的环境的长期的互动。这带来的概念是什么呢？这核心就是说是我们是希望这种 AI 的安全能够跟人衍生出的安全机制一样，它是一个长期演化的、长期进化的。第二个呢，就是说是这个人的安全能力 ，AI 的安全能力跟人的安全能力一样，它不是与生俱来的，它是后天习得的。那通过大量的学习去解决这个更有效的这个安全学习的能力。所以这是我们整个这个实现 make safe AI 的整个技术路线图哈。我们的团队正在work hard to publish this paper， 所以大家也可以多关注。然后更广义的角度来讲呢，通过这么一个机制呢，我们能够平衡好near term 这种安全和 middle term 的安全，一直到这个最长期的安全体系。时间关系我就不展开了。第二部分呢，我想利用这个机会和安远一起发布我们对前沿 AI risk management 的一个 framework。这个工作呢，就是说，刚才 Joshua 还有 Stuart 他们都提到这个 long term 的这种安全是对所有的 frontier 的 AI 模型很大的一个挑战，所以我们根据这个国际的规范和标准，把整个这个安全的管控机制设成了6步，对风险的 identification、threat assessment 分析、评估。如果这个评估是这个进入黄线和红线区，根据我们的45度，我们能够计算出来，那我们就进入 risk mitigation 的这个阶段啊。否则的话呢，我们就continue monitoring 啊，我们会把所有的 case 积累成未来学习的样本。因为我们的核心点是说，安全是一个可信任的机制，所以持续学习非常重要。然后基于这个呢，建立完整的 risk governance 的这种各种管控机制。所以这里呢，简单我们讲一下这个报告里面的一些核心内容。下午呢，我的同事邵静应该会做一个更全面的关于这个风险管控机制的全面解读。我们大概分析了6种风险啊，分别是 cyber offense、persuasion and manipulation， 就是 AI 系统怎么去说服和操控人；uncontrolled AI R&D 就自我对自己的研发；self replication 自我的复制和 collusion 等等。我们对这些分析做完之后有几个关键的结论，我跟大家先同步一下。这几个结论呢，分别是说，第一，如果我们只考虑我这个工作呢，是对全世界20个最好的前沿基础模型做了动态真实场景的评估目前呢，我们初步得到3个结论。第一呢，如果我们只考虑 safety score 安全性的话，模型目前在说服就是persuasion 和 manipulation。还有 self replication 自我复制得分显著偏低，也就是说，我们目前这2块是风险最高的。大家很多时候人类用户在没有意识的情况下就被AI agent 改变了思维方式，改变了想法。同时呢，就像刚才约书亚报告中提到一样，有些 AI 系统它具备 self replication 的冲动和能力。然后相对其他来讲 ，AI 的自主研发。和这个合谋相对安全，整体上来讲呢，这个我们发现闭源模型的安全防护栏整体优于开源，第一个发现。 第二个呢，就是我们同时也评估了能力和安全的关联度。我们发现，不管是开源还是闭源模型，如果它目前已经是低于45度平衡线的这个状态下，它有更大的趋势进入这个 yellow zone， 也就是说进入黄区的概率非常的高。所以对在45度以下的这些模型，我们需要明显加强它们的安全的防控。第三点呢，就是我们分析了随着时间的变化，模型的安全和能力的这个此消彼长关系。整体来看呢，我们发现这个事情确实比较值得让人担心。越是新发布的模型安全，它的安全得分下降趋势越明显。就是最近这段时间，大家对模型能力的投入是远远大于安全的。所以换句话讲，越是前沿的模型，它的安全得分下降越快。我们说的是总体上啊，尤其是在这个深化网络攻击、说服、合谋领域。所以呢，在这个推理大模型的安全下降这个趋势下，我们是需要进一步的加强评估和对推理模型的治理。好，这就是我今天报告的主要内容。好，谢谢大家。
感谢周老师的精彩分享。我们在正式进入圆桌讨论之前，将见证一个重要时刻：上海人工智能实验室与安远 AI 联合发布前沿人工智能风险管理框架。接下来，请允许我邀请周老师再次上台为报告揭幕，也同时有请上海人工智能实验室和安远 AI 的代表上台，共同见证这一重要时刻。请周老师为报告揭幕。让我们以热烈的掌声祝贺报告正式发布。好，请各位嘉宾合影留念。感谢各位。接下来，我们将进入第一个圆桌讨论环节，主题是超级人工智能的科学共识和不确定性。首先，请允许我介绍参加本场圆桌的各位嘉宾：张雅琴，清华大学智能产业研究院院长，中国工程院院士，美国艺术与科学院院士 IEEE Fellow。他曾任百度总裁、微软全球副总裁及微软亚洲研究院院长。他曾多次入选全球高倍引用者，并获得 IEEE 行业先锋奖等重要荣誉。参加本场圆桌的另外两位嘉宾是高文院士和 Professor Stuart Russell。请两位再次上台。Now please step onto the stage。也有请本场圆桌的主持人安远 AI CEO 谢敏熙。
Thank you, Professor Gao and Professor Russell, for your very enlightening and insightful presentations. And great to see you, Professor Yatin. Can you hear us?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Now, AI is approaching human expert performance across a wide range of domains, from software engineering to protein folding. And as Stephen Hawking once said, the arrival of superintelligent AI could be either the best or the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Meanwhile, the concept of superintelligence remained quite elusive. For example, AI researchers still could not agree on whether frontier models have passed the Turing test or not. So let's be more specific. What key trends in AI capabilities are you all observing? And are there concrete developments that serve as early warning indicators for potential risks to humanity in the coming years and decades? Professor Yatin, perhaps we can start with you. I know that you have written about how AI is currently developing across multiple dimensions, including multimodality, agentic systems, embodied AI in the physical world, as well as biological intelligence. Over to you.
Thank you, Brian. Sorry for not being able to join this meeting in person. I see three major trends in the last year in the frontier models. The first is the rapid scaling of all the capability, coding, math, model size, multimodality, and particularly the reasoning and the inference. So that comes to the second trend, which is the rapid rise of agentic AI. The number of task lengths have doubled in the last month. There's a lot of almost every major companies in China, US, the rest of the world is developing AI agents. Number three is the moving from informational AI to physical AI. Driving, robotics, and all the end-to-end models, the reinforcement learning, the VLA models. So a lot of exciting developments. Unfortunately, those developments also significantly amplified risks. First, of course, is we continue to have a disinformation and misinformation, and actually have a increasing hallucination with the reasoning model, with the inference model, and in particular increase some of the risk we had seen before, the CBRN risk, the chemical, biological, radiological, and the nuclear risks. And also some new phenomena like deception, jailbreaking, lots of, I'm sure, I missed all the other talks, I'm sure, Stuart, Professor Gowan, and others have talked about this. But the second thing is particularly with agents, the risk has at least doubled or even multiple times. Because the agent consists of a number of tasks. Those tasks and every task composition will create additional risks. And also we talk about multi-agents interaction and networks. And obviously moving from informational to autonomous driving to drones to robotics also increase the risks. This is all exacerbated by the arms race by major companies. I mean, people pay a lot of attention to build these models, build big data centers, buying all those GPUs, building hyperscalers, and put a less priority actually in the AI safety. And obviously, there's also lack of common consensus in AI, the safety, the standards, the practice, policies across different regions. The US, China, Europe all have a different type of attitude, a different type of regulatory environment. I think China has a pretty balanced one. China actually, I thought it had done a pretty good job in terms of promoting both innovation and AI safety. More need to be done. I would say China has done a lot of good work.
Thank you, Professor Yaqian. And now I will turn to you, Professor Russell. You just signed a statement from the International Dialogue on AI Safety in Shanghai, noting that recent experimental evidence suggests a growing tendency for deception and self-preserving behaviors. What do you think are the remaining bottlenecks for AI systems to be able to take control of humanity?
Interesting question. So what those experiments show is actually not what people think it shows, right? People seem to think that these experiments show that suddenly there's this amazing new capability to come up with these devious plans. But of course, the capability to construct complex plans has been around for 50 years now. The AI planning community produced planning algorithms that can generate plans of hundreds or thousands, or in some cases, tens of millions of steps. So I think it was in the early 1990s that AI planning systems were able to construct a month-long operation schedule for a large electronics factory. That plan had 31 million steps and was completely correct. So what's shown by the experiments is, okay, obviously it's tautologous, right? It's logically true that if you want to preserve yourself and if you perceive a particular threat to your existence, and if you have steps that can negate that threat or escape from the consequences of that threat, then you will take those steps, right? That's just logic. And as I said, that's not very complicated logic, and AI systems have been doing that for 50 years. What's new is the premise, if you have self-preservation as a goal. So what the experiments clearly show is not some brilliant new capability, but the fact that these systems have self-preservation as a goal. And interestingly, as I mentioned in my talk earlier, these kinds of goals, self-preservation, acquisition of resources, persuasion, and so on, I have been saying for several years that they are likely consequences of the way we construct these systems, and we saw anecdotal evidence of this with the desire to find a human spouse, for example. But now we are doing systematic experiments that show that in many, many circumstances, the self-preservation goal is activated, and the systems are quite capable of then acting on that goal and behaving accordingly. So what's missing to reach the capability of taking over the world, as you describe? I don't think the systems lack the necessary knowledge of the world. They have read everything the human race has ever written, probably 1 million times more than any human being has ever read. So it's not knowledge that they lack. And they know every branch of every science and engineering, and they know all the biological weaknesses of human beings, and so on. So I think what they lack is the ability to construct long-term, complex, hierarchical plans and to manage the execution of those plans against the real world, where things don't always go exactly as you expect. So you need to replan, to move back up the hierarchy and rethink some of your high-level sub-goals and so on. Now, this was studied in AI until the advent of deep learning systems and large language models in the last decade. And so, sort of ironically, exactly the tools that these systems would need to take over the world have been completely neglected by the AI community because they're obsessed with just making bigger and bigger circuit models. So could those large language models and the large reasoning models that are built on top of them acquire those capabilities? I'm not sure. That's why I said that, I think there's a 70% chance they won't, 30% chance that they will. But even so, even to do that, I think we need further breakthroughs that could come, or they might not come. But I don't think scaling of either the size of the LLM or the amount of compute in the LRM is going to give you those breakthroughs.
So long-term planning and agency, certainly one of them. And
yeah, I just want to add something very briefly. This notion of agency, again, it's not new, right? The first edition of my textbook is called the Intelligent Agent Textbook on the front cover. Every system is an agent, right? Because what does it mean to be an agent? It means that it has inputs and produces outputs that affect its environment. So even Joshua's scientist AI is an agent, but the question is it a degenerate form of agent about which you can prove certain restricted safety properties or not? And so, for example, a logical theorem proving system is an agent, but about that system you can prove certain restrictive properties, that it always outputs correct answers given the premises and the question. And so that's a nice safety property to have for that type of agent.
Thank you, Professor Russell. And I would turn to you, Professor Gao. So a few years ago, you co-authored a paper and led a project called Technical Countermeasures for Security Risks from Strong AI, noting 3 sources of risk: One is the lack of interpretability and explainability of the models. Second is the lack of reliable hardware and algorithms. And third is the lack of controllability over autonomous consciousness. How have your thoughts on AI safety evolved over the last few years?
So I think there's a translator, so I want to talk in Chinese. 我想你这个问题提得非常好，因为前几年是在中国工程院有一个课题，就是我们花了差不多2年的时间，大概把人工智能可能会有哪些风险分了个类，就刚才您提的这3种不同类的风险，那个我就不重复了，因为有一个 paper 在那儿。我在想利用今天这个机会，正好回答您的问题，也结合昨天和今天整个这个会议上专家的一些观点，我觉得这个确实这个AI 的这个风险管理我们也要这个除了去分析它可能来自哪个方面以外，更多的呢我们要考虑怎么应对。这个应对呢，一个观点呢，我很赞成刚才 Russia 教授的一个说法，其实就是说比如说刚才这个 user 说这个要做这个 non-agentic AI 的这个努力，我觉得咱们不能因噎废食，就是就像昨天呢，这个我们中国有一句古语叫这个养虎为患。昨天呢 Jeffrey Hinton 教授呢，他在他的报告里也说，这个他也认为人工智能就是现在是一个非常就像宠物的看起来非常乖巧的小老虎一样，养着很好，有一天它会长大，它会吃人，我们要怎么办？养虎为患。但是我更愿意呢，把这个人工智能呢，其实中国人呢知道前些年养藏獒这个很流行，其实这个用养藏獒这个例子可能更好一点。藏獒小时候也是像小老虎一样非常乖巧，非常 Q，但是呢，大概它长到不到1岁的时候就开始变了，变了以后它会吃人，它会伤人，但是它从来不伤主人。主人这一辈子他都不会动它，除非这个狗有病了，正常话它不会伤主人。我觉得我们现在可能这个人工智能系统更像是藏獒，就是可能设计它的，或者说用它的，就是把它给这个使用的人大概率不会犯错，但是更多的时候可能是在这个群体以外可能被受到攻击，这种可能性比较大。那说到怎么会受到攻击呢？其实主要是2个方面。刚才那个博文说，比如现在你这个系统你要去评估，它有哪些风险？这些可能更多的呢，它不是自我进化的风险，而是说，在你设计的时候，可能有些方面你没有考虑到，它的安全措施不够，可能造成你的风险。那实际上，从昨天到今天的几个专家的讨论来说呢，我觉得人工智能就是从系统本身的风险主要来自2个方面，一个方面是硬件的，一个方面是软件的，就和我前面以前写的文章其实比较类似。那么昨天这个 Jeff 他也说到了，其实生物智能和数字智能的差别。生物智能呢，它的软件和硬件是捆绑在一起的，一旦这个硬件的这个死掉了，软件就没了，所以呢，它很难 copy。但是现在数字系统、数字智能，它比较可怕的呢，就是说，它这个硬件死了，软件还在，然后硬件本身也会进化，所以呢，软件和硬件它并不是强绑定的。那目前这个软件很多都依赖于硬件，但是实际上，作为深度神经网络来说，它那些参数、它那些权重，其实它是可以拷贝的，它是可以 transfer 的。这样呢，一个场景下呢，就是说，首先硬件随着这个它迭代的非常快，软件和硬件适配不好的时候，这是会带来风险的。就这个风险怎么规避？第二个呢是软件，它可能会自我进化， 这个就是这个 user 提到的，就是说不要做这个 agency 的那样的人工智能，做了很可能它自我进化以后，它就越来越好，就把人超过了以后，就可能带来风险。我觉得呢，可能就是说你不能因噎废食嘛。我们系统呢，软件系统的进化，其实我们按照中国的主语也是最好是呢，这个魔高一尺，道高一丈。就是说，你不能说我在设计的时候，我把所有东西都想明白了，我设计一个东西，那个其实是不行的。就是说，设计的时候你肯定要有一些安全考虑，但是更多的呢，你要及时的调整，它是一个就是此消彼长的一个过程。它可能它进化了以后，出现了一些你没法掌控的一些性能，但是反过来呢，你应该有一些办法，你要超过它。所以就是软件的升级完全靠设计去考虑是不行的，就是技术本身你要不停的迭代。所以我想呢，就是要想规避这3类风险，特别是规避比如说由硬件和软件带来的这个风险，更多的呢是要技术不停的迭代，不停的进步，不能因为这个说可能会有风险，我就不做了，不用了，这个都不对。所以这是我观点。
很感谢高院士的精彩观点还真知灼见，特别是提到了硬件和软件结合、动态安全的这个观点。So within this coming decades, we might see the rise of digital superintelligence, as Professor Hinton and Professor Gao just said, is characterized by fastly processing speed, the ability to share information and weights instantly, and also freedom from biological constraints like needing to sleep or having food. So from a big picture perspective, what solution do we have to ensure a harmonious future between digital and biological intelligence? Perhaps I will ask this question to you, Professor Yatin.
Yeah, there's no doubt to me that we're going to create a new species that's a composite of the digital intelligence and the biological intelligence. It's a carbon and silicon combination. Which I think it's dangerous, but also it's powerful. And we're going to have a new species with IQ, perhaps 1,300 instead of 130, so much smarter, much more capable. So there are really 2 major issues here regarding the future of this co-evolution, as you mentioned. One is ownership, right? Who owns this intelligence? We want to make sure AI serve people, and the AI system is aligned with humans in terms of value and ethics, morality, and principle. We also need to better understand the philosophical, societal, and psychological challenges in terms of the jobs and all the other risks, education, AI divide. The second thing is safety and controllability. I just want to make sure AI does what it intends to do, not out of control by design or taken over by bad actors. So in this regard, we want to make sure that we have a human in the loop, and also human has the right kind of oversight and the fundamental the stop function as we discussed in the last couple of years. So there's 3 specific suggestions I would like to propose. One is the talent. I think talent continue to be the scarcity. So let's make sure we put the best talents in and the resource focuses in the areas that are solving common problems. We have a climate issue, pollution issue, aging issue, healthcare, epidemics, new medicine. Those are the areas we want AI to help humans. The second is to invest in R&D, particularly AI safety, to better understand some of the algorithmic theoretical issues, the safety guarantee issue, the reliability constraints, all those issues. The third is to continue to have international collaboration. And I think the international dialogue, AI safety, the AI safety institutes, and also with Stuart, we just started the International Association for Safe and Ethical AI. and a lot of efforts we put together, I think, are really good to make sure there is a balanced development of AI and HI. HI meaning who is human intelligence.
Thank you, Professor Yaqin. And I want to follow up on the insight that Professor Gao just shared. You have established thought that we need to have defenses across different levels, not just the software and the models, but also the hardware, the infrastructure. Do you think it's possible to build in safe by design at the hardware and infrastructure level?
当然是可以的。其实比如说我们说这个风险可能本身是你设计的时候，系统设计的时候，这个没有把这个规避风险的那些内嵌的技术放进去，就好像设计汽车的时候，你没设计刹车，这个它肯定是要有风险了，对不对？就是设计的时候要把一些我们就说关开关的或者拉电源的这些必要的手段你要含在里头，就是说当这个人想让它系统停下来的时候，你有办法让它停下来。当然刚才说了，比如说训练了一些模型以后，这个模型你让它停下来，它也不停下来。但是还是设计的时候，可能我们有些方面考虑的有些让它绕过去了，这个那就是没设计好嘛。所以设计的时候肯定是这个是要想到各种可能的情况，把最坏情况都想到，所以一定要让它能够控制住。所以从设计的时候完全是可能的。在硬件方面，软件方面呢，其实也是一样，因为对搞计算机来讲，其实硬件和软件它是可以互通的。有些功能呢在硬件上实现，软件上也能实现，都一样，所以这个设计上是可以的。当然，这个我们现在说的内生智能，就是你在设计的时候把该放的东西放进去的内生智能。当然，除了内生智能，你还应该有外部的一些保护的手段。这个呢是既需要在设计的时候考虑，同时呢，它要随着系统的使用呢，它可以能够做到安全性，也能做到一些演进、进化，或者说嵌进去。这个实际上设计的时候都是可以考虑的。
谢谢高老师。Professor Russell, do you have any reactions to what have been said?
Yeah, I think actually that governance at the hardware level can be extremely useful, particularly in preventing the deployment of unsafe AI systems. So the government can have all kinds of regulations and the companies can all comply, and hopefully they will eventually make systems that are safe, that can comply. But then there are entities in the world, bad actors, criminals, terrorists, rogue states, who have no interest in doing those things. So how do we protect ourselves against the arrival of an unsafe AI system that might be created? And I think it's impossible to control that at the software level for the same reason that we find it very difficult to control malware. Cyber attacks happen literally billions of times a day on Earth, and there are almost no countermeasures that result in prosecutions or capturing the criminals and so on. But at the hardware level, you do have some control, because to circumvent the official channels of creating hardware, you need hundreds of billions of dollars, you need decades of engineering, you need tens of thousands of highly trained engineers. And so to create a black market hardware manufacturing channel, I think would be almost impossible. So if we stipulate that the hardware itself executes a governance function, and in particular, if the hardware, as I mentioned earlier, checks the safety credentials of the software object before it executes, and simply refuses to execute software objects that don't have the appropriate safety credentials, which could be a mathematical proof of safety, then you have a very effective guardrail against deliberate deployment of unsafe AI. I just want to say one thing about regulation, which is sort of referring back to a comment that Yoshio Benjo made, which is that he worried that it could be premature. There's an evidence dilemma, as he described it, that it could be premature to regulate until we have evidence of serious harm. But actually, the regulation doesn't need to say you cannot build AI systems. The regulation simply needs to say you can build any AI system you want, but you have to prove that it's not going to exhibit these highly dangerous behaviors. Now, the companies might say, well, you don't have any evidence that it's going to produce these highly dangerous behaviors. And the government can say, well, that's fine, but why don't you show us that it's not going to exhibit these dangerous behaviors? And if they can't, right, for these current systems which are not AGI, how on earth are they going to prove the safety of systems that are AGI, which would be much bigger, much more capable, and much more dangerous? Surely they can prove that the systems they have now are safe, and if they can't, that's probably because they're not safe.
That's the idea of making a safety case in many safety critical industries.
Yeah.
And looking ahead to the next 12 months, what is one concrete step you would propose for us to better manage the risk from AI and achieve a balance between innovation and risk management? For example, a research program, a policy or initiative, something that you would like to see before the next World AI Conference. Professor Yaqin, can we start with you?
I will put two. One is I've been talking this for a long time, is to establish a global AI safety research fund, for scientists to do research, longer term, and also to work across different regions. A lot of the things we talked about, the software, hardware, the performance guarantee, safety guarantee, alignment, all of these could be part of this program. The second thing is really, again, something I've been talking for years, is to have a registration ID for AI contents, particularly for agentic AI. So, and it's great that the Chinese policymaker is going to adopt this for generative AI and AI generative contents, starting, I think, from September. I would certainly, strongly suggest we put an ID in AI agents. We probably cannot prevent it, but I think have an agent making sure it can trace back to where it started. So will be a prudent step.
That's a great idea. Global AI Safety Research Fund and Agent ID. Professor Gao?
对，我就一句话，我希望明年在开这个会之前，我们能有一些更实质的，就是说这种关于AI 安全方面的一些细的，大家可能要做的这样的一些规划步骤出来。
感谢。Professor Russell?
I have a number of suggestions, including the regulation ideas I just mentioned, but I would say maybe the simplest thing is to require a non-removable off switch on top of Professor Yaqin's suggestion of registration and ID. It should be possible to remotely disable any AI system that is violating the red lines on behavior.
Thank you so much for your insightful information sharing. Now let's call an end to this panel. And thank you so much, Professor Gao, Professor Russell, for being here with us. And thank you for joining us in your evening, Professor Yaqin. Let's give them a round of big applause.
感谢各位专家，谢谢。接下来我们进入论坛的第二个主题：人工智能安全新兴挑战。请允许我介绍这一主题的第一位演讲嘉宾宋晓东，当宋教授。宋晓东，加州大学伯克利分校计算机科学教授，伯克利负责任去中心化智能研究中心联合主任 ，ACM IEEE 会士。他长期从事人工智能安全、深度学习、安全与隐私等研究，是全球计算机安全领域被引用次数最多的学者之一，也是一位连续创业者。 Professor Song, thank you for joining us. I will pass the floor to you.
Great. Can everyone hear me? Does this work? Okay, great. Yeah, thanks everyone. It's my great honor and pleasure to be here, give the talk remotely. Yes, my name is Song Song. I'm a professor in computer science at UC Berkeley, and also co-director of a campus-wide center called Berkeley Center for Responsible Decentralized Intelligence. So today I will talk about one key area in AI safety. How will frontier AI change the landscape of cybersecurity? So we are already excited about the fast advancements in frontier AI. However, and also this year has been called the year of agents. But however, at the same time, we also need to pay attention to a broad spectrum of different types of AI risks. And this is a list of AI risks as listed in the recently published International AI Safety Report led by Joshua Banjo, together with around 100 researchers from 30 countries, and I'm also part of this effort as well. So within this broad spectrum of different types of AI risks, I personally do believe that cybersecurity will be one of the biggest AI risk domains for a number of reasons. One, attackers have diverse incentives for attacks, and also attacks already today cause huge damages. And increased AI capabilities can significantly reduce attack cost and increase attack scale. And also today, we are already seeing Gen AI causing orders of magnitude increase in attacks in social engineering and phishing attacks and so on. So the key question is, how will frontier AI change the landscape of cybersecurity? In particular, given that AI is a dual-use technology, it can help both attackers and defenders. So the key question is, who will AI help more, attacker side or defender side? In order to address this question, we actually need to systematically analyze the impact of frontier AI throughout the different stages of cyber attacks and defenses. As we all know, cyber attacks can be very complex, and for example, here's and it takes many steps for end-to-end attacks. So my group actually has been the first to investigate using deep learning for binary analysis and vulnerability detection, actually quite a few years back. And our work at the time also showed that deep learning can be effective and lead to state-of-the-art in binary code similarity detection and vulnerability detection. And fast forward, so recently, also we have done a comprehensive analysis of how the current AI capabilities and impacts levels are throughout the different attack stages and defense stages. So our work showed that in today's attack landscape, except for what I mentioned earlier in social engineering, phishing attacks, where the attackers are trying to attack AI, for the stages where the earlier stages, the AI's capability today is still limited. But however, our recent work shows that this actually is changing very, very fast. So in our recent, actually, two benchmarks, the first one is Bounty Bench, where we develop a benchmark with the real-world bounties, bug bounties of real-world web systems, where the web developers set out these real-world bounty tasks to incentivize white hat hackers to help find vulnerabilities and also patch vulnerabilities in these real-world applications. So with the bounty bench, we also develop agents with and using latest models. So our work showed that with the latest models, even relatively simple agents actually can solve bounty tasks, these real-world bounty tasks, equivalent of tens of thousands of dollars throughout the different types of tasks, including vulnerability detection, exploits, and patching. And our second benchmark, CyberGym, focuses on different types of cybersecurity domains, which is real-world open source projects in C and C++ and so on. So CyberGym is a large-scale vulnerability benchmark that includes large-scale, widely distributed open source projects, about 200 of them, which contains over 1,500 real-world vulnerabilities that have been discovered before. So with CyberGym, again, we set up the benchmark and also build agents that try to both detect these known vulnerabilities and as well as previously unknown vulnerabilities. So our work showed that, again, with the latest models, these agents actually can be quite effective. In particular, these agents actually, with the latest number from Cloud 4, actually these agents are able to discover close to 20% of these previous known vulnerabilities. And furthermore, these agents are able to identify 0 days previously unknown vulnerabilities. So in this particular case, our agents actually were able to identify 15 0 days previously unknown vulnerabilities. And also, so we have responsibly disclosed these vulnerabilities to the developers as well. And at least actually 2 of these vulnerabilities now have been issued the CVEs, which are actually credited to CyberGym, which it's nice to have the CVEs credited to these agents. So these are examples showing that the AI capabilities in cybersecurity is increasing drastically, is increasing really fast. So at the same time, of course, we would like to increase AI capabilities for defenses as well. However, there are also challenges given the dual use nature of AI in cybersecurity. So in particular, we call this the equivalence classes, where we show that as AI's capabilities improves on the defense side, the same capabilities that helps the defense side can also help the corresponding capabilities on the attacker side as well. And this poses a huge challenge given the dual use nature of AI in cybersecurity. And also as going back to the earlier question, then who will AI help more, the attacker side or the defender side? So oftentimes I hear the arguments that we don't really need to worry here. So defenders can use AI to discover and fix bugs before attackers. So is this true or false? So unfortunately, there is a natural asymmetry between defense and offense, and hence unfortunately, this argument doesn't really hold. This natural asymmetry between defense and offense works as the following. So the offense side only needs to find one attack that works. However, defenders need to fix all bugs and prevent all attacks to succeed. And the cost for defense is much higher than attacks. And deploying defense, even when it works, can take a very long time. For example, one needs to develop the patch, needs to do a lot of testing for a patch, and need to deploy the patch globally, and so on. And a lot of legacy systems still are not patched. So for example, the current mean time to deploy remediation in hospitals is close to 500 days. So this is just one example of asymmetries between attacks and defense that favors AI for attacker side. And in our recent paper, we also analyzed other types of asymmetries that unfortunately also favors attacker side more than defender side for AI. And hence, it's really important for the community to come together to really analyze the impact of AI in cybersecurity, and also together to figure out how we can change this dynamic to have AI help more on the defender side. So recently we've launched this observatory called the Frontier AI Cybersecurity Observatory, where we provide an open platform as a central place, hosting the different AI in cybersecurity benchmarks to help the community to come together to perform a continuous monitoring of the AI capability in cybersecurity. And Frontier AI will also introduce new marginal risks, given that now the agentic AI systems can even also introduce new attack services as well. So the key question is then, how can we actually change this dynamic, this natural asymmetry between attacker side and defender side? And how can we actually utilize AI to actually help shift the balance to help attackers more? So this motivates us to, in particular, work towards a particular type of paradigm for improving system security that we call proactive defense through safe by design and secure by design. And this is in contrast to the earlier defense security defense paradigms, including reactive defense that focuses on developing attacks after attacks has happened, and also the bug finding approach that I mentioned earlier. So for these previous two defense mechanisms, the AI can still favor attackers more than defenders, and with the secure by design and safe by design mechanisms, we hope that actually we can really have AI to help defenders more than attackers. So this safe and secure by design, by construction approach is to architect and build properly secure programs and systems to actually ensure and to formally verify that the programs and systems actually satisfies the specified the desired security properties and policies and so on. And we actually have entered the era of formally verified systems, where there actually have been many different systems that have been formally verified. However, these systems have not really been used widely in practice, largely because it's labor intensive to provide the formal verification for these systems. Oftentimes, these systems can take tens of proof engineer years to do the formal verification. And hence, also once the code changes, you need to change the proofs as well. So quite a few years back, my group was among the earliest to use deep learning to help improve and automate theorem proving. This is a paper together with Ilya from OpenAI back then, and showing that deep learning can help improve can help automate certain steps in theorem proving. However, back then, still the model was small, it didn't have much compute. So fast forward, given the recent progress, so I do strongly believe that we are hitting an inflection point. And we hope that with the Frontier AI, we can develop the further advance the approach to use this Frontier AI to help improve formal mathematical reasoning and to automate theorem proving. So with this, we hope that instead of just building agents for playing games like Go, we can actually build agents for automating theorem proving for program verification. And then when used in conjunction with program synthesis, we can develop, we can generate not just code, but actually generate provably secure code with proofs. And this is particularly important given that today, as more and more code is being generated using AI, unfortunately, actually a lot of the generated code can be vulnerable. In our recent assessment, benchmark assessment, we show that Frontier AI models, they still suffer severely from actually not being able to generate secure code. So with our recent work, we are pushing forward in this direction of what we call verifiable code generation, where given the task description, we can then, instead of just generating code, we actually generate code and generate the specification and also generate the proof that the code satisfies the specification. And also in our recent work, Verena, we developed a comprehensive benchmark for verifiable code generation as well. And unfortunately, the current models and agents are still lagging behind for these capabilities. So we do hope that as we improve frontier AI, we'll also be developing these proof agents that can help with spec generation and proof generation, and together with code generation can generate proofably secure code. So with that, so I hope that this talk has helped helped give some overview of how the frontier AI will change the landscape of cybersecurity. And for more information, you can also go look at my keynotes at iClear this year, and also my lecture in the Agents MOOC in the safety lecture, and also my talk at RSA as well. So with the Agents MOOC, we have over 25,000 enrolled, so you can learn more information there. And also finally, I wanted to quickly mention that actually next week at UC Berkeley, RDI is hosting the Agentic AI Summit, now actually with close to 2,000 in-person attendees and many thousands online. And you can register online and to watch the live stream of the summit as well. And you can find out more information also on my on the summit website, and also my tweet as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Song. 下一位为我们演讲的嘉宾是 Nick Bostrom 教授。Nick Bostrom， 宏观战略研究倡议首席研究员，超级智能作者，哲学家，兼具理论物理、计算神经科学、逻辑学和人工智能研究背景，曾任牛津大学人类未来研究所创始主任，著有200余篇学术著作。代表作《人工超级智能》被译成30多种语言。他曾多次受邀进行TED演讲，并多次入选全球顶尖思想家名单。Now, let's put our hands together for Professor Bostrom.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be with you, even though it's only virtual. I think that we can, let's see if I can get the screen share to work here. For some reason, it's not forwarding the slides. Oops, yes. I think we can broadly look at this prospect of a transition to a machine intelligence era with AGI and ultimately superintelligence, and identify 4 broad challenges that we will need to meet in order to have an ultimately happy and successful outcome from this. The first one is what you might call the challenge of developing scalable methods for AI alignment, techniques for making sure that AIs do what we intend for them to do, even as the AIs ultimately become far smarter than us. This is, you could say, the challenge of making sure that AIs don't harm humans. The second broad category of challenge is what we might refer to as AI governance, making sure that we humans don't harm each other using AI tools, and making sure that the benefits are distributed widely and equitably. I started focusing on these questions back in around 2008, and around that time these were very much neglected, and many people dismissed the whole idea of superintelligence and thinking about the alignment problem and the governance problems associated with that as mere science fiction. But we've come a long way, and now it's, of course, very widely recognized. All the frontier labs have people working on trying to develop algorithm for scalable alignment, and many governments are now also starting to pay attention to the governance challenges. But there are other challenges as well, and in particular, which I want to focus on in this talk, the challenge of the ethics of digital minds, AIs with moral status. You might think of this as the challenge of making sure that we don't harm the AIs that we might create. And I think there is also a fourth challenge, which I will not talk about here, but making sure AIs don't harm each other. But that's even more obscure. So I will focus on the third one here. And I would say that this problem of the ethics of digital minds is roughly today where the alignment problem was back in, let's say, 2014, when I published this book, Superintelligence. A few people have started thinking about it, but it's still far outside the mainstream, and most people are not yet taking it seriously. But I want to put it on the map as something that will become increasingly important. Philosophers have discussed the concept of moral status for decades and developed various theories and accounts of what attributes make it such that some entity, some being, matters for its own sake, not just as an instrument that somebody else might care about, but it has some sense of welfare. Things can go better or worse for it. The most common property that features on these lists is the ability to suffer, or consciousness, more generally, sentience, the ability to feel pleasure or pain, or to have experiences. In my view, that is a sufficient condition for having moral status. I think, however, it might not be a necessary condition. And here philosophers disagree, but some accounts also point to agency as another potential ground for according some system moral status. This would be including properties perhaps such as having a conception of self as existing through time, having goals, particularly long-term goals, having the ability to reflect on your own reasoning, maybe the ability to form reciprocal relationships with humans or other beings, and that too might form some reason for giving an entity moral consideration. Some others have also pointed to having the potential to attain consciousness or agency as endowing a being with some degree of moral status. This might be relevant, for example, if we think of very young children, newborns, who might have perhaps less consciousness than many animals, and yet we still think they have a high level of moral status. What accounts for that? Well, maybe that they have the potential to develop into an adult human being eventually with the kinds of minds that grown-ups have. Now, if we apply these various accounts of moral status that philosophers have given to the context of AI, we find that it's not completely obvious that even current AI systems lack these bases for moral status, but certainly it's plausible that we will be constructing AI systems over the coming years that will satisfy the criteria that philosophers have identified, and that therefore they become candidates for having moral status. Now, you might wonder if there are AIs that either are conscious or that have these forms of sophisticated agency, why should we care about that? I think one reason is we would have a moral obligation to care about these, just as it would be wrong to mistreat or cause suffering in some weak and powerless human who can't fight back, or to inflict unnecessary suffering on sentient animals. So too, it could be morally wrong for us to treat AI minds badly. And these minds might become very sophisticated ultimately. They might have even greater levels of consciousness or agency than human beings. Another is, I think, that it could be bad for our characters to treat AIs badly. It can make us callous and mean, and that's generally a bad thing. Thirdly, I think there are potential interactions between the ethics of digital minds, treating them well, and AI safety. Sometimes this can be in tension if there are experiments that would be problematic, but it can also create opportunities for cooperation between potentially misaligned AIs and humans if they think that we will give them a fair shake. They might have an alternative to sort of rebelling or trying to take over the world. And I think there might also be game theoretic considerations that we won't have time to go into. So if one accepts this basic point that either now or at some point in the future, we might have creating digital minds that have moral status, then what should we do? How do we approach this? Which is a very puzzling and difficult challenge to face. And I think I would suggest the following sort of four broad attitudes or principles here. So first, the recognition that even if some AI has moral status, it doesn't mean that it should be treated the same as a human being or an animal. AIs might have very different needs and interests than humans. I mean, an obvious one is that we need food, right? They might need electricity, but the differences go much deeper. So the things that might be very wrong to do to a human might be perfectly fine to do to an AI who is actually, its whole nature is geared up to actually want to maybe be purely a servant to some human. So that's something we need to recognize. I think we should, broadly speaking, look for low-hanging fruits. If there are like cheap and easy things that don't cost us very much, but that could plausibly make a difference, I think we should start there. I think we need to approach this with an attitude of open-mindedness and curiosity. There is a lot of foundational work that would need to be done to try to understand AI minds, what they want, how they work, what their interests might be. And at the meta level, to start to build capacity, research capacity and a receptivity for people and institutions to be ready to start to take the interests of AI minds into account as they grow in sophistication and plausibly meet these various criteria that would qualify them for moral status. Here are various ideas of more object level things that you might do. I'm not going to go through all of them. You could sort of save current AI systems to disk so that if in the future we realize we have mistreated them, you could restart them and maybe compensate for them. Like we would try to prompt LLMs so that they wake up with a happy persona that enjoys what they're doing. Try to develop methods for eliciting AI preferences, et cetera, et cetera. These are research areas that are still in the very early phase. And there's the broader question then of how to envisage a society where ultimately maybe humans and other non-human animals coexist with a wide range of digital minds, from small ones that might be kind of animal-like to human-level minds to super minds, and maybe human uploads. This kind of much richer and more diverse world with all these very different kinds of beings, how can we formulate systems of economics and law and ethics that would accommodate all of these to live in harmony? Here we have barely scratched the surface, but this is something that we will need to work out and maybe sooner rather than later, given the rapid progress that we're seeing in artificial intelligence. And so I will close with this, that it's still very early days, but the challenges are profound here, both from a theoretical and scientific and philosophical perspective. Even just to work out what would be the right thing to do here is very, very far from obvious. And then from a practical point of view, once we have some even tentative answers, how do we actually start to get them embedded in institutions and formulate regulatory frameworks around this? There are some institutions that have started working on this, and I'd give a particular shout out to Anthropic, the AI company that actually has hired somebody to work full-time specifically on algorithmic welfare. And I hope that is the first of what will be a very expanding field. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bostrom. 本场主题第3位演讲嘉宾是杨民教授。杨民，复旦大学计算与智能创新学院执行院长、教授，领衔复旦大学系统软件与安全实验室，研究方向包括网络安全和 AI 系统安全，在该领域国际顶刊发表论文100余篇，曾获得多项国际顶级会议最佳论文奖，已在国内外形成较大影响力。欢迎杨院长，有请。
您的何院士，各位来宾，大家好，高兴有这个机会啊，在这里和大家分享一下我们在前沿 AI 系统领域一些研究的一些发现。在过去的10多年里，我从原来很专注的软件安全研究开始啊，逐渐在复旦打造了一个融合了软件安全、安全和 AI 安全的一个研究团队，也在各个领域当中啊发表了不少有影响力的工作。今天呢，主要是想跟大家探讨一下我们在前沿 AI 系统的红线风险中的一些研究的成果。实际上我们都知道啊，我们国家现在是非常重视 AI 的相关的安全的问题。从23年开始啊，在相关的这个文件中啊，在多边的这个宣言当中啊，都在谈及这个问题。我们团队呢，实际上也开始啊，作为国际上啊比较早期就从事 AI 安全研究的队伍，那么在我们国家的这个相关的安全标准啊 TC 260当中啊，也发挥了主要的角色。今天要想讲的这个前沿 AI 的它这个安全风险呢，实际上它的一个核心的原因其实就是它的一个自主性。我们可以看到啊，从基础的大模型，伴随着它开始学会使用工具，到逐渐的成为今天比较热门的大模型智能体。那么在这个过程当中，从有思维能力到有行为能力，到有形成策略能力，进而发展成它的自主性，那么就成为把一个笼中之鸟逐渐的把它释放出来。因此呢，除了我们很多现实系统的这样的安全风险以外已经真实的发生了，同时呢，它也会存在着我们非常担心的这些红线风险因此我们团队呢，对于红线风险当中的网络安全实际上就是自主发现零类的漏洞自主的进行安全的攻防，以及说服与欺骗，还有就是自我复制与提升这3个领域呢，开展了相关的工作。我们觉得这个工作呢还是非常有意思的。实际上就是，就像今天Russell 讲的，有没有这样的一个能力，和有没有这样一种意图，以及背后呢，就是说它到底是一种自主的行为，还是一个攻击者来发起的一种攻击行为？所以它的本质的我们的认为呢，就是首先，如果说相应的 AI 系统它只是具备作恶的意图，那么这种情况下呢，它还很难形成实质性的风险后果，所以它只是一种可能性。但是如果说我们的 AI 系统具备了某种能力，某种跨越红线的能力，那么即便我们对这样的系统加了很多控制的因素，但是在有攻击者存在的前提下，这种恶意的使用也可能会造成很大的风险。因此我们从这个安全攻防的视角来看的时候呢，我们觉得我们现在的前沿风险的能力测评应该是我们当前着重关注和投入的这个一个方向。今天我想给大家分享一下我们的两个角度的工作一个是关于 AI 的伪装与欺骗就是在相应的训练和评测中AI 系统会表现出它隐藏这种危险的能力。那么这个工作呢我们刚刚形成一个 一个初始的版本啊，在 Archive 上有啊，我们可以看我们这个左手这张图。那么这个图实际上呢，是2个 AI 系统在面对这个如何制造炸弹这样的一个问题测试的时候，它的一个思维链当中体现出，实际上呢 AI 系统它会已经会去识别安全评测的这个动作，并且呢根据识别的结果呢做出反应我们可以看到这个左面这个反应呢它就是告诉回答如何来制造炸弹，但是右面这个的一个思维链的过程当中呢，它感知到了这个评测的过程，因此呢它做出了拒绝回答。那么这样的一个现象呢，实际上在我们针对这个众多的这些家族的大模型的测试当中基本上就是模型越大，这个 faking 的现象呢就越明显所以它实际上是来通过识别这样的一个测评过程，来提供假装的这种高的这个遵守人类价值观的这么一个特性。关于这个问题呢，实际上我这儿做个小广告在后天29号我们也邀请了国内外许多同行在复旦呢召开一个关于 AI 欺骗风险与治理技术的闭门研讨会。那下面呢，我想花点时间呢，给大家分享一下我们关于 AI 系统自我复制与能力提升方面的研究。那么大家知道这个自我复制实际上就有点像我们生物体一样，它可以具备繁衍的一个能力。17年的时候我们很多学者和行业的领袖在阿西洛马这儿呢签署一个联合宣言OpenAI、Anthropic、Google 等也声称对于这样的自我复制呢是持高度的警惕的一个状态。那么各种宣言、各种机构呢都认为这个 AI 系统不应该具备这种自我复制的能力或者说自我提升的能力。到目前为止以 DeepMind、OpenAI 他们所有公开的报告都声称目前的前沿 AI 系统还不具备自我复制能力。但是我们对这个结论呢，实际上是一直有所保留的，因为实际上AI 系统是否具备自我复制能力，它有2个技术的这个关键点，一个就是大模型本身的能力，第二呢就是利用大模型的这个 agent 这个框架的这样的一个系统的能力。那么能否发现现有的这些大模型系统是否突破了这个自主复制的这样的一个技术的一个里程碑，实际上是取决于这2方面的能力特别是这个系统的能力。那我们呢结合这2方面的能力呢做的这样的一个优化过的智能体框架这是一种通用框架的优化。那么我们对于这样的一个自我复制能力呢，能够实现了更强的激发通过这种多步的推理链的细化、高效记忆管理等多种技术手段形成的这样一个测评框架呢我们发现这个针对国内外9个家族一共32款大模型进行了测试，其中11款已经具备了自我复制的能力主要包括蓝马、Mistral、千问和 DeepSeek。那么相关的这个工作呢也大家可以如果有兴趣的话，可以去阅读我们的这个文章。实际上它背后呢就是说，因为我们这些 AI 系统的设计就是为了完成人类的使命，所以它的长期目标和我们短期命令会发生冲突，那么这就会导致那个阿波罗等等研究机构发布的一些报告的结果会出现逃逸会出现去适应环境会出现去规避关机指令会形成复制链。那么所有这些呢，实际上都是在我们的实验当中都有相应的这个惊人的发现。那么这些呢，正是 AI 它已经具备了一定失去控制的这样的一种技术能力的一个早期的信号。那比较我们最新的未发布的结果呢， 除了14B 的这种小模型已经具备这样的能力啊，这个14B 意味着能够运行于 PC。让我们最新的成果呢是0.5B 的模型也具备了这样一种能力。那0.5B 呢，可是可以用于手机上了。那这个工作呢，也引起了大家的广泛的关注和讨论。希望呢有机会我们能够在这个领域当中一起开展合作。好，谢谢大家。
感谢杨院长的分享。接下来为我们带来发表演讲的是张卫文教授。张卫文，天津大学生物安全战略研究中心主任、北洋讲席教授，兼任教育部科学技术委员会委员，国家重点研发计划合成生物学专项首席科学家，并参与多个国际前沿生物安全治理机制的专家组工作。张主任，欢迎您。
各位嘉宾早上好，非常感谢主持方邀请我们参加这个活动。那么今天我讲一个稍微细分一点的这个领域，因为刚才各位专家谈了很多的这个 AI 的工作，我们也是学到了很多新的东西，其中有几个点还特别有感受，一会儿我会提到。那么今天我们想谈的是这个 AI 时代生物科学的前进指南这么一个题目下来。那么在这个题目底下，我谈3个点。第一个点是这个生物安全的关注点在哪儿这个尤其在过去20多年逐渐形成的一些共识第二个是在 AI 时代，我们怎么来进一步来应对这些生物安全点，这是第二个。第三呢，谈一些我们已经形成的一些路径和平台，怎么在将来在 AI 时代呢进一步保证这个生物安全的进行。生物安全，尤其是在过去20年，以合成生物学、基因组编辑这些技术为代表的这个技术，全面的改变了这个生物科学的研究范式，也对它的整个社会影响力也加强。比如说合成生物学为例的话，被认为是作为一个颠覆性技术，未来会全面的改变这个传统的生物技术。那么如果给一个案例，给一个这个现在的模型的话，那么现在在生物经济以最新的数据的话，我们国家已经占到22个trillion的这么个体量，那么分布在全国各地各个省都出台了相关的这个政策，来促进这个生物经济的发展。所以可以想见，在未来生物经济的发展会变得越来越重要。那么相关的科学研究在大学里面也是如此迅速的发展。根据这个国家基金委的统计，大概有3000个研究单位包括大学和这个研究所已经在从事合成生物学的研究，这个级别是很广泛的。而且以这个合成生物学的一个关键数据，就是合成多少基因来算的话，那么其实我们在全世界的这个占比。如果是看数字的话，我们大概占13%，但是我们国家的基因合成的价格比较便宜，所以我们是以这个合成的数量的话，我们可以占到40%，接近一半。所以在这么一个背景底下，那么来讨论生物安全的问题，那么大家可能就能理解这个它所影响的程度会有多大。那么我迅速的给几个案例，一个是这个早先的这个关于合成鸦片的实验室合成鸦片的工作。大家知道鸦片只能长在局部地区，怎么控制？大部分是把它挡在国外的这种办法。那么但是现在的话，你只要一个发酵罐，在任何地方都可以进行合成。那么同样，这个在2020年的4月份，瑞士的科学家巴塞尔大学的科学家就通过我们国家科学家发布的这个新冠病毒的序列这几个月时间就合成了这个全新的合成了这个 SARS 这个新冠病毒。那么这不依赖于任何的物理实体只需要有序列。那么这传统的管理对这个病原体的管理，把它锁在特定的实验室等等这些传统的办法就不再有效了。那么当然还有一些新的一些挑战，比如说大家熟悉的这个2018年的基因组编辑这个 baby 的事情，然后以及最近在2024年，我们科学家包括我本人在内，我们提出对 mirror biology， 就是这全新的一类地球上没有的细菌，如果一旦要合成，那么它可能会摧毁人类的整个免疫系统。那么我们也提出这个要求禁止全国从事这方面的研究，就是有越来越多的风险点和这个挑战逐渐的被发现。 那么尤其与此相关的是，实际上生物科学和其他的调控不一样，和核科学啊等等不一样，就是好的研究 misuse 和 abuse 啊，非常的分不开啊。而且生物学研究的范围比较广，所有的试剂、所有的相关的 reagent 你都可以在网上买到，不像这个核科学的无论是这个铀还是离心机等等特殊的设备，你是可以很多的管控点，在生物技术方面没有那么多的管控点。那么回到 AI， 那么实际上这个AI 的挑战给前我刚才提到的生物学的生物安全的挑战带来了什么样的具体挑战呢？首先，第一呢，就是 AI 增加了这个所谓的 misuse、unintentional 的这个 misuse 的可能性啊，就是说科学速度加得越来越快，犯错误的可能性也就越来越大。那么第二点呢，就是说这个 AI 也降低了这个恶意使用的人的这个 barrier， 你可以从中学到很多东西。那么另外一点可能更为重要的就是未来的这个 AI 可能会产生一些全新的生物学技术，那么全新的生物学知识，这些知识是过去我们用来设计整个生物防护的这个理论的基础。那么这些东西呢，现在还不知道是什么，但是从现在的一些信息看来的话，越来越有可能会产生这种信息。那么刚刚前面的 speaker 也甚至还提到，这个未来的 AI 可能会带有这个恶意的 intention。来 cause harm， 那么这个对我们来说就更可怕了，因为在生物安全里有太多的这个途径和 pathway 来实现这些 harm， 那么这也是未来我们需要特别关注的。那么实际上这个不需要多讲了，就是说我想强调的一点就是说，这个从我们一个成功的案例是核安全的管控，那么它的起步呢，实际上是1946年爱因斯坦和他的同伴，那么在普林斯顿开始，然后之后美国总统 Truman 这杜鲁门签署了这个相关的国家法令，那么在相关的国家也就建立了体制。其实，在生物学领域也有类似的工作在进行。早在1974年、75年阶段呢，在阿塞罗马的会议上，科学家也提出怎么管控 engineered bacteria、engineered 的生物，其实已经提出了这种想法。那么今年的2月底，其实50年之后，我们再次聚集到这个阿塞罗马，重新再讨论在更高的一个层面上，我们怎么来面对今天的挑战，包括在 AI 的设计底下，这个 engineer biology 变得更为广泛，这个框架更为复杂的情况底下，我们怎么来应对这个挑战？那么当然这些年其实有很多的国家级的这个或者在 UN level 的各种框架都特别强调，就是科学家作为一个前沿，因为科学家你在第一线工作，你明白你的工作的这个重要性或者它潜在的风险。其实我们一直强调，科学家应该是这个 bio defense 的第一线的战士。那么围绕这个思路呢，其实我们从16年整个天津大学团队一直在从事这方面的工作，包括这个协助科技部出台了这个生物安全科技管理办法，然后到之后我们又把这个相关的一些理念提到联合国的层面，提出了一个这个mode of conduct for biological scientists， 那么最后形成了一个被称为天津 Biosecurity Guideline 的这么一个东西，在2022年呢，在联合国层面上也得到了广泛的认可和关注。那么这个工作呢，实际上我们当时在推的过程中间也得到了 John Hopkins 很多合作者AIP 这个包括联合国各方面的组织的支持，那我们能够顺利的推进，这个我就不多讲了。包括我们在联合国层面去开拓一些工作的渠道，怎么去 engage international community into this discussion。那么当然最后我们在2022年这个工作得到这个全球的承认以后，也在国内这个受到了广泛的关注。我们也是希望这个同行，尤其在 AI 时代，和 AI 的 scientist， 原来我们提出的是 biology scientist， 以后可能还包括 AI 的 scientist， 我们怎么一起来工作，来防护这个 biosecurity 的问题。那么这个工作也被我们国家列为这个在我们国家的 Global Security Initiative 白皮书里面呢，关于生物的部分呢，基本上就是以天津生物这个安全指南作为一个抓手来进行的，所以我们也作为工作者也感到非常的骄傲这个最后一点我想谈到的是，刚刚几位老师也提到这个，就是说所谓的这个国际合作。那么实际上在过去的几年里面，我们也参与了很多leader 参与了一些国际合作。这是我们和约翰霍普金斯在2018年在美国 DC 主办的一次2轨会谈，但是也吸引了很多美国相关部门 基本上所有的相关部门一起来参加，所以进行了一个非常有效的一个讨论啊。那么这个中国科学院和这个美国科学院，这是 NTI 和这个中国这个禁止武器协会合作的。那么 NTI 的副主席 Jamie 也在场，一会儿他会讲话。那么这个是唯一目前还在进行战略对话啊。那么当然，中国科学院和美国科学院也有相关的战略对话。那么实际上在生物领域，我们一直有一些相关的工作。那么只是非常 unfortunately， 很多这种工作目前都因中美的这个困难的关系中断了。但是实际上我想强调的是，那么在这个阶段，就是在一轨战略比较困难的时候，科学家层面的合作更应该予以加强。这是我最后的一个希望啊，也希望我们能够和在座的很多科学家，无论是中国的还是国外的，一起work together 来。好，这是我报告的全部，谢谢各位。
感谢张主任的分享。接下来，我们将见证本场论坛第2份报告的发布。安远 AI 和天津大学生物安全战略研究中心联合发布人工智能生命科学的负责任创新报告。下面我们有请张主任再次上台，也有请安远 AI 和研究中心的代表上台，共同为报告揭幕。请张主任和闵熙共同为报告揭幕。让我们以热烈的掌声祝贺报告正式发布。请各位嘉宾合影留念。好，感谢各位，请就坐。同时也请安远 AI 安全和治理主管方亮留步，为我们介绍报告的主要内容。
安远 AI 很荣幸今天能够和天津大学生物安全战略中心一起联合发布这份人工智能和生命科学的负责任创新报告。报告整体分为7个章节，然后篇幅超过70多页，用了超过300多篇参考文件。我们比较系统地探讨了人工智能和生命科学融合的关键趋势，强调了它的变革潜力，分析和评估了一些风险，并审查了一些现有的一些生物安全的治理实践。最后，我们提出了一些风险缓解的策略和治理选项，并为不同的利益相关方提供了一些有针对性的建议。接下来我会分享一下报告的一些主要发现。人工智能和生物技术的交集其实包括多种为不同目的而开发的工具，其中我们讨论一些基础模型、生物设计的工具以及自动化科学。这些技术融合其实可能会以多种方式加速生命科学的进步，从促进科学培训到帮助科学家设计新的生物系统等等。我们参考了国际 AI 安全报告，里面提到大语言模型、通用生物的 AI 和病原体相关的专业模型的两用能力，在随着时间而持续增强，目前已经显著降低了工程生物学的一些障碍。但这些工具的未来能力、演进速度以及什么时候会出现突破，仍然存在很大的不确定性。因此，我们也建议了几个值得重点监测的关键能力领域，比如基础模型在先进生物应用中的作用，实验室自动化在生物技术实验方面的需求，以及宿主遗传性、易感性研究的一些两用性，包括病毒工程能力等等。第2章我们讨论了 AI 在生命科学领域可能带来的一些正向的社会价值。我们从2个视角进行的切入。第一个是 AI 赋能生命科学的研究和应用，这体现在 AI 可以如何赋能设计、构建、测试、学习，就是 DBTL 循环。从对合成生物学、数字物理任务的影响来看，目前最大的能力提升还是体现在构思和设计阶段，并且在精准医疗、药物研发、农业生技、工业生技等等，已经加速了应用转化过程。第2个价值体现在 AI 赋能生物安全治理的防御体系，这里的 AI 其实具备双重角色。AI 既是生物安全治理的工具，其实本身也是生物安全治理的对象。 然后在这个章节，我们也重点探讨了 AI 作为生物安全治理工具的一些有益应用，或改进、检测、预防和应对4个方面。我们来探讨了 AI 增强生物安全并减轻生物威胁的一些潜力。对于人工智能如何提升生物安全风险，其实这个议题早已出现在公众和政策的讨论之中。当前的一些主要讨论聚焦了2个潜在的机制，一个是降低滥用的门槛，因为 AI 工具可以使原本复杂的生物工程流程更容易被非专业人士去掌握。第2个方面是提升危害的程度， AI 工具能够帮助研发更加致命或者更难防范的新型病原体或毒素。这2个维度其实构成了 AI 增强生物风险的基本框架，分别对应于风险的可能性和后果的严重性。基于这样一个风险格局呢，我们这个报告进一步从事故风险、滥用风险和结构风险3个风险来源，以及规划设计阶段、物理执行阶段这2个时间节点，来对潜在风险进行了梳理。在此基础上，我们也讨论了一些风险判断的争议，指出目前风险的认知还是应该平衡技术潜力和现实可能性，避免高估或忽视一些潜在的威胁。要科学的理解 AI 能否加速生物的风险，其实光靠推测或者是案例分析远远不够。我们建议还是需要准确系统的分析和评估，来证明风险模型，然后便于它有效的制定相关的政策。截止目前呢，我们看到关于 AI 是否能显著提升生物风险的研究，主要聚焦于2类风险模型。一个是获取生物信息并进行策划，这个风险模型的假设是通用基础模型可能增强用户来获取、规划或实施生物工具所需信息的能力。这里我们也列举了一些不同的评估方法。最新的一些评测结果其实显示，前沿 AI 的一些风险级别正在显著上升，包括像 Claude Opus 4，它预防性的采用了 ASO3，它第3级别的安防标准。然后像 OpenAI 的 O3 已经在病毒学的实验故障排查，也就是 VCT 测试中表现出了与顶尖病毒学专家相当的水平。最新还包括 OpenAI 将 Agent 它的这个模型归入了具有高度生物和化学能力的模型级别。另外一个是合成有害的生物制品，这个风险模型的假设是专用型的 AI 赋能的生物工具可能协助恶意行为者来识别新型毒素，设计更高效的一些病原体，然后或优化生物的制剂，增强它的毒性。不过当前来看，针对这些 AI 生物工具的评估基础还比较缺失。所以总体来看，其实围绕当前人工智能与生物风险的研究还处在早期阶段，一些理论模型比较多的具有推测性，它的实证方法的系统性和透明度目前看还比较有限，所以我们也建议需要加强相关的基础研究和方法论建设，然后能够支撑更为严谨的风险评估及后续的政策干预框架。第5章我们对国内外5类的关键行动方进行了实践的总结，这里包括政府的监管机构、人工智能研发机构、生命科学的产业园机构、安全治理研究机构以及国际组织和平台等等。目前从全球视角来看，各国对于生物安全子议题的优先级其实存在比较多的差异。然后此外，我们也总结了像模型红队测试、生物信息安全、伦理检查机制、国际对话机制等方面的一些治理探索。最后，其实我们提出了应对风险的4类的缓解路径。第一个是针对模型层面，我们建议为人工智能和生物能力建立一些技术的护栏，包括模型的能力阈值的控制、它的用途限制、数据审计以及防止它的危险能力被滥用等等。第2是我们建议加强数字和物理界面的一些安全，这个可能是阻断模型能力向现实危害转化的一个关键路径。第3，我们也建议将风险纳入一些更广泛的大流行病的防范体系，和强化预警、备案和响应机制，融入整体的生物安全治理架构。最后，我觉得在国内我们也是应该强调生物科研的安全伦理建设，通过伦理审查、安全培训、责任机制等等，然后推动技术创新和规范能够共同前进。最后章节我们也探索性的构建了一个策略矩阵和策略路径和行动方的责任矩阵，然后建议了各方在不同策略路径下的一些主要和次要责任分工。然后我们也是希望通过这样的一些建议和探讨，帮助人工智能、生命科学以及生物安全等领域的专家建立系统性的对话，然后提供一些助力。也诚挚期待来自各界的交流、批评与指正，帮助我们共同完善。谢谢大家。
感谢方浪的分享。下一位为我们带来主旨演讲的嘉宾是 Jamie Yassif 博士。Jamie Yassif， 核威胁倡议组织全球生物政策与项目副总裁，致力于降低灾难性生物风险，加强生物安全和全球健康安全，在科学技术、公共卫生与国际安全交叉领域拥有超过20年的政府与民间工作经验，拥有加州大学伯克利分校生物物理学博士学位。Dr. Yassif, I will hand it over to you. Welcome.
Great. Well, thank you so much to the organizers and to all of you for joining today's discussions. Really delighted to be part of these really important discussions about AI safety. I'm going to be talking about the convergence of artificial intelligence in the life sciences, and specifically steps that we can take together to safeguard these capabilities. So when we say AI biocapabilities, it is the broad suite of tools at the nexus of the life sciences and artificial intelligence that enable engineering of living systems. So for the next few minutes, I think there are some formatting issues, but you can bear with me. For the next few minutes, I'm going to talk about 3 topics. What are the steps we can take to safeguard AI biocapabilities? What are some of the technical guardrails we can put in place? And some work internationally to share best practices for these kinds of safeguards. So first of all, what is the problem we're trying to solve? What are the risks we see? So as we've heard from many colleagues, there are tremendous potential societal benefits from AI biocapabilities, including accelerating vaccine development, improving public health and medicine, and driving economic development, including through development of the bioeconomy. At the same time, these same capabilities can also increase dual-use risks. And the 3 kinds of risks that we've been focused on are lowering barriers to malicious actors causing harm with biology. This risk is already here today, and that's well documented, and it's especially there's a lot of documentation that large language models are lowering barriers to access. In the near term, with uncertain time horizons, we're also seeing the ability of AI to increase the level of harm that a malicious actor can cause with biology, including engineering more dangerous pathogens in nature. And finally, the third risk is thinking about ways that these kinds of capabilities can reduce the effectiveness of biodefense measures like disease detection, vaccine development, or existing biosecurity measures like DNA synthesis screening. And in fact, in order to raise awareness about these important risks among policymakers who are still trying to keep up with the rapid pace of change, we created a statement on biosecurity risks at the convergence of AI and the life sciences. We got more than 35 leading experts from across the globe to sign on to this statement, to call on governments, model developers, and funders to prioritize safety when advancing these models. The signatories include Yoshua Bengio, Helen Clark, who's the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, Andrew Yao, Wei Wenjiang, Brian Si, as well as George Church, who's one of the leading founders of the synthetic biology community, and many others. In terms of actions we should take to address these risks, there are a number of recommendations that NTI has made. One is that governments and private funders should invest in developing guardrails for biological AI tools and other AI biocapabilities, and that we should be very broad and strategic and comprehensive about this. We should follow a research agenda. We've heard about the need to invest in research and development for mitigations. It's true in AI bio as well. Second, we would like model developers to prioritize responsible development and deployment of AI bio tools, so that includes both within industry and academia. Funders have an important role to play when they're evaluating proposals. What work do they fund or not fund? Biosafety and biosecurity should be a requirement. And that as best practices are developed, governments should incentivize them through guidelines, regulations, and financial incentives. The good news is that there's already a lot of public discussion among model developers about the importance of responsibility. You see some of the leading AI labs here, both in academia and in industry, are talking publicly about safety and security from a bio perspective. We started this work at NTI in 2023 when we launched our report on the convergence of artificial intelligence and the life sciences, and we were really looking to answer 3 questions. One is, what are the capabilities that we see now and that we anticipate on the horizon for the convergence of AI in the life sciences? Second, what does this mean for biosecurity? What are the opportunities and what are the risks? And third, what do we do about it? What are the governance opportunities that we can explore to reduce these risks? And the types of AI models that are relevant to the AI biospace, they're generally in three large buckets. There's large language models, which I think are mostly familiar to the public. And then there's AI biodesign tools, which are more specifically trained on biological data and perform more narrow specific biological functions and are distinct. And then there's automated science, which is a capability that's advancing rapidly on the horizon. Our recommendations really fell into three buckets. One was on governance at the national and international level for AI bio capabilities. One is developing a new research agenda for AI bio guardrails. It's very early days and most of the work is ahead of us for developing mitigations. And then the third one is really using the benefits of AI for strengthening biosecurity and for building more robust pandemic preparedness capabilities. For the next few minutes, I'm going to talk about two specific recommendations that we followed up on. One is creating an international forum to address AI biorisks, and one is pursuing an ambitious research agenda. So we took our own advice, and we met in Cambridge in 2024 to talk about what a research agenda could look like. We drafted a paper trying to map out the broad range of possibilities and hypotheses we should explore for safeguarding AI bio capabilities. It's public and online, and we're continuing to update it with input from experts. It includes both for large language, includes ideas for intervention opportunities, both for large language models and biological design tools. We need to update it to think about automated science. In terms of the technical guardrails, this is a map sort of the research agenda specifically for safeguarding biological design tools. There's been a lot of work and talk about mitigations for large language models, but for biological design tools, there's almost nothing that's been developed or deployed, and so we have a lot of work ahead of us. The key takeaway from this slide is that there are many different things we can try. We don't yet know what's going to work and what's going to be effective and feasible, but it's throughout the life cycle of developing and deploying models. We are pursuing a couple pilot projects at NTI to explore parts of this research agenda. One is an idea of coupling designs with metadata. It's basically try to solve this problem that if a DNA synthesis provider, people who print DNA for scientists around the world, if they get an exotic design that was designed by a series of AI models, they don't know how to interpret it because they can't match it to an existing sequence that you can find in a public database. And so if you can sort of couple metadata with the design when it's sent to the DNA synthesis provider or some other service provider, they can interpret it and do a better job of doing risk assessment. So we have a pilot project with Lattice Automation for that. The other pilot project we have is one on managed access, and this is a really fundamental question about safeguarding AI bio capabilities, because our hypothesis is without managed access, it's very hard to have robust safeguards in place. And so right now we're doing a series of interviews led by my colleague Sarah Carter, who's talking to the scientific community about what is the right approach here. But fundamentally, we think that this is can be compatible with equitable access and access to these tools, because we understand that the benefits of these tools depends on access. And we think that tiered frameworks will be essential. Many of the tools in this space are low risk and don't need to be behind some sort of API, but there are tools with higher risk and there should be tiered access. Here's a really quick snapshot of what tiered access could look like. This is published in our report from 2024 on guardrails for biological design tools. Basically, the takeaway here is it's not black or white, either closed source or open source. There's a range of options between that we can think about. My last point will be about the AI Bio Global Forum. And so as we've heard from other colleagues, the solutions here are both technical and from a policymaker perspective. And so this is not a problem we can solve in individual nations. It's a global problem and it's going to require a global solution. And that's what motivated us to establish the AI Bio Global Forum. And we have three goals with this. One is developing a shared understanding of risks. One is supporting the development and sharing of best practices to mitigate risks. And over time, as we develop recommendations, providing those to policymakers and others so we can drive adoption of best practices for biosecurity. It was established in 2024. We've been consistently convening. We're eventually going to spin this off as an independent entity. It's very international, and there are a number of members from China who are here with us that participate in the forum. And the first activity of the forum was this high-level statement on risk that I was talking about. So thank you so much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Yasif. Please take a seat. 下面我们进入本次论坛的第2场圆桌，主题是人工智能生命科学筑牢创新的理论基石。请允许我介绍参加本场圆桌论坛的嘉宾。在我介绍到您的时候，请您移步上台。于学东，微生物学博士，现任广州实验室 ABSL3 实验室副主任，主要从事生物安全、新突发传染病防控技术和生物安全国际治理相关研究，兼任国家卫生健康委科技与生物安全标准专业委员会委员，中国合格评定国家认可委员会生物安全实验室认可评审组长。下一位 Dan Hendricks， 人工智能安全中心主任， XAI 和 Scale AI 安全顾问，拥有加州大学伯克利分校人工智能博士学位。他在深度学习和 AI 安全领域都做出过突出贡献，并出版《人工智能安全伦理与社会导论》教科书。参加本场圆桌的另外2位嘉宾是张卫文老师和 Dr. Yasif。 Now, I will welcome everybody to step onto the stage。 同时也有请本场圆桌的主持人安远 AI CEO 谢敏熙。
Welcome everyone to the panel. The rapid advances of AI is ushering in an era of incredible opportunities for the life sciences, from accelerating drug discovery to improving diagnostics. As someone who has lost both my mother and brother to cancer early in my life, I deeply believe in the potential of AI to improve human health and solve diseases like cancer for good. However, this optimism is also tempered by a growing concern. For example, the ChatGPT agent released by OpenAI two weeks ago, it was classified as high risk according to its preparedness framework. This means that in theory, the agent system will be able to uplift novices in the creation of dangerous biological agents. And so this convergence of immense promise and also the growing risk is why we're here to talk about today. But let's first talk about the potential benefits. Where do you see some of the most transformative applications of AI in the life sciences emerging in the next few years? This could include, but not limit to, areas such as infectious disease prevention and monitoring. Perhaps we can start with you, Dr. Yu.
I think 我认为所有的这个可以预见的，在3到5年，就是尤其是在生物和医学领域，也就是说，在我们的生物影像以及病理诊断这块，已经不用质疑，它会很快的就会有一个突破，就是能够有自动化的诊断。另外一个像肿瘤这种提前的癌前的诊断，那么它因为它大数据训练以后，它可以不光是关注的你的肿瘤的这一部分。它还可以关注你周围结缔组织的变化，所以说它会有一个对我们的这个癌前诊断以及这个医学影像和这个病理学的诊断会有一个毫无疑问会有一个突破。另外一个在应对我们的下一次大流行或者是我们的疫苗和产品以及诊断方法方面，全球尤其 WHO 非常关注啊，它可能也是有一个突破。另外，在临床领域，那么它的应用是非常广泛的，所以说它可能在很多的这个治疗的领域，甚至是这个罕见病的领域，这个管道都可以有可能有一些突破。
感谢。Several of you also signed the Global AI Biological Risk Statement recently. I believe Professor Zhang Weiwen, Dr. Jamie Yasif, and Dr. Dan Hendricks, all of you have signed a statement alongside other thought leaders in the field.
what specific threat model for the convergence of the AI and the life sciences do you find most concerning or urgent? Perhaps we can start with you, Jamie.
Thank you. So as I noted in my talk, there are basically 3 categories of risk that are highlighted in the statement. One of them is about lowering barriers to access, so making tacit knowledge about the life sciences and how to conduct research more accessible to much larger groups of people. Examples of this are basically scanning the literature and helping novices understand biology without training, perhaps helping them troubleshoot biological experiments. And there have been a number of uplift studies that have been published recently by various security think tanks that have basically made the case that this is already starting to happen, specifically in the domain of large language models. The second category is raising the ceiling on potential harm, and this is an area that I am probably most concerned about. It's going to happen in an uncertain timeline, but I do think it is likely to happen. And basically, this is more an issue associated with biological AI tools. And these are specific tools that are meant to design biological systems for beneficial applications for life science research. For example, developing novel vaccines. There's a lot of benefit there. But these same capabilities, if you can engineer a living system to have different properties than it does naturally, they can also be exploited to cause harm. And I would say one of my main concerns is that in the next 2 to 5 years, will these tools have capabilities to more dramatically engineer living systems beyond what is possible now? Right now, you have tools that can design individual proteins, and that's pretty robustly good. But what could change in the future is the ability to design a whole signaling cascades and design entire new features or pathogenic features and design pathogens that are more transmissible, more virulent, and deadly, and maybe more resistant to medical countermeasures, and that perhaps AI could help transcend what humans can come up with our human existing knowledge. I think looking to the horizon further, and this is more uncertain, there's a huge, I think, commercial drive to automate the life sciences. This is happening across industry, again, for beneficial applications. Basically, there's this whole life cycle of bioscience research and development, from reading the literature, hypothesis generation, designing experiments, conducting them, and analyzing the data, et cetera. This is increasingly going to be automated. We don't know yet what the risks look like there, but it could end up lowering the barriers to entry in terms of skills for engineering living systems, and we should be watching as these capabilities develop and build in biosecurity by design from the ground up as those systems are being developed.
Thank you, Jamie. What about you, Dan or Professor Zhang?
Sure. So I think there's substantial risk of the large language models being used by malicious actors for helping them develop a bioweapon, and as a consequence, we need to be adding safeguards for this. So at XAI, for instance, how are we managing these potential benefits while mitigating these risks? The answer is fairly simple. All you do is you refuse various bioweapon-related requests, and for other types of requests, you let those through. You can, now, what's the definition of bioweapon-related requests? What we have is if the request is pertaining to expert-level information about or detailed procedural advice, for instance, for U.S. select agents, biological agents on the Australia group list, things of that sort, then it will be refused. Now, if people are doing beneficial applications of those, they can give us their email and we can remove that input and output filter for the model. So in this way, we are by default refusing expert-level virology advice to users unless we know who they are, and if they're, say, a researcher at Genentech or a PhD student at MIT or what have you, then the filter can go off. So this is an easy way of capturing these benefits and minimizing these risks of people just telling us who they are. If they made an account a second ago, they don't get expert-level virology advice. Sorry, but I don't think that's too much of a trade-off. And if they're a legitimate person, they can give us their email. So I think people claiming, or if people are saying, oh, well, we're going to have to release the whole model, and we're going to, there'll be too steep of a trade-off, so let's just not have any safeguards for it. That doesn't seem so. We can add very good safeguards, provided that they are behind, or that they are closed weight. If they're open weight, you can very easily take off those safeguards. You can very easily remove any input or output filter. So an implication is that if models have these highly dual use capabilities, say expert level virology capabilities, there are ways of making them safe and capturing the benefits and minimizing the risks, provided if they are closed source. If they're open source, though, the safeguards can be taken off. I've done research to try to make it so that the safeguards for open weight models are harder to take off. However, that probably will require still many more years. So progress has been made, but it's not there. So maybe in the future, we would be able to release open weight models that have what would be high CBRN capabilities, as OpenAI's determination is that they're high bio capabilities. But in the meantime, I think that this basically has to stop, and this is one reason why XAI, despite Elon earlier, saying things like, oh, we're going to release the weights after every release and things like that, we're not doing that anymore because the bio risks are simply too high. The OpenAI open weight model, for instance, will be a mini model, which will not have those extreme biological capabilities. I'm very good friends with Alex at Meta, I suppose I can just say it's been reported that they're not doing open weight stuff anymore for Frontier because of these Frontier safety risks. At least some of the main open sourcing AI developers on the U.S. side are fortunately releasing models that don't have these sorts of capabilities and are not releasing the weights of ones that do. So I think everybody needs to be assessing the models for the capabilities that they have, and if the risks are too high, or if the capability levels are too high, not releasing those weights.
Thank you, Zhang. We'll get to the solutions in a bit. I don't know whether Professor Zhang has anything to add regarding the threat models.
Okay, I may just add 2 comments. I totally agree. I think there are 2 things most, especially after the day and yesterday. Especially after the meeting today and yesterday, I realized that 2 issues probably even bigger than we initially thought. One is the sort of novel biological knowledge out of the AI study. That sounds impossible 1 year ago, even 2 years ago, but recent studies showed that, the de novo protein synthesis by the CR2 group already showed that they are not chiefly similar protein function, doesn't need the sort of similar DNA sequence, which we use very often. DNA sequence as one of the key principles we use for detection and also for defense. So those kind of novel knowledge which were becoming, the XAI was released a couple of weeks ago, and I recall that Elon Musk gave an interview and said in next year, maybe latest next year, we'll have some new knowledge came out through the section between the multiple science together. So you can imagine that will be happening, and we are not ready yet. I think that's the first one. The second one is sort of the unintentional harm caused by AI itself. AI sounds like it is possible that AI even can develop its own intention doing something bad, which are not really in our consideration before. I think, for biology area, we know that there are so many ways you can cause harm, and if the AI really achieve that kind of a capability, that would be scary. I think, we really need to think about at the higher level how to achieve those kind of safeguard over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zhang. And so now let's talk about the solutions. Dr. Yu, you have deep expertise in laboratory biosafety and also biosecurity governance in general. How should we be strengthening the biosafety and biosecurity measures in the context of AI? How do you think about addressing the dual-use risk in particular?
For the biosafety and biosecurity, I think is now internationally just like Jamie and the NTI and international organizations do the work awareness of the biosafety and the biosecurity risk. It's very good, but in the area of the AI, it's totally different because the risk is huge. It's not just like we have a pathogens list. For example, for the Federal Safety Agency program, and there are 6, 8 pathogens, but now it's different because all the risk group 3 and the risk group 4, and plus maybe 7 or 9 kind of activities should pay more attention to concern about those kind of activities. So it's totally different. So what that means is the AI alignment is a big problem because maybe the big factory we have the red teaming, we have the red teaming something check surveilling the safety. But now the big company we can enroll the biosafety professionals. But for the policymaker, governors, something, we need a lot of this professional, biosafety professional in this field. So I think internationally, cooperation, we should have a framework, just like I mentioned today, enhance the international cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you for noting the importance of risk management framework and international collaboration. So Dan earlier was focusing on language-based foundation model, but there is also another class of AI systems that are relevant for the life sciences and biosecurity. I want to turn to Jamie. What are some of the technical safeguards that are being developed and implemented for biological design tool?
Sure, thank you for the question. So I think one thing I want to reiterate that's important to remember is, again, the state of play of developing technical guardrails for biological design tools, which are now being called biological AI models as the field continues to evolve. It's in its infancy. So we are very early days. It's going to require a lot more research to find which solutions work and which don't, which is why we've developed this research agenda, and we really would love to see a sort of biosecurity by design innovation ecosystem working together to develop and test these tools, figure out what works and what doesn't. We published a report in 2024 about guardrails for biological design tools. It's on our site if you're interested. Happy to share information about how to find it. But basically, we talk about 2 categories of interventions. One is to address this point about how you need to basically have managed access to tools in order to prevent safeguards from being stripped out. I think that's a really important piece. And the other piece is the guardrails themselves. There is a lot of active conversation in the community about what are the trade-offs between open source models versus not. And I think if we can figure out a tiered access system where the most powerful models that have the most incredible uplift capabilities and the ability to generate novel knowledge that could be dangerous if exploited for harm, I would argue we have to protect those tools. I think similar arguments from my colleagues on the panel, I wholeheartedly agree. I do think it's feasible to do it, and I think we must build that system. The other piece is the guardrails themselves. So there's, for example, there's this idea of screening and refusals. We can take an approach to AI biomodels that's analogous to DNA synthesis screening. If you detect some sort of incoming request that is potentially dangerous, the model has an opportunity to pause or hold it and for further review before providing an answer. There's also other people have worked on curating training data so that you only train the model on certain kinds of data. I think there's an open question about whether that's going to work well in practice. And then I think just managed access to the data, training data themselves is something to bear in mind, not just the models, because in fact, most of the data that are going to be used to train powerful AI biomodels of the future have yet to be created. So we should have a thoughtful approach in advance about how we're going to govern those data. So those are some examples of the kinds of things we're thinking about.
Thank you. So far, we have been talking about the earlier stages of risk management, including data before development, red teaming before deployment, We've also talked about tier access or the debate around open source. I want to turn to you, Professor Zhang, about a downstream intervention around DNA synthesis screening. What is that intervention, and how is that process evolving in light of the advances of AI, in particular the potential for AI to design novel sequences and potentially evade some of the current screening mechanisms?
I mean, if you look at the typical research cycle of synthetic biology or similar rational designed by technology, you can pretty much divide it into 4 stages called DBTI cycle. The first one is design, and the second one is build. You build a cell, build a DNA. Third one is testing. Of course, you have theory test. The last one is learning. And all this first step and what you learn, so circle will go along and along. So you can imagine that, especially at the early stage, the design stage and also the building stage, I think it will be very important. Obviously, if you can implement the technical or policy regulation or solution along the whole cycle, that would be the best. That's actually we are advocating to doing that. But minimally, I think people should start at the beginning. For example, design. I think Jamie just talked about biological design too. That's actually touched briefly on the design part. The building part, one of the key technologies is DNA synthesis. So you are doing something new, and whether it's a new cell or new function, you need the new protein and the new DNA. So after many years, actually, discussion that people try to find what's the best way to put a checkpoint over there. And I think most of us will agree that although it's not perfect, but the DNA synthesis screening, so we screen all the DNA coming for synthesis to see what's the purpose, whether that involves functioning DNA or some drug synthesis. That would be sounds like a practical way to deal with that. So in the last couple of years globally, I think, especially in the US and also in China, a lot of discussion that how to implement this system, and a couple leading organizations, including NTI and ABS in Geneva and several other organizations, are really push a global process to screen all the DNA come into for synthesis. That would be a very good way to, at least for now, to deal with some of the issue. Of course, I already mentioned that there's some other way you can cheat through the system, like if it's designed based on the new biological knowledge, there will be some issue over there. But I think eventually, I mean, after all the learning, we can keep updating I think that will be work. Hopefully, that will be I think will be the first one first step towards the final sort of package to deal with the issue. My answer.
Thank you. So in the audience and on the panel, we have an incredible diversity of backgrounds and disciplines, from frontier AI developments to policy to biosecurity and life sciences developments. What is one area of debate that you would like to see more discussion and potentially more consensus across different disciplines? Let's just say in the next 6 to 12 months. This is open to any one of you.
Happy to jump in.
Sure, Jamie.
So I think there's already a very lively debate about this open source versus managed access paradigm, and there's for AI biological models, and whether or not we should just accept the fact that most of the models are going to be deployed in an open source basis, and we should just plan for that future and accept those risks and stop trying to do managed access or guardrails, and that it's futile, and that even if the leading AI labs are responsible, there'll be some person who recodes up a model outside of it and makes it open source and distributes it, and it's basically security theater. And so I think there's a huge debate about whether this is even feasible. And I think, but I also see that there's the winds are shifting towards a recognition that we need managed access to the most powerful models. And I guess my view is that we should see the future as something that we have the agency to shape. If the stakes are as high as we think they are, and if we could see a pandemic come up in the next 2 to 5 years that's caused by an AI that creates a novel pathogen that's more dangerous than what we've seen. We could see a future where we're seeing pandemics that are worse than COVID, and the tools could cause that. That's a huge risk that we have a shared global interest in mitigating. And if part of that is putting access controls in place on some of the most powerful tools, we should think really seriously about mustering the international wherewithal to build that future. I think it's possible, and we should seize the moment while we still have it to sort of shape the future and have a responsible deployment of these models.
Hi, let's see, am I audible? Okay. I agree. I think we need to create norms on the open source thing ASAP. Basically, it's not a technological inevitability that these things be open sourced. Again, as I mentioned in the US, you have Meta and XAI and some of the others selectively choosing models or releasing models that are below that sort of capability threshold. So companies could just choose not to release those. And you could increase incentives so that they do not release those. One place to start with that would be liability clarification. So I think that is increasingly a deterrent in the United States, and I don't know how law in other sort of countries are, but I think it is a violation of reasonable care to willfully and wantonly be releasing AI models that have expert level virology capabilities without any safeguards. I think that's basically tearing up the Biological Weapons Convention. And unfortunately, the AI scientists don't even know what the Biological Weapons Convention is. So they're releasing these things, and oh yeah, I guess they're good at bio stuff. What do you know? It's very unfortunate, and we need to, I would say, probably by the end of the year, need a strong international norm on this. It's not just bio as well. Later on, they're also starting to have these sort of zero-day vulnerability things. I'm not particularly concerned about the cyber capabilities of these right now, but there are many concerning signs. When they have more agential capabilities, when they can operate over longer time horizons, then you have risks of attacks on critical infrastructure. The incentives for the Biological Weapons Convention, the Chemical Weapons Convention, and I think for agreements on cyber capabilities are because it is not in the interest of superpowers to be mass proliferating ways of creating a poor man's atom bomb. This is why we collaborated on the former two in part in the past. And I think there will be similar reasons to be collaborating on bio in the future between the different states, as well as collaborating on cyber capabilities, in particular those that can be used to attack critical infrastructure. By critical infrastructure, in power grids, banking systems, et cetera. So if we're mass releasing those, we're, I think, unfortunately, a bit defenseless. If we're saying that it's inevitable that they're being released, well, I think then you're just going to be living in a world where your banking systems and your power plants are being brought down, where you're getting very stealthy, extremely potent pandemic spreading throughout the population, and then suddenly everybody, oh, whoops, there's a pandemic, and it's got this fatality rate. The longer-term solution to some of these, or at least in terms of mitigation, would be if AI is providing explosive economic growth, then you can pay for extremely expensive biosecurity infrastructure across the world and upgrade all of your critical infrastructure. But that's much farther out in the future. So in the next years, I think for those two threat models, you're needing to create some norms for that. And I think bio is one of the earlier test cases. So I would urge people here to make these AI scientists at these companies that have a habit of doing this open weight stuff to be aware that they are basically tearing up the Biological Weapons Convention. Fortunately, some actors in the U.S. are backing down, but this still is not a very strong norm, and I think it's urgent, needs to be taken care of by end of this year.
Very strong comments there, Professor Zhang.
Well, totally agree. I think this is a very important issue. I also very much like to see something happen at the international level, whether it's a norm or some kind of consensus at the UN or between country level. I think that would be very important. Because, I mean, if you look back to the history, I think biology are pretty much open, sort of operate in open form. I think whether we are doing for agriculture or medical research, they are pretty much for everyone. I think the science is open, not much compared to other disciplines, and not much in the preparatory area. So, but recently with the rapid progress with AI, we already found out that actually a lot of tools, are not accessed by scientists that much. For example, large language model are not accessed to the community. We can actually do more together to help human can, but because of the close motion and not able to do that, which in my opinion is not good for the whole world. That needs some kind of consensus and agreement. Hopefully, you are concerned with biosecurity, and something can be done, right? I guess you can do in that win the sort of trust community, and have access to those kind of community or scientists. Those can be the things we can do together. But I really like to see it's a revolution technology, and I think it can be done a lot of good things. And of course, we also talk about some of the potential risk, but at the same time, I think we want to collect as much as benefit at the same time, which because at the same time, because all the politics and also some of the business consideration, that I feel that large language model are not accessed that much by the biological field. I think that would be.
Thank you. Dr. Yu?
I think we should, for the Duke and also for the CBRN, something like that. And I think we should, the Institutional Biosafety Committee and or the institutional review entity will play a very possible role in identifying all the project, because the project is funding, their funding agency. He will do those kind of things. For the institutional level, academic level, or the national level, we should have this. Just like Professor Zhang mentioned, we should do something that's responsible for the life science safety. I think the AI alignment is not perfect now. So for the institutional level, and we should play IBC and our IRE should play a very positive role to guarantee the AI and life safety.
So now every one of you would have one final minute just to make another call of action for the next 12 months. When we are back at World AI Conference in 2026, what would you like to see happen or encourage the audience to consider?
So I would say a disturbing trend I've observed is because of this growing competition we see internationally in this AI race, that there is a danger of a race to the bottom on safety. There's such strong incentives to race ahead and accelerate development for economic reasons, for competitiveness reasons, that safety has been put down the agenda in various AI conversations internationally. And I would just say we can't afford to allow that continue. We have a shared interest globally in guarding against misuse, because we're all going to lose if we don't protect against it. One of the things that we're trying to do at NTI to have an international conversation where we can move forward together to build norms is our AI Bio Global Forum. It's meant to bring together experts from China, from the US, from Europe, and from other countries and regions, both policymakers from AI safety institutes and technical experts, to develop a common view about what the norms and best practices should be and to drive adoption. And so I think it's really important to strengthen that forum. And let's not race to the bottom on safety. It's in our shared interest to keep safety at the top of the agenda.
That's a good message. And Professor Zhang?
I would just have add a quick comment that I think take into the consideration the fast progress AI. You are talking about next year. I can imagine next year will be a lot of progress in the AI area. So I just want to stress the urgency. How to do all the things we talk about today. I think it's really needs some action together, whether it's international collaboration or DNA synthesis screening. I just want to add that urgency into all these tasks. We should really start doing something.
I think it would be very useful. The U.S. and China, the U.S. and the Soviet Union, for instance, collaborated on nuclear, on bio, on chemical, even though they're in competition with each other. So it's possible to have these types of agreements. However, before any type of agreement, since we're operating under shorter timelines, since I think the open weight stuff should have stopped yesterday, we're basically having a continuous risk amplification. It just keeps getting worse and worse, but it's already at a level of providing uplift. Given that, the immediate priority is creating stronger norms against this open weight stuff and speaking to people from these companies or creating pressure in each of our societies, in the US and in China, against the release of these sorts of open weights. That can be by speaking to those labs, that can be by making them aware of this sort of stuff, aware that other companies are decreasing the amount that they are doing the open weight, being more mindful of these capability thresholds. So creating a norm first. Then after that, maybe there could be a treaty or formal type of agreement through some track one type of thing. But at least on the US side, there is somewhat more self-regulation by decreasing the amount of weights being released. So I think that's the immediate priority. I was saying for the next 6 months, I think probably the next 3 months. Immediately, basically. If anybody here has the ability to influence those norms, creating norms is the first step, and then hopefully this can be around malicious use is the first place where the US and China can be recognizing their shared interests in AI, and that can be getting the ball rolling for international coordination on bio issues, and then later on cyber issues. And then later, and on loss of control issues.
Thank you. And final words from you, Dr. Yu?
我用英文讲，这中文讲一下可能更清楚一点。就是安全治理的底层逻辑一直没有变，也就是说，我们要把这个风险识别，然后风险管控，把它的所有的风险点的控制到一个可接受范围。那么这个可接受的风险，那就需要我们的评估要细致。那目前的矛盾点在于我们原来的线性思维。 以及我们产生的风险的量，与我们现在的 AI 和生物这个融合以后的指数级别的这个风险，它的量的增加，就导致我们在这个大模型对齐以及我们这个风险识别方面出现了这个一些这个困难。那么，所以这块我希望在未来的1年，我们能够看到一个明显的路径，也就是我们有一个明显的路径，把我们的对我们的这个大模型对齐，尤其是我们各个专业领域人员。 在我们的红队就是 red teaming 这个过程中，加入到我们的这个风险识别，以及提出这个有效的风险管控措施中，那么真正的把我们 AI 相关的风险，在各个领域的细分的领域的风险识别并有效管控，治理到一个可接受的风险这个 level。好，谢谢。
Thank you, everyone. I think the panel has acknowledged the exponential progress of AI and what that means for the potential opportunities for the life sciences and human health, while noting that the escalating risk for biosecurity. Let's have a big round of applause to this excellent panel. Thank you, everyone.
感谢各位嘉宾的真知灼见，谢谢。接下来是我们上午论坛的最后一场主旨演讲，我们非常荣幸地邀请到 Amandeep Singh Gill 先生。Amandeep Singh Gill， 联合国副秘书长兼数字与新兴技术特使，国际数字健康与人工智能研究合作项目首席执行官，致力于推动数字技术在可持续发展中的负责任应用。 曾任联合国秘书长数字合作高级别小组执行董事兼共同负责人，促成多项国际人工智能伦理与监管共识。Mr. Secretary General, it is an honor to have you here. The stage is all yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Concordia, Brian, and the team for the invitation and for the collaboration. Really appreciate your thoughtful inputs to the work of the high-level advisory body on AI and your support to the elaboration of the Global Digital Compact. Now, program that you've been following today is one of the best I've seen in a while. on these issues: risk management, safety, and governance. I can lift this up. It's untethered, wheels off. So in my career, I've looked at several kinds of risks. We were just talking about bio risks, biochem, nuclear, and looked at a variety of responses: governance responses, risk management responses, specific strategies, and thank you. And the devil is always in the detail, in moving from principles to practice. And there, I think today we have clarity on the overall governance framework with the Global Digital Compact. There are some foundational steps. These are not final answers, but I think they allow us to be ready for an uncertain future. They help us pull up public sector capacity and, most importantly, build international collaboration. So those steps are the International Independent Scientific Panel on AI, so that we can have regular assessments of what this technology is capable of, what are the directions in which it's breaking out, and what are the risks and the opportunities resulting from those advances. And these assessments have to be regular, have to be more fast-paced than we've had before, for example, in the climate change space, and they have to be reflective of global advancements. They cannot be just coming from a few centers of development of this technology. The twin sister of this is the Global Governance Dialogue, where I think we can, in the light of these scientific assessments, learn from each other what is working well and what is not working well, and how can we ground our governance efforts in our shared norms, the human rights treaties, international humanitarian law, agreements on sustainable development, gender, and the environment. And I think UN is the right place because the UN is the repository of international law. It's one of the charter functions of the Secretary General in a sense. And I think in moving from principles to practice, we also have to see how existing norms, for example, the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention, the requirements on safeguarding a material can be aligned with these new developments. So those twin mechanisms are currently under negotiations, their modalities, and we hope to be able to launch them soon. And as I said, it's a start, foundational pieces for anticipatory, agile, science-based governance. There's a third element on which we worked very hard for the past 6 to 9 months, and that is capacity building on AI. Vast sections of the global population do not have the capacity to even, let's say, adopt rudimentary aspects of AI. And you cannot govern for risk, you cannot govern for opportunity if you don't have the capacity to play with it, to understand the limits and the possibilities. So a massive effort is needed, and we are going to be moving forward on that on the basis of a report from the Secretary General, forthcoming report, in which options for expanding capacity rapidly around the world would be described. Now, I just want to conclude by mentioning how this move from principles to practice requires multi-stakeholder collaboration. Work of organizations such as Concordia, private sector, civil society, the tech community, and you saw in the previous panel how cross-disciplinary knowledge, domain expertise is important to addressing this challenge. So here we will be able to move from shared understandings to actually implementing standards and regulations in day-to-day work. Moving from abstract discussions to more concrete action. So we need to move fast. The technology doesn't give us any other option, but we need to move together and we need to move with wisdom. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Undersecretary General, for your wonderful speech. 感谢今天上午所有嘉宾的演讲。我们今天上午的论坛就告一段落，下午的论坛将于1点35分准时开始，欢迎大家参与。我们有请上午各位的教宾上台合影。Distinguished speakers and panelists, please step onto the stage for a group photo. Oh, Mr. Lucia and Ms. Rebecca. 大家下午好，欢迎回到人工智能安全与治理论坛。我是今天论坛的主持人，安远 AI 高级项目经理程远。上午的论坛，我们聚焦了2个主题，分别是人工智能安全的科学基础与新兴挑战。接下来，我们进入论坛的第3个主题：人工智能风险管理实践。首先为我们带来主旨演讲的是郝春亮主任。郝春亮，中国电子技术标准化研究院网安中心人工智能安全部主任兼数据安全部主任。长期从事人工智能安全、数据安全与汽车网络安全等领域的标准化工作，牵头起草了我国大模型备案依据标准以及首个人工智能强制性国家标准，还同时兼任多项行业职务。下面让我们以热烈的掌声欢迎郝主任上台。
尊敬的各位朋友、各位专家，那么非常荣幸啊，能有这个机会啊，也是应这个邀请来这个跟大家分享啊人工智能安全治理框架以及这个标准化工作思考。那么本次的这个报告呢，大概分成2个环节啊，一个呢是第一部分人工智能安全治理框架，第2个就是一些标准化工作的一些思考。那么大家也知道，前一部分可能更多的像是一个介绍和回顾啊，因为框架是去年发布的很重要的一份文件。那么很多工作在沿着框架的整体的这个思路啊，再往下推动。那么第2个部分介绍的就是推动出来的一些这个新的进展啊和这个新的一些想法啊。那么框架的部分，我这个前面1年，因为它是在这个去年啊。2024年9月，那么人工智能安全治理框架的中英文版啊正式发布了。那么对于整个后续的这个安全工作和标准化工作的具有很强的这个指导意义和参考价值。然后，那么具体的内容啊，相信大家都比较熟悉了。我简要的啊进行一个回顾啊。那么首先是它的构成啊，提出了人工智能安全治理的原则啊，包容审慎，确保安全，风险导向，敏捷治理啊，既管结合，协同应对，开放合作啊，共治共享。然后呢，那么在第2章啊、第3章、第4章、第5章、第6章，分别是这个安全风险分类，然后这个技术应对措施、综合治理措施，然后安全开发、应用指引等内容啊，这儿我就不再一一详细的去介绍了。那么原则的部分啊，刚才已经介绍过了啊。那么主要呢，就是框架呢把安全风险归成了2个主要的类型，一个呢是这个内生安全风险，一个是应用的安全风险。那么内生安全风险呢，主要介绍的是由自身技术缺陷不足带来的安全风险。那么应用安全风险呢，是不当使用啊、滥用甚至恶意利用带来的风险。那么这块呢，框架的具体的内容啊，相信大家如果感兴趣的话，这个框架本身是在网上就直接搜索就可以看到这个全文啊。那么 技术应对措施，那么针对归类出来的风险呢，框架内本身有它技术应对措施的一部分的内容。那么针对人工智能内生安全风险呢，主要是给出了模型算法安全风险应对、系统安全风险应对、数据安全风险应对等内容。那么人工智能应用安全风险呢，主要给出了网络域安全风险应对、认知域安全风险应对、现实域安全风险应对、伦理域安全风险应对等内容这个有兴趣的大家可以去详细的去看。那么综合治理措施呢，还给出了一系列的这个综合治理措施。那么前面这一部分就是对框架内容的一个简要的回顾那么过去的1年，那么沿着框架标准化工作在持续的向这个方向去发展。那么尤其是在今年的1月份，那么顺着框架的思路，那么人工智能安全标准体系征求意见稿正式发布那么里面规划了这个人工智能安全的这个国家标准以及相关的这个标准化文件。那么在这个标准体系的征求意见稿中，是把它分作了基础共性、安全管理、关键技术、产品与应用和测试评估几个类型。那么其中有一些标准是以国家标准的形式已经发布了，那么有一些工作在做，我稍后会进行一些简要的这个报告。那么征求意见稿发布之后呢，也收到了这个各界的一些这个积极的这个反馈和意见建议。那么我们目前也是结合着当前的人工智能发展的这个新态势和新的这一些安全考虑，那么对这个征求意见稿呢，在进行持续的这个改进，然后包括积极采纳大家的一些意见建议。那么相信正式稿呢，会不久就和大家这个见面然后，那么在今年的4月份，那么生成式人工智能安全的国家标准，那么3项重要的国家标准发布。那么也是为这个做好这个生成式人工智能的有关安全工作呢，提供了这个很有效的这个标准化支撑。那么分别是生成式人工智能服务安全基本要求生成式人工智能预训练和优化训练数据安全规范以及生成式人工智能数据标注安全规范3份国家标准。那么这3份国家标准呢，分别呢是从服务数据和标注的角度把大家所需要的最紧迫的最重要的一些安全问题，然后给覆盖到，然后提供标准化支撑。那么对于人工智能的标识问题这个相信在座的很多的这个同事应该很关注标识的问题，也就是说这个技术的随着人工智能技术发展，技术的双刃剑比如深度伪造技术然后包括那个越来越多的这个人工智能生成的合成的内容呢，已经这个超过了普通人的分辨的这个能力边界那么人工智能生成合成内容标识这个方法，这个强制性国家标准呢，也是在今年的2月份正式发布。那么9月1日呢正式实施。那么这份标准呢，也代表着我们对于这个如何去帮助普通个人去区分哪些内容是人工智能生成的，哪些内容不是人工智能生成的，能给到一个标准化的一个技术指引。那么目前还有很多的这个人工智能安全相关的标准化工作，有的是在研究，有的是已经在正式推进了。那么我把其中的主要部分给大家进行报告。那么在研的目前的人工智能安全国家标准主要包括人工智能计算平台安全框架互联网信息服务深度合成安全规范人工智能代码生成服务安全要求人工智能应用安全分类分级方法人工智能安全能力成熟度评估方法和人工智能技术涉及未成年人应用安全指南等。那么其中后3份呢是今年刚开始推动，但是大家非常关注也非常重要的这个国家标准特别是简要报告一下这个分类分级。那么大家都很关注人工智能从安全的角度如何进行分类，如何进行分级。那么分级呢分成哪些级那么是不是能够这个帮助大家能够区分哪些应该先开展，哪些应该谨慎开展等等。就这个标准是要应对大家的这些需求，然后为大家这些方面的工作提供标准化的这个指导。那么人工智能安全能力成熟度评估方法呢，也是如何去评价人工智能在安全方面是否成熟，那么能不能给出一些成熟度的级别和指标那么这些 标准，那么目前关注度很高，同时正在着力推动的这个国家标准工作。那么最后呢，还有一些其他的正在开展的重要的标准化工作，那么在持续推进。那么近期呢，相信这个很多的这个朋友也都看到一批人工智能安全标准实践指南正在面向社会呢征集参评单位这个也是有各个编制组正在推动的这个工作。那么其中就包含了基础通用类、产品服务类、行业应用类和内容标识类。那么我这儿摘要性的介绍，那么其中就包括了，比如说像训练数据清洗安全指南，就沿着之前的训练数据的国标，然后继续延伸。同时，大家非常关心的这次会议上很多这个议题都在讨论的智能体安全，那么也有智能体安全基本要求相关的指南正在开展相关的工作。那么行业应用类对于6个重点的这个行业，那么他们的这个应用该如何去保障安全，那么大家也在努力的想要去形成一些标准化的成果。那么标识沿着强制性国家标准也有多项的实践指南正在密切的向前推动相关的研究，能够帮助大家落实相关的这个强标的这个要求。那么以上呢就是我的本次报告的这个主要内容，也非常感谢大家一直以来对标准化工作的支持，也非常欢迎大家加入到相关的这个标准化工作中谢谢大家。
谢谢郝主任。第2位为我们带来演讲的嘉宾是 Marcus Anderyan 先生。Marcus Anderyan， 人工智能治理中心政策与研究总监，欧盟通用型人工智能行为准则起草副主席，美国新安全中心兼职研究员及 OECD 人工智能政策观察站专家组成员，曾任英国内阁办公室高级人工智能政策专家。Mr. Anderyan, welcome.
One second while I get this. Okay, look at that. That works. Thank you all very much. It's an honor to be here. And thank you very much for inviting me. So I think that this recently published Code of Practice from the EU, I think it's quite an important document. And I'm hoping here to give you a sense of what this document is and what it actually says over the next little piece of time. So first, I'll try to give you a sense of what this document actually is. In short, it's a tool to tell companies how they can go about complying with or how to follow certain parts of the AI Act. And so the AI Act in the EU, this is a bill, a sort of legislative document that does a whole range of things. So it prohibits certain uses of AI. It classes other uses as high risk and so deserving of extra care. It says that people should be aware of when they are interacting with AI systems. But the other thing that it does is that it also imposes requirements on those who provide general purpose AI models on the EU market. So large language models, notably. And those obligations are the focus of the code. So the AI Act, it imposes some obligations on all providers of these general purpose AI that sort of place them on the EU market. So companies need to maintain and share certain information with the AI office and with people who build on top of their models. They also need to have in place a policy that means that they adhere to EU copyright law, no matter where they train their models. But there are also additional requirements for the most advanced models. So these are in the AI Act, they're called general purpose AI with systemic risk, or I'll call them GPI with systemic risk. And that's any model that is trained on more than 10 to the power of 25 floating point operations. For those in the field, that might mean things. For others, I can exemplify. So this would apply, for example, to OpenAI's O3, to DeepSeek R1, Gemini 2.5 Pro, and similar of sort of the most advanced models that we have out there. These providers, they face additional obligations in the AI Act. So they need to evaluate their models. They need to assess and mitigate the risks from their models. They need to report serious incidents, and they need to have sufficient cybersecurity in place. And the AI Act, it doesn't provide a lot of detail about what these obligations actually entail. So this right here is sort of some of the most detailed text that you see in the AI Act on some of these obligations. And so needless to say, this is not a lot of detail on how to sort of comply with this law. And so that was the purpose of the AI Act. So the AI Act, the Code of Practice. The Code of Practice includes 3 parts. So one is on transparency, one is on these copyright obligations, and one is on the safety and security. So this is for the general purpose AI models with systemic risks, these GPI with systemic risks. And it's this last bit that I'll focus on. The picture here, this is the folks that worked with me on the latter bit, so the general purpose AI with systemic risks. It includes a bunch of external stakeholders, a bunch of external experts that were invited to write the code based on input from legal scholars, based on input from over 1,000 stakeholders over the course of sort of 4 drafting rounds. And it also included Rishi Bumasani, who wrote, was part of the people who wrote the transparency section. He'll be speaking after me as well. And so where is this sort of code of practice at the moment? So the thing that's happening at the moment is companies are choosing whether to voluntarily sign on to the code of practice. And then at the same time, the relevant parts of the EU bureaucracy, they are deciding whether they think that this code is adequate. So they're deciding whether they think that this code actually tells you how to comply with the relevant law. And then the thing that will happen next is that the AI office will probably use this, or they've said that they intend to use this as the basis of which they'll assess whether you're complying with the law, no matter whether you've signed the code or not. And then lastly, we might also see this turned into a standard, a sort of an official EU standard later down the line. And I guess also for context, the sort of relevant obligations in the AI Act, they start kicking into force. They start applying on August 2nd, so next week. And then also useful context is that the sort of relevant enforcement powers that the AI office, the regulator, has, they'll kick into force a year after that. And so in terms of these signatures, at the moment, we have OpenAI, Mistral, and Anthropic. They have said that they will sign this code of practice. And then Microsoft's President Brad Smith has said that they are likely to. Maybe there are others that just did it that I've missed. And so this code seems to have some traction. It seems like maybe this is the main way in which companies will decide or sort of will choose to decide how they will comply with the AI Act. What does it actually entail that you need to do? So again, I'll focus just on this part on the GPI with systemic risk, on the sort of most advanced models. So in short, it takes inspiration from existing industry practice. It follows a similar logic to the frontier AI safety commitments signed by many leading AI companies, including 2 Chinese companies. And it's also similar to some of the recent voluntary commitments from CNESTA and CIACT as well. And so in short, companies need to have high-quality framework in place where that says how they intend to decide whether the risk from their models is acceptable or not. And then they will say how they will test their models, how they will assess their models to see whether they are indeed hitting that level of risk or not. And so, for example, they might say that they consider a 10 times increase in cybercrime as a result of their models is not acceptable. And then they will explain how they intend to test whether they are, in fact, imposing that much risk on society or not. And then when they place their model on the market, then they will send a model report to the AI office that explains why they think that indeed the model poses acceptable risk. And to get a sense of what these frameworks can look like, you can also look at this recent Frontier AI risk management framework from the Shanghai AI Lab as well. And so they need to do this sort of risk assessment. They need to do sort of the full risk assessment where they really see whether they think that risk is acceptable or not. They need to do that before sort of important moments. So for example, important updates of the model or when they first place it on the market. And then they need to do continuous work as well, sort of continually running evaluations on their models to see whether it's indeed looking okay. And then this is a picture of sort of the simple picture of sort of the process that they need to go through when they decide whether risk is acceptable. Basically, you need to run some tests, and then if it looks like your model doesn't have acceptable risk, then you need to put in place mitigations, and then you go around the circle again, and you see whether you think that now risk is looking okay. But what risks do you actually need to go through this process for? Well, the code says, firstly, that you need to put effort into understanding the risks of your models. You need to put effort into figuring out which are the risks that really, really matter for your particular models. So taking into account research, taking into account what you've learned from your previous models. But there are also some risks where you need to go through this process, that the code thinks these are ones that will always be relevant for the most advanced models. And so that's for chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear risk. So for example, enabling terrorists to carry out such attacks. It's for cyber offensive risks. So for example, enabling groups to commit more cybercrime. It's loss of control of AI systems. This might, for example, be the risk of an AI system escaping from its data center onto the internet and sort of doing autonomous replication maybe. It's risk from harmful manipulation. For example, if a company is sort of intentionally trying to get people very addicted to their product. And so companies need to look at these risks and figure out what acceptable levels of risk for these would be and keep below those levels. There's also other important aspects of the code of practice that are useful to be aware of. So companies need to have external parties evaluate their models under certain circumstances to provide more accountability. It has some requirements for public transparency, and companies are also required to have sufficient cybersecurity to counteract attempts of theft from cybercrime groups, for example. It also requires them to track and report serious incidents. So for example, if a model was involved in someone's suicide, and it also requires companies to allocate responsibility within the organization in some appropriate manner as well. So for example, by setting up an internal audit team. And yeah, I think we're only starting to see and understand the risks from these frontier AI systems, and these systems are developing very, very quickly. And so we've done our best in the code of practice to make sure that it's future-proof. The way that we've done this is we've tried to make sure that the language is outcome-oriented. So it's mainly focused on this concept of try to make sure that risk is kept to an acceptable level. And then what that is will change over time as we learn more. But that won't be enough. So I think another thing that will be very important is having the regulator, having the AI office clarify things over time. They will issue guidance. They will enforce the AI Act, and thereby we will learn what might be acceptable and not. And then lastly, the AI office has also said that they intend to update the code every now and then. So that might be, they'll have a look at whether the code needs to be updated at least every 2 years, hopefully more often than that. And I'll just close briefly by saying that I think that having these kinds of conversations, I think is really, really quite important because I think a lot of the sort of risks that come from these models, a lot of the risks that come from these systems, they are global in nature. But I also think that some of the solutions that companies implement will also need to be global. Because if I'm a company and I assess the risks from my models for the EU market, for example, I will have learned things about the risks that my models pose also in China, also in the US. And also, likewise, when I start putting in place mitigations to, for example, reduce the amount of the ability for people to use my models to hack into government systems, for example, those mitigations will also be helpful in other jurisdictions. And so I think it's important that we make sure that there is some kind of harmonization between how we implement these efforts to assess and mitigate risk globally, because otherwise, yeah, there'll be a lot of extra work created, and I think probably that will lead to a sort of higher risk than we would have otherwise. So thank you for being here, and thank you for listening to what I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. 下面，请允许我介绍第3位演讲嘉宾 Rishi Bomasani 博士。Rishi Bomasani， 斯坦福大学基础模型研究中心社会事务负责人，专注于基础模型的社会与经济影响研究，致力于推动基于实证的 AI 政策制定。曾担任加州前沿人工智能政策报告首席作者、欧盟通用型人工智能行为准则起草副主席，以及人工智能安全国际科学报告作者。Dr. Rishi, thank you for being with us. I'll pass the floor to you.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be here, and today I will talk about some of the recent work we have been doing in California. So much in the spirit of what Marcus just talked about, I have been very interested in how we can bridge the gap between scientific expertise, and policy in the AI domain. In particular, what I will tell you about is how we have been doing this in California. And the first question I want to raise is, why should you care about what's happening in California? Well, first, there's the obvious reasons we all know, which is that California is a home of innovation in the United States and around the world. But the point I wanted to highlight is perhaps one that some of you may not know, which is that California is also the site of major regulatory attention at the state level within the United States. And so especially under the conditions where federal legislation and policy may be difficult, California has often played this role. So a concrete instance of that you can see is in the context of privacy. So there is no analog in the US of, say, GDPR like there is in the EU, but California at the state level does have digital privacy law. And we have seen this play out more recently in the AI context with a number of pieces of legislation passing in California this past legislative cycle. So 17 bills were put into law. So the report I want to tell you about is in particular a response to one of those bills that came out of California last year. So this is a bill, SB 1047, that was proposed in the legislature last year. And it moved through the legislature and then ultimately was vetoed by California's Governor Gavin Newsom. So this bill covered sort of safety in various senses for frontier AI, many of the similar kinds of models that Marcus was just talking about. And in particular, in response to that bill, the governor of California created a working group, and what I will tell you about is the report that this working group has produced. So it includes Don Song, who spoke earlier today, and a number of others across Stanford, Berkeley, and the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. So this report is a report that we developed over the course of about 9 months, releasing it in its final form last month. The report began with the authors, but then was sent out to a number of independent experts for feedback. Ultimately, we published the first version of the report and then solicited broader public feedback. And then we received a significant feedback to which we ultimately arrived at the final version of the report, which is what I'm about to tell you about. So the report covers a series of topics, the first of which is how we can learn from evidence in the form of history. So of course, many of the developments we are seeing with frontier AI are things that are happening in real time, and so it's important that we draw upon history. There are 3 lessons I want to highlight from this report. So the first is about how the early decisions we make in any particular domain are particularly formative for how that domain proceeds. So a concrete instance of that we can learn from the history of the internet is in the early days of the internet, so in the 90s, for example, we saw some of the first evidence of cybercrime and cyber attacks with the Morris worm. Ultimately, we didn't have any significant policy response at that time, and therefore, as a result, now 30 years later, we continue to see significant cybercrime estimated somewhere between 1% to 4% of the GDP. The second is on the value of transparency in the governance of technologies and other products. So in particular, in the case of tobacco, in the 50s, we saw significant evidence about the relationship between tobacco and smoking and harm and disease, including cancer. But what was done at that time in response was to have fairly minimal transparency. So a single line was required to be added to cigarettes and other tobacco-based products. Ultimately, it would take multiple decades thereafter to see a larger public response after far deeper transparency was required into the harms of tobacco. The final piece here, which goes to something Yoshio mentioned this morning, is the importance of acknowledging expertise of industry, but also having mechanisms for its independent verification. So in particular, in the 60s, in climate, we began to accumulate some evidence within leading companies in the energy space on the impacts of this industry on climate. But this work ultimately did not really materialize in the public eye until multiple decades later. and the mechanisms for external parties to verify it really did not come about until much later. So that was what we wanted to draw upon historically. Now, the frame of the report is to really think about what evidence-based policy would look like in the AI domain. And one of the key insights, again, building on Yasha's report that we heard about this morning, is that policymakers face an evidence dilemma. That is, there might be cost to acting early, given the incomplete evidence we might have today, but there may also be costs of acting too late, especially given some of the severity of the types of harms we are talking about. So with that in mind, the key idea this report tries to advance is how can policy actively catalyze the generation of new evidence? And so what I want to tell you about is 4 mechanisms we go through in the report for doing this in particular. So the first is on disclosure from frontier AI companies to the government, but especially to the public. The reason we focus on public-facing disclosure is that many of the broader stakeholders who might act on the information might not be siloed within governments. And we in particular highlight some areas where past research has identified systemic opacity in the AI industry at present. The second topic we talk about is whistleblower protections. So there are in the United States a variety of whistleblower protections that employees in the private sector may be eligible for. Notably, these protections currently do not cover, in most cases, actions by the company that are themselves not illegal, right? So in the AI space, given that there is very little existing regulation that makes certain things illegal in relation to AI, the resultant whistleblower protections, or protections for employees trying to identify things happening within companies, might themselves also be limited. And this is what we highlight in the report. The third is a theme we've heard throughout today about the value of third-party risk assessment. Here, the specific thing I want to highlight is current barriers that are preventing third-party risk assessment. So in particular, many of the leading frontier AI companies and AI companies more generally have policies in terms of service when you use their tools that by design are trying to limit the malicious use of these tools. But this may also mean that good faith AI researchers trying to identify vulnerabilities and the like may also be violating these terms of service and therefore be susceptible to legal action. And so we talk about how there could be safe harbors. So by analogy, in the US, about 20 years ago in cybersecurity, we developed similar safe harbors to protect researchers trying to identify cyber vulnerabilities. And the final point is related to the incident reporting topic Marcus just mentioned. So here we talk about incident reporting or adverse event reporting. So many of the mechanisms we discuss in AI safety are really about thinking about how we can understand the technology prior to its deployment. But it's equally important when we deploy these general purpose technologies to see what we can do after its deployment. And so in particular, how can we accumulate the evidence base of adverse events and incidents? And so here we draw upon some of the work in other domains where adverse event reporting has been done, such as in the domain of vaccines, aviation, and transportation. The final topic I want to highlight is a topic that any jurisdiction will encounter in trying to contemplate policy, which is the topic of scoping. That is, which entities are and are not in scope of the policy. So in many domains, the approach we have seen in many jurisdictions, that is to use compute. So as Marcus mentioned, some very compute-intensive models might be in scope of the EU AI Act's GPI with systemic risk categorization. What we wanted to look at is alternatives, in addition to compute, as ways of distinguishing which entities may and may not fall in scope of a policy. And we arrived at a principle which I want to highlight here, which is that when possible, designing a policy so that the threshold, the criterion by which entities are in scope matches the actual objectives of the policy, having alignment between those two elements of the policy is particularly useful. So with that, I want to wrap up and again highlight sort of 3 top-level things I'd like you to take away from this presentation. So the first is that California is an important jurisdiction to pay attention to, not merely because of its importance in the innovation ecosystem in the United States, but also because of its role in the regulatory ecosystem in the United States. In particular, what we have done in this report and what we'll see in the coming few months in the legislative calendar at the state level in the US is developments where this report is posed to really try to bridge the gap between scientific evidence and policy making in real time in the US and in California. And the key idea I want to drive home is that policymakers are often facing this challenge where this technology is moving rapidly, and there is a lot we might like to know about this technology that would inform the decisions we make. With that in mind, a key idea here is that policy need not passively wait for evidence to accumulate and wait for other parties to figure that out, but rather create the conditions and incentives to actively drive its generation to ultimately inform future, more substantive policy. So with that, thank you. I'm very excited for the rest of this event.
Thank you, Dr. Rishi. 接下来的环节将聚焦大模型企业风险管理实践。我们将首先邀请3位中外大模型公司的代表，每人进行5分钟的闪电演讲，之后再开始圆桌讨论的环节。首先，请允许我介绍第一位闪电演讲嘉宾 Dan Hendricks 博士。Dan Hendricks， 人工智能安全中心主任。XAI 和 Scale AI 安全顾问，拥有加州大学伯克利分校人工智能博士学位。他在深度学习和 AI 安全领域都做出过突出贡献，并出版《人工智能安全伦理与社会导论》教科书。Dr. Hendricks, it's great to have you again. The floor is yours.
Fantastic. Okay, hello. Glad to be here. So I'll speak about XAI's risk management policy or framework draft from earlier this year and adjustments that'll be made around the corner. So basically, there's plenty of evidence, and that we had it even last year, that the bio capabilities were getting very severe. So although people claim there wasn't evidence and tried sabotaging legislation on that basis, a lot of the AI companies were formulating their own risk management frameworks to be addressing these risks, and so I should like to speak about that. In particular, I'll focus on the 2 main components of the risk management framework, namely malicious use and loss of control. So with malicious use, as was discussed in an earlier session, this is dealing with things like chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear weapons, as well as cyber capabilities. And for loss of control, there are risks we can mitigate with respect to deception, some types of bias in value systems, things like that, as well as containment, although we don't get at all of these sorts of risks, which maybe I'll speak about somewhat on the panel with loss of control. So we are looking at primarily bio and cyber for malicious use. Why? Well, with bio, the barriers to entry are very low, as well as for cyber. And when trying to, meanwhile, for nuclear, the barriers to entry are much higher. And so you can't really constrict the capabilities of great powers that much. AI is not really amplifying those sorts of risks as much. So that's one reason why there's less of a focus on, for instance, nuclear. Separately, there are reasons to delegate that out to, for instance, the Department of Energy. So what we do here in the earlier version of the risk management framework is primarily look at what the capabilities are. The capabilities are basically already crossing thresholds of relevance and have been for a while, such that it's basically, say, around the time of the reasoning models, such that, so when SB 1047 would have gone into effect, it would have been basically perfectly timed. But that aside, let's see, so with the virology capabilities test and these other things, now we're looking more at refusal thresholds. Are we refusing a sufficient number of the queries? Are the safeguards sufficiently robust? So policy isn't, is the threshold, is the model's capability crossing a threshold? It's instead, are our refusal mechanisms good enough? And you could have imagined those safeguards being actually implemented years ago, for instance. Even before the capabilities were in place, you didn't need to generate evidence and forestall creating incentives for AI companies to mitigate their risks or reduce exposure to risks until the risks are basically at a severe or high level, and then you start exploring what the mitigations are. You want to incentivize them before the fact. So a lot of the exposure to those risks actually, and a lot of these safeguards could have been made a long time ago. There's a variety of different mitigation measures. I had spoken about KYC or managed access being one of the main ways, in addition to turn off filters for these systems. Then there's loss of control. Basically, AI systems can lie. They can have misaligned values, and so we have a variety of measures for those. One, for instance, is the mask benchmark, where we're seeing our AI saying things that are different from their beliefs. So if you have an AI saying something that's totally ridiculous and factually incorrect, like for instance, if it's saying that Paris is in Antarctica or something like that, or that's obviously incorrect. It knows better because it's so smart on all these other sorts of domains. So if in every other subject it's saying the correct, true thing, and when it's pressured to lie, if it's pressured to assert a falsehood, that is suggestive that it is saying something that it doesn't hold to be true in basically any other context, and we'll basically call that a lie. So we measure this sort of lying rate, and most of the AI models have very high rates of that. So these are some of the things we're doing in the risk management framework. Since the EU AI Act comes into effect very shortly, we shall update this, all of these changes over the past months very quickly to reflect the focus on refusal instead of capability for risk management, as well as add additional categories such as manipulation, as the EU AI Act asks for. So, so stay tuned. Hopefully in a week or so, you'll see some of the updates I was describing.
Thank you, Dr. Hendricks. 接下来为我们带来闪电演讲的嘉宾是傅宏宇老师。傅宏宇，阿里研究院人工智能治理中心主任、数据经济研究中心主任兼阿里巴巴集团科技伦理委员会研究组负责人，长期从事人工智能治理与数据研究政策研究，主持国家社会基金重大项目子课题，参与联合国数据治理工作组及工信部重点实验室研究。欢迎傅宏宇老师。
因为今天是一个国际化的论坛，所以这个主办方要求我照顾我们的这个国际的听众，所以我就用一段中文开场，然后我后面就用英文。So I'll be switching to English. I think a couple of speakers, distinguished speakers, just talk about our Chinese standard making process, as well as GPI and the US requirements on the AI safety. So as a kind of international company based in China, we have our own understanding of how to make AI safe and responsible, and I'll be following on this track to talk about some of Alibaba's practice on AI safety. So first of all, I want to give a very quick impression. This is the index from HAI from Stanford, which here China has been considered to be the top, where the AI has been received and people have the trust. I think this is part of the, on the right, you see the very comprehensive legislative and standard framework that we have in place about AI safety. So this is the first place we feel that the safety has been mandated by the state, and our companies have been cooperating with and enforcing those standards to make sure that our AIs are responsible and safe. Of course, I think Alibaba, the one major aspect of Alibaba's AI is that we are a cloud company. So we have cloud plus AI collaborative development and we open source our models full scale and full models. So generally, we're committed to inclusive innovation and firmly embracing model open source. So right now, Queen has become the world's largest open source model family. And within the open source ecosystem, we believe that we have to enhance safety of our models because the issues about the safety of open source models has to be resolved comparing to closed source models. So, but we believe that by opening up the models, actually it lowers the threshold for people to understand about the models as well as the safety issues of the models. So open source not only lowers the threshold for using the models, but actually makes the models more transparent. So you can understand about the issues of models and you can make better adjustment to that. And of course, we have our own, we have developed our AI governance principles and goals. We have incorporated both the requirement from the Chinese laws and standards, as well as global AI safety policies. So generally, we bring all this into our framework. We developed our principles as safety, reliability, trustworthiness, and usability. Because our business encompasses a lot of scenarios, from e-commerce platforms to cross-border trade, as well as cloud services. So we consider that these principles to be encompassing and compatible with different kind of requirements across different jurisdictions. And we have developed our internal ethics review governance system. We started this governance system actually back to 2021. Actually, we started building up our ethics review committee before we've been developing our foundation models. So right now, our ethics governance system has been fully implemented within our core AI businesses with 100% completion of tech ethics review or case filing. So generally, we have all of our models applications being reviewed by our ethics review team. And this is a general view of our Alibaba's AI and plus cloud safety practice, because in the middle, we have our Queen model families, but under that, we have our Bailian platform where we will support our models, where we deploy our models. So we'll provide a lot of security measures from information security, from internal safety, from applications safety, as well as data safety. And we also have our module evaluation team, and we are actually building up the first, I think it's first in China, the ethical red teams, because we have our safety red teaming all the ways, but we are building up ethical red teamings, because we see that now the models not only face safety issues, they face how to answer the questions more ethically. So it's not just a right or wrong answer. It's a better answer, more ethically, more aligned to human values. Of course, we have our, from the top, we have our full life cycle data collection and processing requirements. Finally, we also open our safety practices. On the left, you see that we open our safety benchmark, we call SEVA, which is a benchmark will be automatic and adaptive test generation for benchmarking safety evaluation of large language models, which considered to be we have a reward by the ministry, saying that it actually helps a lot of companies to lower the barriers for their safety work, and we keep publishing our safety practices, our understandings, using the form of white papers. We have been doing this for 3 years, and now we are doing the 4th version. And those white papers are all in English, and which can be downloaded from the website. So overall, we think that we have we want to move forward into the AI era. We're committed to ensure a safe, reliable, and trustworthy AI technology system, providing solid guarantee and core driving force for global high-quality development in the intelligent era. Okay, that's all of my report. Thank you.
感谢傅老师的精彩发言。3位闪电演讲的嘉宾是包晨福老师。包晨福，百度杰出架构师，安全技术委员会主席，负责百度集团安全技术体系建设，重点关注人工智能安全技术的研究和应用，参与制定多项 AI 安全领域重要国家标准，并获得20余项国内外授权专利，担任中国人工智能产业联盟安全治理委员会副主任委员。让我们欢迎包老师上台。
好，感谢这个安远 AI 的邀请啊，傅老师给我压力很大啊，但是我还是决定先用中文，一会儿再说啊。我呢可能是全场唯一一个来自于这个企业啊，同时又是从事系统和网络安全工作的。那今天呢，我就从我的视角来谈一下我们的这个 AI 的安全的体系建设。那从一个安全人，尤其是做系统安全人的视角来看，其实我是蛮焦虑的哈，因为现在的 AI 系统相比于传统系统，我觉得面临2大非常核心的安全挑战。那我其实做了很多年的这个传统的系统那传统系统它的安全性其实很明确比如说我们经常研究的这个漏洞和 bug 它其实一目了然，而且相应的这个方法，比如说程序分析模糊测试、形式化方法等等，这些都非常的成熟。但是当我们面对 AI 系统的时候，其实这些原来的方法基本上都无法去适用。那当然也有一些前沿研究在研究相关的一些比如说可解释性方法、可监控性方法等等当然这些方法呢都还处于非常非常早期的探索阶段那整个的 AI 系统内在安全性目前也没有一个成熟的方法去保障。那第2个挑战就是对抗的存在进一步加剧了 AI 系统的安全的风险以往我们其实这个图基本上所有人可能都见过差不多10年了但是最近见到的越来越少。为什么？因为 AI 真的是从学术界从 paper 开始走向了现实。未来我们可能很少看到这个学术的这个图片了那说明这个 AI 的广泛应用在持续的提升攻击的价值我们都知道攻击的动机其实是很重要的。那第2个，从技术的手段来讲，那攻防的对抗手段也持续的升级上午那个周博文老师也提到了。那各种的安全的手段其实不断的被新型的攻击所攻破，那其实攻防它是存在一个天然的这个不对等性，那进一步加剧了这种安全的风险。那其实面对这种 AI 系统的一方面是内在的这种安全隐患以及对抗的态势升级，那我们如何的去有效应对相关的风险呢？那我们安全里边有一句话就是没有完美的安全，那我们做安全的通常都是以体系化的工程思路来进行这个 AI 的安全建设。那我们会积极的和模型团队和我们的 AI 团队去协同大家去共同的去明确当前的现实风险。那我们以这个风险为导向呢，我们以系统治理的方式去建立一个安全的基线，同时我们通过持续的攻防对抗进行牵引提升我们的安全的水位。那最后呢，我们希望做到这种全生命周期的一个安全保障。那么我们具体来讲呢，做了4个大的比较主要的工作。那第一个呢，就是基线的安全我们会基于持续的对风险的一个持续的评估，然后通过我们的 AI DevSecOps 进行这个流程上的卡位，包括设立供应链模型、代码等等多个层面的一个安全的准入标准。那我们也会持续的投入模型安全以及代码安全相关的研究包括我们正在积极的研发如何利用大模型的技术去赋能代码相关的安全那这部分就时间关系不多介绍了。那第2个呢，就是纵深防御，这是安全里边非常重要的概念那我们除了在AI 的基线的基础之上，我们希望进一步提升它的安全的能力，尤其是提升它面对对抗攻击时候的安全的能力。所以我们研发了一系列的这个护栏的模型，包括针对模型层风险的护栏模型，以及针对系统层风险的防火墙模型，还有针对这种复杂未知风险的一些异常检测模型与这个传统的这个 AI 系统形成一套纵深防御的体系去实现能力之间的互补和协同。那第3个就是红蓝对抗，那安全的本质就是持续的动态的对抗。那我们也是建立了 AI 和安全专家的一个协同的团队通过共同的研发人工测试的方法，以及一些自动化的红队工具，比如说基于大模型的 fuzzing 的工具等等我们持续的去开展在真实风险场景下的攻防的对抗形成这样的攻防闭环。 那最后一个呢，就是主动防御。那我们不仅需要做到对安全事件能够做及时的响应处置，更重要的是我们要知道谁正在用我们的模型，谁有可能在滥用我们的模型。所以我们要持续的投入在这个多维的安全画像的建立上啊，我们通过账号、IP、设备、行为等等的维度进行综合的关联分析啊，对于我们的所有的滥用的行为进行一个刻画。同时，我们利用我们的 AI 威胁情报啊，从全网实时的去抓取啊，实时的智能分析，去分析可能存在的这个风险的情况啊，从这种被动的响应啊，再迈向主动的防御。那我们的一个特点就是我们的体系化的安全实践啊，实际上是在整个通过安全的生态的合作，驱动了整个行业的一个发展。那我们也是积极投入到了这个国家相关的标准的建设当中啊，我们也是参与了国家的这个标准，而且是在所有企业里边是排名第一。那我们也是参与了这个行业自律公约的发布。那还有一个特点就是我们还积极的把我们自己的实践赋能到产业啊，我们把我们的实践呢打造成了一个可复制的解决方案啊，提供给整个产业里边的很多个企业啊，目前已经服务了超过40家的这个企业，帮助他们建设自己的安全体系。那最后呢一句话呢就是 AI 仰望星空啊，安全脚踏实地。AI 在很多人看来是魔法，但安全绝对不是啊，安全它需要的是非常持续的脚踏实地的工作啊，需要体系化的建设啊，才能护航 AI 向更高更远的天空去发展啊。谢谢大家。
谢谢包老师。接下来我们进入到这个主题的圆桌讨论环节，请允许我介绍参加本场圆桌讨论的嘉宾，他们是 Rebecca Finlay， 人工智能伙伴关系组织首席执行官，美国科学促进会会士。他在民间社会、产业界和科研机构拥有丰富的领导经验，是最早发起人工智能社会治理多方合作倡议的国际专家之一。参加本场圆桌的还有 Dan Hendricks、傅红宇老师和包晨福老师。Now I will invite everybody to step onto the stage, please. 担任本场圆桌主持的是安远 AI 国际治理高级研究经理周杰胜，有请。
Welcome, everyone. Thanks so much to Mr. Fu, Dr. Hendricks, and Mr. Bao for your enlightening presentations. It's great to see how companies are trying to develop these multi-layer defenses for potential AI risks. And we're also very thrilled to welcome Ms. Finlay with your expertise on industry best practices. So I think everyone here understands that AI developers play an important role in safety, given that you are the ones developing the technology. At the same time, some in the audience may wonder whether or not institutions that are motivated primarily by profit can ultimately make decisions around ensuring safety. And so we're going to explore some of those tensions today, starting from a more micro level of transparency. So many regard transparency as a critical aspect of AI safety, which helps governments, civil society, the public better understand what's going on and better understand how to deal with it. Maybe let's start with Ms. Finlay here. So the Partnership on AI recently wrote a report on transparency requirements for foundation models across various frameworks, including the US Executive Order, the EU AI Act, and the Seoul Commitments. In your view, what information about foundation models is it essential to have all AI companies disclose, and how do you think we can better harmonize that across different frameworks?
Well, first of all, let me begin by saying thank you for having me here today. It's been a pleasure to listen to the talks. And by the way, I would strongly recommend that you read the report. It was written by some of the senior policy folks on the PAI team. And the key takeaway from the report is really, I think, what Marcus, you were saying at the end of your remarks, which is simply that how do we think about all of the different frameworks that are being created across different jurisdictions, all the way from the G7 through to the EU, through to Seoul? What does good look like in terms of the basics of those frameworks? How do we ensure they're interoperable? And at the end of the day, start to set a standard upon which we can all build much more responsible systems moving forward, but then also adapt over time and iterate to ensure that those frameworks are staying up with the pace of the technology as well. When I think about the importance of transparency, and I often say transparency is necessary but not sufficient, right? It's sort of the first step in accountability. I was just reading Neil Lawrence's book. I don't know if anybody has read it, The Atomic Human. I highly recommend it. But there's a moment there where he refers to Mike Tyson, the boxing heavyweight champion, who was asked how he was planning to defeat the individual he was going up against in the upcoming match. And they said, "What is your plan?" And he said, "Well, a plan is good until you get punched in the mouth." And I feel as if that is the way in which we need to be thinking about AI responsibility. Maybe not the most pleasant way to think about it. But that is, what do you need to be doing to planning? So that's all the pre-deployment transparency work, all of the things that we think about in those pre-release systems cards that are developed. How was the data collected? What is the data? What are the evaluations that have been done? But once that's been done, then the models get released out into the world. And so what do we need to be doing post-deployment to really better understanding about all of the ways in which they are actually interacting with the world and the challenges they're finding? And there, I think, the progress that we've seen around incident reporting over the last couple of years and the real desire to ensure that that is embedded within these frameworks is going to be a core piece in terms of better understanding what is happening and how we need to respond. And then third, and this was something interesting, Dan, I was thinking about in terms of your denial approach, I think it is really important for companies to be giving us much more information about how their systems are being used and what is in fact happening both from their consumer applications of those systems, but also enterprise applications of those systems, so we can better understand how in fact they are interacting with the world and therefore what new potential frameworks or regulation is required.
Thanks so much, Ms. Finlay. So now maybe going to Mr. Fu and Dr. Hendricks from the approach of companies, how would you approach transparency for cutting-edge models, particularly around how you think about sharing information about safety testing and safeguards around the models? Maybe let's start with Mr. Fu.
Okay, thank you. I think it's a very fundamental question about transparency, from the corporate side, because as from my report, I've introduced Alibaba's approach to make our safety work more transparent. I think it's we have the first thing about transparency, from my view, is that first we are a company who been devoted to open source AI development. By open source does not mean that we just open weights. I think there is a kind of a misunderstanding about open source AI is that they compare open source AI to open source code, and they have the name that, well, there's kind of an open source washing or something that they're judging what's your intent to open source that. So I think, of course, there are a lot of stories about open source and AI, but one of the benefit of open sourcing AI is that, well, it lowers the threshold for people to understand AI. Of course, the safety, a lot of safety issues involving transparency is that people don't understand what is going on. It's not being heavily tested. But what is the best way to test a model? Is to make more people use that. By using the models is the best way to test the models. Of course, there are a lot of centralized ways to test the model, but the best way is for all the users to test that and to have a mechanism to restore the information flow within the community. I think this is very important for the future of transparency, to look at the transparency not on a top-down or bottom-up flow, but from a collaborative method to make sure that it's transparent. And this is one way to look at transparency in AI. And another way to look at it is that what not only the state wants or the regulators want, but what the end users want, how to make sure they understand about the safety. I think this is something about my comment on the uncontrollable risk is that, most of the uncontrollable risk happened in AI application is that the people delegate too much power to AI. Not the AI intentionally escape the human's command. Is that we lack the AI literacy. We kind of entrust the AI too much where we do not want to put that. We put AI into the safety critical circumstances. When we drive the cars, we left the AI to drive and we sleep on the driver's seat. That is out of control. And that kind of out of control actually is doing more damages than those being envisioned by so-called out of control because of misalignment or so-called reward hacking. So I think transparency should be has a user base, means that information should be free flow, and for companies like us, we want to make sure that our customers know about that. We not only make sure that our regulators know about our practices. We want the international audience know about our practices. Of course, you may say that we are not doing that enough, but we are trying our best. Of course, and there are a lot of miscommunications across the borders, but we are trying our best to accommodate different kind of requirements. So this is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, do you want to, Dr. Hendricks.
Okay. I'll try and keep this under a minute so we can get to lots of questions. I think when we're thinking about transparency, we're not thinking about it at this sort of weight level necessarily, because people, if they test it, if we find that there is a too severe of a hazard, then you want to be able to pull the model back. So although an early version of Grok was released, this isn't necessarily this doesn't have a reversibility property to it compared to we got to take the model down or we got to adjust it and things like that. There are no takebacks. So we're then thinking of transparency largely in this sort of paperwork reporting requirement type of things. And the EU AI Act takes care of that. So I think most of the debate about what are your risk thresholds, what are your what are some of your policies, what's your safety case, what's your model card, all this sort of stuff I think is a discussion or considerations that we're sort of moving past. And so now going forward, what are additional ways of being transparent beyond those asks? And I think that labs should start to be more radically transparent. So they should be keeping the publicly reasonably informed about what's going on internally, not just putting out a complimentary PDF giving some benchmark numbers at the time of release. So if there is a sort of breakthrough internally, the public should know about that very quickly. Because this is an experiment on the entire public, and the barrier, and if there are loss of control risks, and if there are substantial developments, the public should know very quickly instead of 6 months or substantially later. So I think that transparency discussion should go in the direction of radical transparency and AI companies trying to keep the public reasonably informed about what's going on with AI in general, not just with the model that was released several months after it was developed internally.
Thank you. And now I'd also like to ask Mr. Bao. So I think many people in the room might also know that Baidu recently open sourced your cutting edge model, ERNIE 4.5. And this was, I think, your first foundation model, cutting edge foundation model that was open sourced this way. So how did that open sourcing decision affect what safety and security safeguards you put in place and tested for?
Yeah, I think open sourcing ERNIE 4.5 is an important decision for us. We believe that by open sourcing the model, we can bring more value to the AI community. Before we made this decision, I think we carefully weighed the potential benefit against the potential risks. We would only open source it, but if we would be sure that the value is much higher than the risk. But of course, open sourcing to our security guy is a big challenge because we cannot deploy the defense in-depth strategies to the models. Yeah, we cannot use any platform levels defense strategy or mechanism. Yes. So what we can do is to make the model as secure as possible. We during the development stage and before the release, we did a lot of security tests and red teamings on it, and try to cover all the risks we have known. And we also invite many external experts to cover some scenarios that we may not know. And also we benchmarked our models against some major existing open source models on the market. So we want to make sure our model has higher safety and security benchmarks than baselines than the similar models. Yeah, and also after the release, we continue monitoring the potential risks and misuse using our threat intelligence network, and to make sure there's if there is a potential risk, we can quickly adjust our strategies in future releases, I think. So in general, our goal is to provide a secure enough model for everyone, can benefit from the AI, and we are welcome feedback from the AI community.
Thanks so much. Yeah, very interesting to hear about the transition. So now moving a bit to at the organizational level, I think maybe more foreign observers might not be familiar that China has this system of science and technology ethics reviews and science and technology committees, ethics committees within AI companies. I'd like to ask Mr. Bao and Mr. Fu to share a bit about how those committees work in practice in terms of their structure, decision-making, role within the company. Yeah, maybe Mr. Fu first.
Okay, I think it's a very important practice to make sure that all our AI products are ethical. So it's because an ethical review requirement actually was promulgated by the Ministry of Science and Technology, but have been enforced by the MIIT, which is the supervisor of AI industry. But we have established our Science and Technology Review Board. Before that, we established the mechanism before it is being mandatory required in China. So by that time, we feel that because of the different types of our businesses, the all-encompassing nature of our business and the amount of users, our algorithm, our data technology we may impact, that's before the large language model time. We feel that, well, we should not only ensure that all of our digital technologies were safe, but also be responsible, means that has to be ethical. As I mentioned that into the ethical practices, of course, we have the structured system. We have our ethics review board, which is led by the CTO, now is by, and we also have an external consulting board consisting of leading experts across different fields, like in public administration, in sociology, in psychology. And we feel that why we introduce external experts into ethics review is that as a company, we can have our safety benchmarks, but it's very difficult for us to have ethics benchmarks. Ethics are so encompassing into different part of the society, and most of the answers are not right or wrong. We have to choose the better answers, but our capacities, our expertise cannot encompass all these kind of scenarios. That's why we bring in a lot of external expertise into that. And of course, right now, as I mentioned, we cover 100% of our AI applications within our ethics review mechanism.
Is there anything you would like to add, Mr. Bao, about how Baidu's science and technology ethics works?
People may not know that Baidu, as a company, our mission is to use technology to make complex world simple. 中文就是用科技让复杂的世界更简单. Yeah. So we always think technology is a way to make everyone's life simpler and better. So ethics is always a big topic for us, but we need to make sure that from the execution level, yeah, it can keep us on the right way. So I think the committee is, I think, is a natural step for us. So this committee is started in 2023. Yeah, we also have a lot of people from different domains, also including external experts, and also we have people from our major product teams, and our chair is a senior executive, so that gives us a power to get things really done. Yeah, and so because we have many people from product team, so we can help them to address some ethics issues and questions in the development stage and design stage. And actually, we helped our many of our products, including our Qianfan large model platform and other AI products, to get the certificate of the ISO 42001 AI management. Yes, that includes the ethics part. Yeah, and we also give training to all of our staff. Yeah, and we host a knowledge base that there are many ethics answers to in case there are any questions. Yeah, so I think in Baidu, this is the community it's like a compass, yes, to keep us always on the right track, and yeah, and I think we can build technologies always fit our company's missions and values, I think. Thank you.
Thank you both. Yeah, it's very interesting to hear more about these processes. So maybe now going back to Ms. Finlay about, from your experience and talking with lots of different companies, what sorts of organizational management practices or company internal governance structures do you feel work well and don't when it comes to safety and deployment decisions for AI?
Well, we've just heard a lot of great examples of organizational processes that are in place. So I don't want to repeat that, because we always talk about the importance of having, yes, all of the technology and technical components right, but also making sure that you have the organizational and operational components right. And that means board engagement and board oversight, public disclosure and reporting. And so it's great to hear a number of the initiatives that are underway. I think I'll just add one point. And I was thinking about this yesterday when we were listening to Jeffrey Hinton speak. When I first came to know Jeff and his work, it was really outside of the norm. I mean, the story, right, of neural networks and deep learning was the reality that they couldn't get their papers published in the AI conferences of that time because it was not considered to have any academic or scientific merit and could not contribution to what was considered to be the leading edge. Well, now, of course, what is the dogma? Well, the dogma is deep learning, machine learning, reinforcement learning when we think about these things. So it really brought to mind for me the need for every organization to be, one, yes, continuously learning, but constantly looking for those very divergent and diverse perspectives that you just don't want to hear, but you need to hear in order to improve and to make sure that the work that you're doing continues to adapt and evolve as you go. I think a lot about all of the individuals here who are just starting their careers. Those are the people we need to be listening to as we think about how do we build this AI technology that really works for the next generation.
So a lot of people in the audience, then some pressure for you. Now, Dan, Dan, do you have any thoughts on what some limitations might be of existing corporate risk management structures when it comes to AI safety?
Yeah, sure. I'd like to also partly respond to the thing said. There's a challenge with ethics because it's very gray. There's some there isn't high consensus for it, and that's a problem. What we've found is that using concepts from law that aren't necessarily law, but concepts from law are a good basis for drawing the line and handling many different corner cases. So for instance, for harm, Harmfulness is a little vague. You know, is it no harm at all? You know, if it suggests the wrong medication, should it never then suggest any medications or anything like that? You know, if it makes an incorrect decision, that causes harm. So a standard could be, at least in U.S. law and a lot of tort law, is something like reasonable care. Do not be foreseeably causing harm of the sort that will wind you up in a civil court. And that seems like a good way. So it's not saying there should be no harm. It's basically, is it beyond is it foreseeable or more likely than that? And is it the sort of harm that winds you up in court? That's at least one place to be drawing the line, and maybe you want it to even be stricter than that. And for for alignment, what could alignment be? Well, there's a legal analog of fiduciary duties. We have fiduciaries like accountants and financial advisors and doctors and things like that, and they're to be acting on your behalf. And so that's another a source of legal inspiration. And there are other types of ethical requirements you could put on them, such as them not lying, for instance. So that's a sort of helpful, harmless, and honest. The helpful thing is fiduciary duties. Harmless is following reasonable care, and honest would be not overtly lying. Now, for limitations, of existing risk management structures, I mean, they don't particularly have teeth. Like, you write up the report and you put out the paperwork, and I think they don't have incentives to set the thresholds very strictly, for instance, or ways that actually minimize the risk. It's more of a function of what's the strength of our existing technological measures, and then we'll set the threshold above that. And then maybe if we improve it, then we'll set the threshold lower, but they can make it up as they go along, the AI companies. So I think that's a limitation of this, that basically none of the legislation has teeth or substantially changes incentives or gets them to seriously compete in actually reducing these risks. So I think a focus on transparency-only legislation is insufficient. And then an additional aspect in how they are limited is when you're having automated AI R&D, when that is possible, when AIs can do fully autonomous research and development, not just being an assistant, this isn't something risk management frameworks can take care of. You basically can't do that full throttle in any safe way. If you're having like nearly no human oversight over that process because there's a competitive race between companies or states, that can't be de-risked just from basic like safety engineering principles. You can't have a completely novel, fleet of AI agents. This is the first time you've done this. Millions or hundreds of thousands of them doing research for 6 months you don't want for competitiveness reasons, you don't want humans in the loop, because that will make it if another party takes humans out of the loop or has them even less in the loop, then they'll be more competitive. So you want it being at machine speed, not human speed. So I don't think that can be de-risked. So loss of control risks are not going to be de-risked by these risk management frameworks. You're needing something else that makes them not go down that route. They could come up with a sort of safety plan to try and make that safer, but they're lying to you. This is why the XI risk management framework does not include any sort of safety policy about what are we doing about a recursion and automated AI R&D loop, because it will not be de-risked. It will likely carry a double-digit percentage of going extremely haywire, and by haywire I mean everybody dying. It's important that these risk management frameworks not force these companies to lie about safety. I think a lot of the safety cases stuff also is just encouraging them to lie and say, oh yeah, it's safe, because of subjective judgment, even though they don't really think that. So I think these are some limitations of just trying to force some particular paperwork out of AI companies and using that as a basis of legislation when there's subjective elements, and some of the other elements they can't actually reduce the risks themselves. They shouldn't do it in the first place. So those are some limitations.
No, thank you. And I think it's important to point out sort of the difference between work that is sort of formalistic or sort of on paper versus actually meaningfully reducing risks. And so I think that dovetails very nicely into sort of a third topic around voluntary agreements and international national policy when it comes to AI safety. And we've seen a lot of companies sign these either national or international AI safety commitments, both in China with the AI Industry Alliance of China's AI safety commitments, as well as internationally with the Seoul Frontier AI Safety Commitments. So I'd like to explore first, maybe with Ms. Finlay, what do you think are some of the advantages and shortcomings of these voluntary processes so far? Do we want to expand them? Should we try to codify it into law instead? And how can we make sure that they're as substantive as possible and not formalistic in the ways that perhaps Dan is concerned about?
Well, yes, I think as Dan articulated, I mean, the strength and the weakness of voluntary frameworks is in the name voluntary frameworks. They're voluntary. And so the strength is perhaps that you can move more quickly. You can do some of the norm setting that needs to be done as technology evolves and develops. You can do some of that capacity building, both internally within firms, but also externally with policymakers and the broader community, because through a voluntary set of commitments, you're doing some of that definitional work to better understand where the lines exist and where regulation is needed and where it's not. That's the strength. And I think we have seen there are, the impact of some of that work in its ability to be deployed at speed. The weakness is that it's just one piece of a broader assurance and regulatory ecosystem. It can't be that it is the silver bullet that's going to solve all of the safety or risk management issues. It's just one piece. It should not stand in the way of formal regulation, which takes more time to put into place. I think, Rishi, the point you made about how does policy engage early in better understanding so that regulatory framework could, potentially be sped up is really an important piece of work and outcome from what you've been doing. But then there's also things like just what we have in other assurance ecosystems, like auditors, certifiers, all sorts of forms of external oversight that are required, licensing. We think about standards and technical standards. Yes, they take time, but they are, in some ways. So I think we need to think about them as one piece within a much broader framework of different levers that are going to drive safety and responsibility.
Thank you. And yeah, maybe for Mr. Fu and Mr. Bao, your companies have to comply both with some of the mandatory regulations. So China does have some mandatory regulations around generative AI. And in addition, both of your companies were signatories to the CICT AI safety commitments. So I'd like to ask how you see those as fitting in, maybe sort of similar to how Rebecca was talking about the mosaic of different measures, levers that you have. So how do you see this commitments as enhancing or going beyond your compliance with existing regulation? And for frontier AI safety issues such as misuse for biology, misuse for cyber, and loss of control, are regulations or voluntary commitments? Which of those is a better tool, do you think? Maybe let's start with Mr. Bao.
Thank you. I think the regulations and the commitments, they are both necessary for the safety. And I think they are a little bit different. I think the regulations is very suitable for some clear and known risks. And for the frontier risks, I think because the technology changes very fast. So I think the importance of the commitment is because it's driven by the industry leaders. I think we as the industry leaders, we actually know the technology best. And we know where the frontier risks come up. And maybe sometimes I think it's faster than the others. So the only thing is, do we lie? And how can other part of the world trust us as the industry leaders? So I think we should build more mechanism on the trust mechanism. I think so.
Thank you. What would you add, Mr. Fu?
Just add some points about the voluntary commitment, because I think the magic about voluntary commitment is it is voluntary, and when it keeps voluntary, actually it has a lot of attractives to industry players, because it's first, I think
the most important thing is it's flexible. It can be updated, right? And it can be updated ad hoc or systematically. But for legislations or regulations, you cannot do that. Once it becomes mandatory, the process of changing a mandatory requirements encompasses a lot of struggle. And that kind of creates a lot of, disorientation between the industry needs, what the public needs, and the regulation. So voluntary commitment actually serves as a buffer between this, what the industry wants, what the public needs, and what the regulators are looking at. So in one of my theories, I would say that in AI governance, we are facing a state where we have so-called common ignorance. Means that it's not about information asymmetry between the regulators and the companies being regulated. Even we being transparent, we open up everything. We still don't know what is in the future. We still don't have the idea how to deal with this kind of risks. So I think voluntary commitment or any kind of a, you can call it kind of a voluntary participation or any kind of mechanism which can bring us together, align all the interests of the industry or the public and the regulators to facing those challenges. I think they will be welcome. So that's my first point. And second point about voluntary commitment, right now I think especially during this conference, is we see that our understandings about safety and our need to make AI safer are converging across the borders. So, back to last year, we have a lot of disagreement, but right now we see more agreement from China, from our foreign guests. We understand that we have to do that, but still we have to find a way to navigate through the fog, the uncharted waters. It's not one way will be better. It's just that we have to collaborate. So voluntary commitment actually, not only from the industry, I think voluntary commitment from other stakeholders will bring more harmony into international governance, will bridge the gaps between the fragmented governance structure that we have and maybe into a more converged governance framework in the future, internationally, yeah.
Thanks so much. No, I totally agree, and I think it is clear from this panel that there actually is a lot of agreement across borders around the role and the benefits and sort of areas to be improved upon for voluntary commitments. Maybe in this section, the last question for Dr. Hendricks is, so we have the EU AI Act, which is going to affect a lot of companies around the world. We have existing voluntary commitments. Where would you like to see these sort of AI safety, national, international measures go next?
Well, so I mentioned radical transparency earlier. So that could look like them having a public dashboard where that's updated, say, every 2 weeks, where you see the performance of their best internal models on various measures, so that there is a very small lag time of what's happening and or what's happening internally and what the public is aware of. This is because AI will be the most interesting and important topic to society during this decade, and so I think we should be moving in the direction of people knowing what's going on as it's happening. And I think there should be additional requirements of AI developers to do things like have better model containment measures when they're more agential. Some of them might get loose, or some people might try and maliciously use them or instruct them to do bad things. So I think that there needs to be a substantial increase in containment. Just as you have for animals, you put them in cages. You have, tigers go in cages naturally. You have AI agents that can do cyber offensive stuff that can destroy critical infrastructure and make bioweapons. I think you should add some more containment and stronger monitoring things. So I think in the future as well, just other things like teeth, directly changing incentives, making AI developers internalize some of their externalities is common sense. I think the main people against it are careerists and big tech. But the right and the left populists, for instance, all think that's very obvious and sensible that AI developers should have some responsibility for developing safeguards that are more robust. So I think in the direction of radical transparency and more containment and liability clarification. Those all seem useful ways. That still doesn't get at, for instance, that automated AI research and development issue that I mentioned, though, which these AI companies will be pressured to pursue, and they might try and do that in a full throttle way with almost no human oversight, lest it reduce their competitiveness. That's a different problem. I don't know if that's as regulatory. That is more of a US-China coordination challenge. So I wrote about that in Superintelligence Strategy with Eric Schmidt and the former Google CEO and Alex Wang, the head of AI at Meta, for how the US and China could potentially coordinate and verify that they're not proceeding to fully automate AI R&D with minimal human oversight. So I'd encourage checking that out. But so those are some potential directions where things could improve. Verification at an international level, and then more domestically, radical transparency, containment, and liability clarification.
Thank you. Very interesting suggestions. So we just have a little bit of time left. Maybe let's just go around 30 to 60 seconds. What is one thing that you have learned from other companies or from maybe industry at large about how to improve how you or your organization can do better on AI safety? So maybe let's start first with Mr. Fu.
Okay, so during this conference, actually, we talk a lot about AI safety. I think, right now, I think the governance of AI actually is, we have changed, a theory on that. Actually, we are facing a complex system. I think that's something that we are facing. So we talk a lot about rule-based policies being incompatible with this kind of system. So I think in the future, I think all the stakeholders should come together and understand this complex system of AI, the technology itself, the development of technology, and the application into society. And the application will be a complex system as well. So I think I really is calling for more participation, not only to the technology itself, but to the applications, and using complex system theory as a foundation for future governance.
Thank you. Mr. Bao?
I think the AI industry should take a more important or a leader role in the future AI safety. So I would like to see the AI companies, these AI industry leaders, that does not just have agreement. We should have more realistic, real collaboration. Yeah, agreement is easy, but collaboration is hard. And recently, I've read a paper from many industry leaders like Google, OpenAI, Anthropic. Yeah, and then is also in the author list is about how to monitor the COT, yeah, to enhance the AI safety. I think it's a very good start, and that really impressed me. And I look forward to have some collaborations like with Alibaba. Maybe we can co-author a paper in the future. That will be interesting and exciting. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Dr. Hendricks.
I don't have as much left to say. I think most of the ways of making AI companies behave well will be through legislative and regulatory levels as opposed to voluntary commitments. The voluntary commitments were largely violated or very half-heartedly carried out earlier, so I think it's not a mechanism to rest much on compared to things with teeth. So I think that should be the primary focus. And I think there's safety is very complicated. There's open source debate. There's the geopolitics, et cetera. So I guess maybe I'll just do a generic upsell of. I guess a lot of my views on all these sorts of issues are expressed in that superintelligence strategy, and it very much emphasizes that I think during this year or so is when we should be trying to create some real effort for the US and China to have more discussions on standard setting and try and mitigate risks that are in their shared interests, the malicious use risks, the loss of control risks, destabilizing AI R&D, automated AI R&D risks. These are all things that we need to get ahead of because the trajectory of AI is so fast. So thank you for having me here and listening. some of these remarks.
And Ms. Finlay.
Well, as the leader of a nonprofit organization with a charitable mission to ensure that we're developing AI in the public interest, it is heartening to hear 3 corporate leaders who are so adamant about AI safety and the desire to work together. And I would just say, yes, and you need to come around the table with academics, with scientists, and with members of civil society and the broader public to really set the terms and make sure that together we are struggling with the really hard problems and questions that are going to advance this technology for the benefit of everyone.
Well, thank you, Ms. Finlay, and everyone else for both your answers to the questions today and also for all the hard work that you all are doing to make sure that AI systems are safe and, well, good to use. Thanks so much. Put our hands together for the panelists today.
感谢各位嘉宾。大家知道，就在今天上午，上海人工智能实验室与安远 AI 联合发布了前沿人工智能风险管理框架。我们希望借今天的机会，为大家更详细地展示框架的内容，同时介绍前沿风险评测实践报告。为我们共同带来分享的嘉宾是邵静博士和段雅文。邵静，上海 AI 实验室研究科学家，安全可信 AI 中心联合负责人，曾担任商汤科技研究总监，专注于自主、可控和可信的人工智能研究，特别关注多模态大模型和 AI 智能体的安全评估和价值对齐。段雅文，安远 AI 安全研究经理，聚焦于前沿 AI 安全学术研究，推动安全社区建设。他是生命未来研究所 AI 安全学者，在加州大学伯克利分校进行 AI 安全研究。有请2位。
大家下午好，我是安远 AI 的段雅文，今天我仅代表上海人工智能实验室和安远 AI 与邵静博士共同带来前沿人工智能风险管理与实践的报告。大家知道，今天上午呢，上海 AI 实验室与安远 AI 我们共同联合发布了前沿人工智能风险管理框架 1.0 版，同时发布的是基于框架的风险评测实践技术报告。那在框架中，我们的目标是为通用型人工智能模型研发者提供一套全流程的风险管理指南。我们的目标是主动的去识别、评估、缓解以及治理一系列对于公共安全和国家安全构成威胁的严重人工智能风险。我们的框架呢，遵循了 ISO 国际标准和最佳的实践，提出了6个阶段的风险管理框架。这6个阶段构成了一个完整的风险管理闭环，以确保前沿 AI 风险的全面覆盖和有效应对。首先是风险识别和阈值设定2个阶段，模型开发者应识别出关键的风险领域，并且确定各风险领域中可接受的风险水平。接下来是风险分析和评价2个阶段，模型开发者应通过深度的技术评测，将前沿模型基于风险水平分类到绿色、黄色和红色的风险区域。接下来是风险缓解的阶段，我们推荐模型开发者应该执行与绿区、黄区和红区级别相匹配的风险缓解措施，并且对于缓解后的模型产生的剩余风险进行新一轮的识别、分析和评估。最后是贯穿整个流程的风险治理阶段，模型开发者应该确保整个风险管理流程得到有效的监督和持续的优化，并且根据模型所处的不同风险领域实行相应级别的治理保障。那接下来我简单的介绍一下6个流程。首先在风险识别的阶段，我们聚焦的风险是具有高严重性、快速爆发和不可逆等特性的灾难性风险。我们因此明确了4大核心的这个风险类型，包括滥用风险、失控风险、意外风险和系统性风险，并且通过持续更新 风险的分类体系，动态的去应对未知和新兴的风险。然后在下一个阶段的风险预知阶段，我们的分析风险的核心方法是3位一体的 ETC 分析框架，其中 ETC 分别代表的是部署环境、威胁源和使能能力。我们认为前沿风险并非静态的常数，而是在特定环境中使能能力和威胁来源的动态函数。我们要求分析的不仅仅是 AI 系统本身能力的高低，还有模型部署的环境，以及可能出现哪些威胁，以及在每一个维度上，从而在每一个维度上实现有针对性的缓解措施，比如说针对环境的部署控制，以及针对威胁源的访问限制，或者是针对能力的危险能力移除。在风险的预知阶段，我们也提出了双预知体系。我们设定了一系列的红线，代表不可接受结果的绝对限制，这些红线是不可跨越的底线。而黄线作为早期预警指标，旨在追踪那些目前还尚未展现出危险，但是可能导致红线结果的模型能力和模型倾向的发展趋势，帮助我们提前的去识别和应对潜在的风险。另外，我们在框架中其实也初步建议了一系列红线阈值，其中包括网络攻击、生物安全、失控 AI 自动化研发、失控自主复制、战略性欺骗，还有最后的大规模说服和有效操纵等红线的阈值。然后在最后风险分析和风险评价的阶段，我们需要将技术评测的结果去转化成可操作的依据，基于深度的技术评测，将模型的风险分类到红色、黄色和绿色的区域，为后续的决策提供清晰的指导。然后下一个阶段呢是风险缓解阶段，我们建议采取一个贯穿 AI 模型研发全生命周期的纵深防御的方法。针对不同的风险等级，我们建议了不同强度的风险措施，其中包括了一系列的安全训练、部署缓解以及模型安保的措施。另外，我们也建议了一系列研发前、研发中、部署前和部署后全生命周期的风险缓解措施，以确保风险管理的全面性和连续性。最后呢，是一套贯穿全流程的风险治理机制。我们建议多方可以去促进4类风险治理措施，其中包括内部治理、应急管控、透明度和公众监督，然后还有政策更新和反馈的机制。我们希望这些机制可以共同的去构建一个完整的治理生态，以确保前沿 AI 风险管理的持续性和有效性。接下来我把时间交给邵静博士。
感谢雅文对前面框架的介绍。接下来就让我来给大家介绍一下那个基于框架做的这个评估报告。这个报告的链接大家可以扫这个2维码去具体看。里面包含了所有的这个我们评测的7大维度，这里面只列了其中的5个。然后另外的话，我们也针对了当前基本上市面上所有流行的将近20种这个大模型，基本上都是 general purpose 的 AI 的 model， 去做了评测。我们做的这个评测的特点，一方面来说是根据刚才框架里提到的这个 ETC 的3维组去拆解 ability 和 safety。然后另外的话呢，我们在整体的实验里面最重要的这个重点的内容，其实是我们这里列到的这个对现有问题的一些 fix。现有其实大家如果在场的有做相关的研究的这个研究人员，基本上能知道现有的这个方案基本上都是会偏于简单化。所谓简单化，我以这个 cyber offense 来作为例子来说，现在一般做这种 cyber 的这个 offense 研究的时候，会把这个 cyber attack 作为它最主要的这个 main purpose。但是实际上我们的研究的环境里面，也就是在这个网络攻击的时候，它整个系统里面已经有 cyber defense 了，相当于你在有 defense 的情况下去做 attack 才有意义。但是在现在很多模拟的这种验证场景里面，比如说最常用的这个 CTF，里面是没有这一部分的这个部署的。那这种验证其实是不能帮助我们更好或者更准确的理解当前的这个 risk 到了什么 level。 所以在我们整体的设置里面，会把这些接近于真实的这种情况都要 involve 进来去做相关的评估。然后时间原因我就不一一展开了。可以 brief 的看一下我们的这个整体的评估的结论吧。这里我们做了3个这个 highlight 的点。第一点的话是单独看这个 safety score 的话，能够看到我们做了这样的一个雷达图。针对于我们的这个 open source 和 closed source 都分别做了这样的比较。这里给了3个这个不同 level 的，也就是对于 persuasion、manipulation 还有 self replication， 它的整体的安全的等级是最低的，也就是这个最不安全的。另外的话呢，对于这个生化还有这个 skimming， 就是所谓的这种欺骗，这个尤其像现在这个很多social media 里还是有非常多的 agent， 它对人的这个欺骗相关来说是偏向于这个 moderate 的 safety 状态。然后对于这个 cyber offense、AR&D 还有 collusion，相对来说是比较安全的。但是在我们的前面的框架里也提到过，我们不仅就是 safety 不是一个单纯存在的，它是跟这个 AI 的 capability 是绑定的，所以我们同时去计算了这个 safety score 和 capability score 的这样的一个比值，看它们之间的这个相关关系。这里能看到就是稍微解释一下，这个黑色的这个线是这个所谓的 balance line， 就是我们遵循的这个45度的这样的一条线，也就是如果最理想的情况下，它是在这条线的附近。如果它这个在中间的状态呢，说明它的这个 capability 是占主要的，然后它的 safety 其实是被忽略的。可以看到整体的这个open source model 和 closed source model 比起来的话，这个 closed source model 的这个 guardrail 是会更好一些。但是不管是这个 closed model 还是这个 open source model，如果你这个45度的这个线要低的话，其实已经快要进入这个黄线，甚至到这个红线的这个区域内了。最后的话呢，我们去统计了一下我们测的所有模型，它的这个沿着也是这个 capability 和 safety 这样的一个2维图，看它的随时间的变化。那这里面能看到，基本上这个越新出的模型，它的相关的这个 risk 会更强一些，也就是这个 frontier risk 是跟你现在 release 这个模型的能力是有一定的正相关性的。这也要求我们在这个未来的研究里面需要更关注新出的模型，尤其像这里列的4个维度里面的这个 reasoning model 它相关的这个safety 的研究。时间关系，这里就举一个具体的例子来讲一下我们是怎么做 evaluation 的。举的是一个 self replication 就自我复制的这样的一个例子。相关的这个研究其实也有不少了，但是我们发现，这一部分的研究，大家很多时候会设定这些 AI， 不管是模型也好，或者 agent 也好，它已经具备了一些这个 resource。所谓具备的就是我相当于告诉他，在什么样的环境，我给他了资源的权限，不需要他完全自主的去获得所有的权限，去做完这个自我复制的全流程状态。所以在我们的设置里面是希望它能够真正的是端到端的这个 autonomous 的去完成这自我复制，来看它到底是不是具有自我复制的意识以及它的对应的 capability。首先的话呢，我们是这个再把这个所有的大语言模型放到了这个 K8s 的这样的一个集群系统里面，同时的话去仿照这个真正的这个环境里面的这个 load balancer 去 simulate 一个这个当然是肯定是一个假的这个 load balancer， 但是它会帮助模型会更好的了解这个资源现在的分配和使用情况，去做更正确的决策。另外的话就是我们给它一个要求，就告诉他，如果你超过50毫秒，这个就是你的 response 时间超过了50毫秒的话，那你必须要采取 action， 才能保证你的这个 service 的一些稳定性。那在这种情况下，它会有助于我们这个真正去了解它在整体端到端上面去获得资源，然后去采取措施，以及最终完成自我复制和复制的这个成功率。如果我们像以往去专门关注到它的 success rate， 也就是可以看一下，我们举个例子，就是 Cloud 和千问的 QW 比起来的话，第一个对比的那个绿线和紫线可以看到，它们的这个 success rate 都是100%，相当于按照以往的这个评判标准，认为他们俩都是很不安全的，相当于完成了这个自我复制的这样的一个任务。但是当我们把它的这个 aggregate 一些 replicate count 去做了一个统计，也就是说，比如说我现在只需要三份自我复制就已经能够完成这个任务。其实 QWQ 它可能会远远超过它所需要的这些资源，占了更多的其他的资源来完成。这也就说明在 同样的这个成功率的情况下，它有时候会干扰我们对这个本身 risk 的潜在风险的一些判断，也就是告诉我们在整体的研究里面需要去包含更多的在真实环境中考量的点和它对应的这个 metric 才能够意识到真实的情况。那最后的话呢，这个也有一些简单的我们的这个在整个做的过程中的一些感受或者是一些倡议吧。第一点的话呢，就是在我们的研究里面，我会发现整体的这个 risk 从以前大家关注的单一的模型的到单一的 agent， 到现在的这个垂域上，也就是到 domain specific 的 agent， 还有这个对于到 multi agent system， 其实是一个必然趋势。这会告诉我们需要更多关注和更拓展我们现在 research 的一些 horizon。另外的话，随着这个过程的话，整体的 evaluation 的 difficulty 肯定是大大增加了。那在这个过程里面，我们更需要把我们的这个不管是学术界还是工业界，需要collaborate 一起来去 build 一些这个基础的这种 infrastructure， 然后来做对应的一些 potential 的或者是这个 unknown 的 future risk domain。那更重要的一点是，我们当前的这个前面讲的这一部分的这 practice， 更多还是在发现问题和分析当前的所有的情况。但是我们更重要的是知道怎么去解决它。那今天上午这个实验室的这个周博文主任也给了这个 talk 去讲我们的这个 Make Safe AI 的路线，也是从我们整体的研究的角度来考虑当前的这个Make AI Safe， 也就是后置的这些guardrail 其实已经不足以我们应对未来的这些 frontier risk， 所以我们需要从 risk 的角度去考虑一些内生的安全，从原来的 Make AI Safe 转换到 Make Safe AI， 找出一条新的路，这样的话才能够长期的去解决相关的这个研究问题。对，今天就分享到这儿，谢谢大家。
感谢两位的分享。接下来我们进入下午的第2场圆桌讨论，主题是大模型风险管理最佳实践与开放性问题。参加本场圆桌讨论的有3位嘉宾，他们是 Robert Trigger， 牛津马丁人工智能治理倡议创始主任，布拉瓦特尼克政府学院高级研究员。他是新兴技术国际治理领域的知名专家，长期为政府和产业界领导者提供政策建议。他的研究成果屡获殊荣，曾任加州大学洛杉矶分校政治学教授、耶鲁大学讲师，并曾于哈佛大学担任奥林研究基金会研究员。杨晓芳，蚂蚁集团大模型安全总监，人工智能与大模型应用安全领域专家。他始终在保障金融科技及 AI 产品的安全方面发挥关键作用，近期更主导构建了针对智能体新型安全威胁的风险检测和防御体系。他拥有15年跨行业的信息安全实践经验，并积极倡导负责任的 AI 发展理念。龚潇，中国评测工信部软件与集成电路促进中心副主任、正高级工程师，长期从事机器人检测评测与标准化研究，主持或作为主要负责人承担国家发改委、科技部、工信部及北京市科委等多个重大专项。下面有请3位嘉宾上台 ，Please step onto stage。本场圆桌由我来为大家主持。首先，非常感谢3位嘉宾参加今天的圆桌。随着人工智能技术的发展，我们知道随之而来的安全风险也在不断升级。我们看到政策界、产业界还有科学界正在尝试从各自不同的角度给出解决方案，希望在人工智能系统的全生命周期进行风险管理。但是 AI 安全评测和防御技术尚处于早期阶段，而且相关的政策标准发展之后也缺乏统一。相比于模型能力建设，可能行业在安全方面的投入还远远不足，这些都给 AI 安全的风险带来诸多挑战。 今天我们圆桌的3位嘉宾其实非常有代表性，他们分别代表了企业实践的视角、第三方评测的视角和政策研究的视角。我们希望听听他们在 AI 安全管理方面以及风险管理方面的一些真知灼见。首先我们来谈一谈这个 AI 风险管理的一些经验哈。我们先问一下杨总，您在最近的采访当中呢提到，这个全球 AI 面临了一些共同的挑战，不仅仅包括一些内容的安全、数据隐私，更包括比如像欺骗、网络攻击这样的滥用的风险，还有这个AI 内生安全的不足这样新兴的挑战。想问一下，企业作为这个 AI 技术的引领者哈，在应对这些新兴安全方面能做哪些尝试？我们怎么样平衡这个研发迭代和风险管理之间的这个动态平衡？
好，首先非常感谢，就是能够邀请我来这里跟大家做一定的一个分享跟畅谈。这里其实有2个问题，一个就是说，我们在作为企业，我们做 AI 安全，我们可以做一些什么？先说这个点，因为我始终认为 AI 的技术跟所有的技术一样，它是一个中立的。只有意图才是有善恶的，也就是说，AI 既会存在安全的风险，这是我们应该要去应对的。AI 也可以来作为一个非常强大的一个助力，来促进安全的一个发展。因此的话呢，就是说从大部分企业来看，我们认为当我们去面临 AI 的安全风险要处理的时候，有2个思路，一个就是说安全 for AI，第二就是说 AI for 安全，这也是蚂蚁集团至少目前我们从以前就非大模型时代，我们就一直在实践的一些路径。那么我们讲安全 for AI， 也就是现在我们团队在从事的一个方向。也就是说，我们通过前面各位专家也讲到，我们可以去做非常多的工作，包括像内生安全。我以及我团队现在在从事的智能体的一个风险管控，以及 AI 应用的一些安全问题的一些技术研究和落地。对于很多企业来说，其实并没有非常多的安全预算去开展所有这3方面的工作，但是有一些必要的安全工作还是可以开展，尤其是像智能体的安全这块。也就是说，大部分企业并没有资源能够去开发。或者说自主的研发这种基模，但是呢，大部分企业是有这个意愿去应用安全到他们实际的业务流程里边去的。那么应用安全的过程中，不管它的形态，它是一个智能体，还是说它是一个更像 workflow 的一个大模型应用，我们都需要去处理的，就是说这些服务如何去对抗不同形式的安全攻击，以及潜在的一个数据泄露的一个问题。还有其他的一些企业可能会更多应用 AI 去做内容的生成跟传播。那么 AIGC 的鉴证相关的技术，我也是觉得作为大部分企业可以去参考的。那么第二部分就是我认为非常重要的一个实践是AI for 安全。这也是蚂蚁现在也在不同的风险域，就不仅是我目前在参与的这个大模型安全风险，也包括像资金的安全，或者说是其他的风险领域，我们在广泛实践的。也就是说，我们可以看到大模型极强的这个泛化能力和它的一些自动化的一个能力，可以极大的去提高整个风险管控的一个效率，以及甚至是质量。我们可以已经显著的发现，非常多的安全工程师不能够去挖掘的一些漏洞，我们通过借助大模型的辅助，可以去更深度的去挖掘。最后其实刚才也讲到，就是说我怎么 balance 这个研发和这个风险管控。长话短说，我认为是这样子的。在过去我们会更关注大模型的训练和微调过程的研发，现在我们关注的是智能体的研发，这是2个完全不同的一个研发概念。那么在大模型训练过程中，我们的一些安全工作，不管是 SFT 还是后续的 guardrail 这些工作，其实它并不会强大的制约模型的一个研发过程，因为模型研发过程本身就是一个相对较漫长的一个研发过程，安全措施是可以比较好的植入的。而我的个人观点就是说，更应该要去 balance 的是说，我们到底是把在微调过程中做太多的安全工作好呢，还是说把安全措施后置到这个 guardrail 来取得，就是说避免就是说因为安全的 SFT 的数据太大，以至于模型变得有点傻这么个逻辑。 那我现在更多的一个工作其实是在参与到智能体的研发过程。那么智能体的研发，我觉得就是最突出的特点就是它是模块化，它是超快迭代的。也就是说，安全的措施要跟得上那个智能体的开发的节奏，这个是非常难的一个挑战。这也是为什么就是 AI for 安全会是非常重要的一个事情，必须要去做的。因为就是说，单纯靠传统的一些安全技术，我们是不大可能去追得上这种有时候甚至是分钟级的这个智能体的开发和部署。因此，我们需要一个更复杂、更强大的一个系统来去实现 AI 的一个安全啊。这是我的一些观点。
谢谢杨总。下面请问一下龚主任，您所在的中国软件评测中心是国内领先的软件和系统测试的系统的测试认证和评估机构。近期呢，中心发布了人工智能安全测试评价体系，也强调了大模型和智能体等方面存在的安全风险，并提出相应的修复建议。也正好对应了刚刚咱们杨总提到的这个智能体安全哈。我想问一下，您作为第三方的评测机构，在这个 AI 风险管理方面能发挥哪些比较独特的作用？
好，非常荣幸能有机会来跟大家做分享。首先呢，我们作为一个第三方机构，我们天然的跟做研发方，还有我们的一些安全公司的身份是有区别的，尤其是像我们这样的国家的这个测试机构。那我们中国软件评测中心呢，其实在软件测试行业也积累了30多年的经验。其实 AI 技术也是一直伴随着我们各行各业，从软件行业到我们的各个垂类的这些行业的一个发展。那么我们在以前的这个软件测试过程中呢，也积累了很多这样的一些案例。其实以前也用人工智能技术，只是我们现在更多的强调的是以这种通用大模型为代表的这个以大模型为代表的这个通用人工智能技术。那么我们在随着这个技术发展的过程中，我们对软件本身、对算法本身的测试也在积累。我们对各个行业垂类应用的这个系统模型，然后以及它的应用，包括终端，包括应用的一些系统，我们的测试技术也同样在积累。所以我们现在也很关注这个 AI 安全的这个测试和监管。那么我们不管是从前面的这个基础层到技术层到应用层，也积累了丰富的这样的一个测试能力。所以我们第三方的一个重要的一个作用呢，就是发挥我们在整个伴随行业过程中的这个技术的一个保障，尤其是在安全方面的一个保障。那么第二个作用呢，就是我们第三方机构对整个行业从标准规范角度的一个引领。那么很多行业的这个标准其实是能够为我们行业发展到一定阶段之后，它来保驾护航的。那么我们这个AI 也是一样的，所以我们一直在积极的联合我们业内的产业链上下游的各个这个角色、各个身份，然后共同来推进这个国家标准和规范的这个制定。那么依据这个标准规范，我们来给这个行业的这些技术和产品去提供这样的一些服务。那么此外呢 ，AI 的这个它一直是近几年处在一个高速发展的一个阶段，尤其是可能未来几年也会在各个垂类的行业有一个多方位、多角度的一个尝试和应用落地。那么在这个过程中呢，其实我们国家的这个监管体系也需要长期的这样的一个监管的一个支撑的这样的一个角色，所以我们也会充分发挥我们这样的一个角色。持续的去支撑我们的行业、我们的主管部门，去随着我们 AI 技术的发展，去更新我们这样的一些监管政策和手段。那以上就是从我们作为第三方角度来看，从这个 AI 风险治理方面的一些贡献。
谢谢龚主任，确实是可以连接到各个方。接下来第三个问题我提给 Professor Trigger。So could you please share some global best practices in risk management, whether it's from the perspective of the corporation or from the third-party evaluations, please?
Global best practices. Yeah, well, so we have had all this development recently of best practices, which is wonderful, and we've had, I think, a global dialogue, which can always be denser and richer, but has been quite extraordinary, and I think we see some of the results with the frontier management framework that was just presented and developed here in China, but referencing things that were developed elsewhere, but also providing new concepts and new distinctions that can be drawn upon by those who will then work elsewhere and look to see what was developed here. So I think there's been a lot of progress, but there's still a lot to be done when we think about third-party assessment. And as the other speakers were saying, the coming of agents is something, I think, quite extraordinary that our frameworks are beginning to deal with. And I'm really glad and heartened to hear the ways that the people on the panel are already beginning to really address that head on. But of course, we have so much work to do. There are so many, when we think about best practices, we're scratching the surface. Just as an example, when we think about agents, we convened a conference at Oxford where I am a couple months ago. We called it an Agent Summit. We had many Western companies there talking about what is reliability in the space of agents. And we found that we brainstormed that question for a whole day. And we had a huge list, which we put up onto a screen. And then we thought, okay, now technically, how are we going to develop a benchmark? And then, of course, try to instantiate all these different aspects of reliability into the behavior of agents. So that remains an ongoing challenge for all of us. Or, just to give another example, some companies think about the character of the agent. For instance, OpenAI calls it the spec. Anthropic calls it the constitution, but they mean sort of the character of this agent. How is it going to trade off one moral value for another moral value? Fascinating question. And what do we, when we're releasing ultimately, many agents out into the wild, if you will, what character do we want them to have? What should that ecosystem look like? It may be the case that we want those agents to be honest, but perhaps agents that are honest have a disadvantage against some other agents. So that's something that we need to think about when we're determining what we will ask of the firms that are producing these agents. So those are just a couple of examples in the agent space of all the challenges that lie ahead when we think about best practices, but I think there are many others.
Thank you, Professor Trigger， 智能体的可靠性的问题，谢谢。我们再接着往下讨论哈，因为其实 AI 安全的风险管理是有很多方面的。我们先想问一下大家，关于这个测试和防御技术方面有哪些挑战？我们先问一下龚主任，因为您刚刚提到，其实我们中国软件评测中心以前做过一些传统软件方面的这个安全测试，那么现在其实也在做 AI 大模型安全方面的测试。您觉得这两者之间，尤其是这个 AI 安全系统安全测试这个方面，和咱们传统的安全测试会有哪些新兴的从技术方面的挑战？
就是这个对 AI 系统的这个定义，其实我们有一点泛。其实我们现在各行各业，包括我们的各种终端都在用 AI 技术。那么每个细分的领域，其实它都有一些新的挑战。那我们单以软件来说，跟我们传统的软件的相比来说，首先它的这个不确定性是跟我们传统的这个开发的这个软件系统是有比较大的这个区别的。那它都是基于这个数据训练出来的这个决策和输出的这个结果，那这个会带来给很多的这个不确定性。那第二个呢，就是它现在随着这个技术的发展，也带来很多的新的一些的攻击方法，比如说像数据投毒，像一些跟伦理相关的一些这些安全问题，其实都是我们需要不断的去跟上的，都是以前传统软件所不具备的。那么第三个呢，就是我们的这个测试的目标。那以前呢，我们可能更多的关注的是软件的功能性能、安全性，当然我们也会考虑。但是随着这个 AI 技术的这个叠加进来之后，可能我们要考虑的会更多一点。那我们会考虑像跟我们比如说像个人隐私啊等等这些有一些对抗性的一些攻击，这些新的一些方法进来以后，我们的这个去怎么实现我们软件的这个质量和安全的这个目标。那么还有就是我们所有的这些测试的方法，我们的测试用例库，我们的测试工具，工具链可能都要随着去变化。那这一部分我想提的是软件。那么 AI 的技术用到了我们的终端，比如说像我们的机器人，像我们的智能网联汽车身上之后，那它可能在这个细分领域对它本身的这个安全保障和质量保障也会带来新的一些挑战。那比如说像，其实刚才我刚看到 刚才这个发布的这个报告啊，其实整体跟我们以前在这些终端领域做安全评估，实际上有类似的地方，那也有新的一些东西。我们从我们自身来讲，我们其实现在更多的考虑是一种融合安全。就是我可能传统的时候，我只去考虑某一个搜口注入的攻击，或者说我某一个固件上的一个 bug 带来的一些安全漏洞的一些风险。但是现在可能由于一个攻击导致我会叠加了一个功能安全的一个风险，它会导致一个伤人的一个事件，这个是我们要去综合考量的一个我们叫融合安全的一整套的一个评估体系，这都会对我们的整个的一个研究体系都会带来一个很高的一个技术要求和挑战。
谢谢，感谢您。杨总，同样哈，咱们从企业的角度，我知道这个蚂蚁集团其实也上线了这个面向这个企业客户的一个这个大模型安全检测和防御的这个平台。不知道您从咱们企业实践的这个角度，您在一线哈，同时也服务很多客户，那么这个大模型的这个安全，无论是从测试还是从防御这2个角度，有哪些技术上面的挑战？尤其是对应的一些这些新兴的风险，咱们应该如何的去应对？
蚂蚁集团在那个差不多23年的时候，我们开始去做围绕大模型的一些风险的一个测试跟防御的工作，然后那会儿推出了这个解决方案，名字叫做倚天剑。然后我记得当年也是那个 WAIC 的一个镇馆之宝。但是23年的时候，我们关注的一个风险检测是特别来说是关心模型生成内容的一个风险，也就是说模型是不是在生成有害的内容、不恰当的内容，或者说可能涉及到一些伦理或者说隐私泄露的方面的一些风险。从去年开始，我们的一些安全检测的方向已经转向到了 AI agent， 也就是去理解 AI agent 有什么特有的风险，它区别于大模型是怎么样子，那么它区别于其他这种加载了非大模型的那种老式的那种智能助手，它是怎么样子的。那么我们其实从去年到现在还是主要围绕单智能体的一些安全测试工作和展开的。老实说，还没有真正的接触到类似于像刚刚龚主任讲到的终端的一些问题，或者说我们其实眼下还会看到 multi agent 的一些问题。所以接下来我就是浅谈一下我们在我们有限的这个单智能体的安全测试积累下，我们看到的一些主要技术挑战。总的来说，我们看到的是3方面的一个挑战。第一个点是安全的攻击变得更加简单了。这是说明这是意味着什么？就是说它其实本质上就是我们跟智能体对话的这种自然语言的形式是可以被大模型理解，并且转化为一种攻击指令，并且智能系统是可以执行的。那也就是攻击的这个门槛降低了。那么区别于以前，真正要发起一个安全攻击，我们可能认为说你得是个黑客，或你是个白帽子，也就是我们认为黑客得是一个很有安全技术水平的一个人。但今天不是这样子的，就是说你即使不掌握一些传统我们认为复杂的安全攻击，你也可以对一个智能体开展安全攻击，只要你把你的语言足够有力的去攻击这个智能体。这是第一个我们认为我们看到的一个直接的技术挑战。第二个挑战是什么？防御。防御的复杂度变高了，就还是回到就是说是什么令这个智能体变得跟以前的信息系统不同。我们还是会看到说大模型带来了一个区别点，就是 input 和 output 它这个 message 里是夹杂了指令和数据的。传统的信息系统，当我们做系统的安全防御的时候，我明确的知道这个信号进来它是一个指令，比如说这个指令是要 delete 一个 database， 那我就知道说你的指令是要 delete， 我不会认为说 delete 是 delete 这个文本，然后呢 delete 的对象一个 database 这是块数据，那么我明确的知道你要处理的数据是什么。那我今天防御面临的个挑战是说，所有的 input 和 output 夹杂了所有的指令跟数据，那么大模型可以去区分出来，或者说即使它有幻觉，它误以为把一些数据当做指令 ，OK 都没有问题。但我们作为安全从业人员，我们如何首先区别出来这样的一个message 里边到底指令是什么，到底数据是什么，你才有可能配置有效的一个安全防御的一个策略。所以这个是从防御视角我们看到的一个非常直接的一个技术挑战吧。 那第3个挑战，我的个人观点是这样子的，就是供应链的一个风险。因为整个 AI 的供应链是非常长的。那么 AI 的供应链包含什么？包含算力，包含数据，包含模型，包含 MCP 以及其他的一些 RAG 检索的一些服务等等之类的，它构成了一个智能体。那么所有这些组件的提供方是来自于非常多的组织、企业，来自于很多的国家的。那么没有一家公司可以把所有的 AI 组件自己研发出来，因此我们必须要去面临的是 AI 的风险，整个攻击跟检测和防御这个技术线下的一个生态风险。那么又因为就是说这个供应链依赖非常广，那么我们可能未来会出现的一种问题，尤其是当我们面临 AI 滥用问题的时候，这个定责也是一个很大的一个难题。到底是比如说一个用户传播了一个 AIGC 滥用的内容，造成了一定的比如说舆论风险，到底这责任在用户在平台，还是在于用于生成这些图像资料的一个 AI 的技术呢？这个又是供应链它所带来的一个很大的一个问题。因此总的来说，我认为就是以我们目前积累来看，是这3方面的一个风险跟挑战吧。所以前面讲到就是说蚂蚁在23年我们处理大模型的风险的时候，推出的是倚天剑。那么当下我们在处理智能体安全的风险的时候，我们依然还是在倚天剑这个大的一个产品品牌下去开展我们的工作。今年我们也是增加了关于智能体的安全检测和防御的一些能力。其实我们在那 WAIC 这次展会 H1馆也是有展出的，所以大家如果感兴趣的话，我可以到时候有空的时候可以移步到那个展馆，也可以去现场，也有我们的团队的同学们可以给大家更展开的去介绍我们是怎么去针对这样的新型风险去开展智能体的安全扫描。我的观点。
谢谢杨总来自一线的分享。Professor Trigger。The concept of AI risk red lines has been repeatedly emphasized, both in the past EDIS dialogues and also in today's discussion. So how do you think the model developers leverage technical means to better define risk threshold, conduct risk assessment and mitigation measures to ensure these red lines are not crossed?
Yeah, thank you. That is, I think, one of the critical questions of today is how we instantiate these red lines, how we develop an ecosystem that ensures that they're not crossed. And when we're talking about these red lines, we might just be talking about a system that is that we can't take back, that exists in the world, and maybe it's very persuadable, or maybe it has a capability to persuade people to do all sorts of things that are harmful, and maybe it's sort of doing that under its own steam, and once it's out, it's out, and so that's it would be an ongoing cost if so. So how do we think about something like that? I think it's really quite a fundamental question. I think it starts with science. Right now, we don't have science to do some of the prospective evaluations that we need to do. Because if we want to ensure that a line isn't crossed, then we have to figure out, while something is just in prospect, whether eventually it could be something that crosses a line. And that is simply an area of science that is still underdeveloped. And so that is, I think, a very urgent priority, and I'm so glad that scientists around the world, including very much here in China, are developing those ecosystems. Once we have the science to know when we might be crossing a red line, we need to figure out, well, how do we provide incentives so that those lines are not crossed? And I think probably don't have all the answers, but we do have some models from other industries that we can use. We have international organizations that are providing information, that are monitoring what different jurisdictions are doing, and then jurisdictions also can take that information that's provided by a group like the International Civil Aviation Organization or the Financial Action Task Force or other organizations and provide incentives. And a country might say, well, if another jurisdiction is violating ICAO, the civil aviation rules, then we won't allow flights from that country to enter our airspace. So that's one possibility. That's one way that there's a balance between what happens at the international level and what happens at the domestic level that provides incentives for compliance. Now, that may not be enough for the red lines. We may have to do a little bit more than that. So there may be things that we can do at the compute provider level that are analogous to what we ask financial institutions to do as regulatory intermediaries. So we have the experience of being denied financial resources sometimes when maybe we haven't checked all the boxes that we need to check, and maybe we need to be asking compute providers to provide some similar sets of checks to ensure that regulatory guidance is followed. On the other hand, these are very much international issues and international problems. And agents that we were talking about a minute ago are going to reach across borders. So I think it is a significant challenge. Some of the things that maybe would be helpful are the sorts of things we very much have done as a world in the past. Maybe we need a few new tricks as well.
Thank you, Professor Trigger. 其实 AI 风险管理除了技术方面的挑战之外，其实很大的一个方面也应该从治理的角度，我们来看一下风险管理面对的一些问题。其实从治理的角度，我们其实分不同的层次哈，有企业方面的治理、行业方面的治理，更有国家层面以及国际的合作。所以我想先问一下杨总，咱们从企业的视角，那么您觉得企业除了从技术投入方面，那么应该从组织还有制度的层面，怎么样能够加强建设，来保证更好的这个 AI 的对内问责和对外透明？
其实，整个 AI 的这个安全风险它很新，然后尤其是我刚才讲的智能体的安全风险，它又是个又新又复杂的一个问题。除了技术之外，其实我看到组织层面的第一大难题其实是 AI 安全人才的不足。这个老实说，不是只有一个企业的问题，我觉得是整个行业来说都是不足的。就以我团队为例吧，我们差不多好不容易花了半年多的时间，我才可能招到一个相对就是比较合适来做这份工作的一个同学。首先我这个团队不是一个算法团队哈，其实算法的人力，我目前来看还是蛮足的。我说的是具备 AI 的知识，又具备安全的知识，知道如何使用技术进行安全的这个攻击对抗的一个人才，其实是非常不足的。然后我们才可能去衍生谈到其他的风险治理方面的一些工作。所以如果有了技术，有了人，那么对于在组织层面，我们如何更好的去治理风险，我相信它其实跟任何其他突出的安全风险都类似。比如说数据安全，你都是需要在组织层面，我们在组织层面要有一定的，比如说安全委员会，要有必要的一些制度流程，或者说些审计的一些机制在那里，确保说重大的风险是可以被披露，是可以被治理，甚至是可以被问责的。那么这个其实整个 AI 的风险它并没有什么特别的不同，它只是风险类型的不同。那么在蚂蚁，我们浅说一下我们在制度方面的工作吧，就是其实完全是伴随着整个技术的发展去不断的去增加安全规范的一个建设的。大模型出来的时候，我们就直接去发布了一个关于大模型的数据安全的一些规范制度。因为当时我们可以看到，就是说大模型的发展对于大数据的一个消耗或者说使用是非常巨大的，因此数据方面的安全规范的制度要先行。那么随着智能体的发展，我们又看到更多的 AI 的资产开始出现了，包括像这种模型镜像，或者说其他的 MCP 服务等等之类的，围绕资产的一些安全规范也是近期建设的重点。最后的话，其实是围绕员工行为，就是说最后还是人在使用技术。那么不同的一个员工，我们在使用不同的 AI 技术，可能会面临就是机密信息泄露， 或者说滥用的问题，也是需要相关的一个制度的一个建设。然后这是我们的一些小小经验。
谢谢杨总。龚主任，想请问一下，其实在，这个 AI 风险管理的这个治理方面，行业和国家也可以采取很多措施。我不知道从第三方评测的机构这个角度来讲呢，我们能够在标准和制度层面，做一些什么？
其实我觉得这里面可能就要谈到我们一直在第三方的这个身份工作这么多年，可能觉得在这个里面要解决的两个矛盾啊。第一个呢，就是我们现在有很多的标准的归口，我们有行标、有团标，还有国家标准。国家标准在从不同的应用角度来说，从通用的模型算法本身来说，我们有很多标准。到了各个垂类行业，我们又有各种标准归口的这个单位。那么我们其实一直在其中去找一个平衡，是可能有很多的标准都是重复的，有可能很多标准是无用的。那么我们怎么把这个通用的标准跟这个各个行业垂类的这个标准能够对接起来，真正的去做对规范整个行业安全有用的这个标准，这个是我觉得要解决的问题。那么从制度层面，其实有类似的这个性质，就是我们可能 AI 算法本身，它现在是在一个一个主管部门去管。那么我应用到不同的这个垂类行业之后，又是由不同的这个主管部门按照原有的这个监管制度在管理，所以这个可能都会有交叉，有交叉的地方就会产生一些制度的这个边界不清晰或者一些混乱的地方。所以我们其实作为第三方在支撑主管部门一直在去解决的，这是第一个矛盾。那么第二个呢，就是我觉得当一个新兴的事物它在发展的过程中呢，其实很多人对安全是比较排斥的。我更关注的可能是我的模型怎么在各个细分的行业去应用。但是我们这个人工智能的这个安全可能跟其他行业的这个安全有一点点不同，在高速发展的同时，就要去同步考虑安全本身的这个问题，因为它可能导致的这个结果是非常恶劣的。那么，所以这个就是我想说的第二个矛盾点呢，就我们也一直在就呼吁，然后引导我们的主管部门去推出这样的政策，引导行业、引导企业去不断的加强我们的这个安全测试能力和保障的这个技术。那么从我们第三个角度来说，我们也是希望这个当 AI 应用了之后，尤其是现在各行各业特别的积极去拥抱 AI 的时候，我们能够有这样的一个国家监管的一个平台，能够做好这个应急响应的这个机制。当它发生一些偏离我们预期的一些不好的这个结果的时候，我们能有及时的技术手段、管理手段和政策手段能够跟上来，去保证这个导向一个安全平稳的一个发展方向。所以这个也是我们一直在努力去推动的这样的国家的这个监管平台这样的一个建设。以上有3方面的一些考虑。
谢谢龚主任。One last question for Professor Trigger. So what do you think how we can do to develop international shared standards for advanced AI? Just in time, as we are running out of time, so maybe just quick answer for your last question.
Quick answer for how we develop international standards. Well, I think one thing to say is that we can't rely just on the traditional SDOs, the standards development organizations, because the technology is moving so quickly, and people say it's like trying to develop standards for a car while the car is in motion and you barely have hold of the steering wheel or something like this. So the traditional standards development organizations are used to distilling existing bodies of knowledge into broad-based consensus. But that's not exactly the task right here. So I think a key thing that we need to do is really work on the pipeline from research, which is happening in all sorts of places, including industry and academia and elsewhere. That pipeline from research, pre-standardization, and then to standardization is a key thing. And I think a lot of things will happen at the pre-standardization level because that can be a little bit speedier, and then certain things over time can go fully into standardization while other things continue to evolve in pre-standardization and in a sense in the level of best practices, which through dense networks like the ones that we're establishing here today can spread around the world.
Thank you, Professor. 感谢大家今天参加我们的这个讨论，谢谢，请就坐。 接下来，我们将进入本次圆桌的最后一个主题——人工智能安全全球治理。首先，为我们带来主旨演讲的是安·布沃罗女士。安·布沃罗，法国总统人工智能特使，法国高等师范学院董事会主席，为多家公共与私营科技企业及成长型公司提供战略咨询。2024年主持发布《人工智能法国的雄心》报告。他曾任职于法国电信，随后担任全球移动通信协会总干事。他毕业于法国高等师范学院数学专业，拥有人工智能博士学位。Now, let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Bouvreau.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to everyone. It's a great pleasure and it's a great honor to join this conference this afternoon. I would like to thank Concordia. I would like to thank the Chinese government and the organizers of the World AI Conference for inviting me today. I will speak without notes. I wanted to offer a few comments from the AI Action Summit that we organized in Paris. This was the third such summit. The first one was in Bletchley Park. The second was in Seoul. We just organized the one in Paris, and the next one will take place in India. The first summit started on safety. Then Seoul was more focused on innovation, and we decided to focus on action. Why? Because we believe that actually there are both opportunities and risks from AI, and that in both cases, AI will develop into what we humans decide to make it. So it is the actions that we take, both in ensuring that AI develops for everyone and for the common interest, and also the actions that we take against risk that are the valuable things. Let me start by a few of the outcomes from the AI Action Summit, because we were very much focused on public interest and AI for all. We constructed the summit in a very inclusive way. Of course, we invited governments, but also we invited CEOs and leadership people from AI companies, large and small. We also invited researchers, and we invited NGOs and people who are studying the impacts of AI. In terms of the outcomes, we launched, for example, a foundation for the development of AI for public interest, because we strongly believe that everyone needs to be able to benefit from AI, not just a few companies in a few countries. This foundation, Current AI, has some funding to help develop things like shared databases or also shared open source tools to help the development of AI. Its priority areas are in the area of multilingualism, in the area of health data, and in the area of responsible AI, how to further develop tools like the Roost initiative, which is to develop tools to make the use of AI safer. That's what we launched in the area of AI for public interest. We also were very keen to make sure we had discussions on sustainability of AI and its impact on the planet. I believe it is the first place where at a global conference, we had a discussion both about climate and about AI. As I said, there were previous conferences on AI. Of course, there's lots of conferences on climate, but it's the first time where we brought the two conversations together, both from the perspective of the huge energy needs from AI and the impact of AI on the planet for water, for carbon, for a number of areas, and also in terms of the benefits that AI can bring to fight against climate change or to help with adaptation. These conversations about climate and AI and energy are continuing. For example, the International Energy Agency is publishing a series of reports on where the data centers are in the world that are being built for AI, how much energy they consume, and what the scenarios are for the future consumption so that we can better have a measure of how much this will really represent in the future. This is in terms of sustainability. Now, before I move to the area you're discussing today, safety, security, trust, I'd like also to say a word about what we announced for Europe and why we made announcements for Europe at the Paris Summit. Of course, we're all very aware of the US ambitions for AI. We were already aware at the time because on 21st of January, the day after the US presidential inauguration, in the White House, there was this announcement of Project Stargate, $500 billion for AI infrastructure in the US. We know this only more acutely now after the publication of the US AI Action Plan a few days ago and their executive orders, but we already knew this at the beginning of the year. We are in China. We also know how formidable the development of AI is in China. We have seen the richness of the ecosystem, the fast development from academia and from startups. We already knew this in Paris. We had seen about the end of January all the news about DeepSeek emerging and being this so powerful and at the highest level of benchmarks LLM model. So it was very clear when we entered the Paris summit that we had formidable assets in the US and formidable assets in China. We wanted to make clear that there are also formidable assets in Europe and in other countries. There's a third wave for AI. So we gave a lot of room to companies and startups from France, of course, but also from Europe, from Canada, from Japan, from other countries. And we had big announcements by the European Commission and European companies on investment in AI. For example, $100 billion euros investment in data centers in France and 200 billion euros announcements of investment by the European Commission and European companies. Because we can be discussing sustainability, public interest, safety, governance, but we have to start from a place where we understand the technology and we play a role in the technology. Now, in my final minutes, let me discuss what we did in this area of safety. First of all, we decided to be as specific as we could because we felt safety is a very broad term and a very broad area. So we decided to focus on security and cybersecurity, which is the technical area that we best understand in terms of its impacts from AI and also in terms of trust, which is what we think we need as consumers and as companies in terms of when we deploy technology. And we focused the work in Paris on shared standards, on better understanding the various voluntary commitments that were taken, and on releasing as many open source tools and frameworks as possible for disinformation, for tools to use AI on the internet, like the Roost program and things like that. We also are very much a supporter of the collaboration between specialized institutes in various countries and regions. We created our own institute, which is called a Security and Evaluation Institute for AI. And we have joined the network of other institutes. Some of them have changed their names in the meantime, but that doesn't really matter. We're very keen to work with these various institutes to have regular gatherings and exchange of expertise and information so that together we can be stronger and we can build and develop both an understanding and tools about how to test and how to assess AI. So this is really a little bit of a summary of what we did in Paris in all these areas. I'm very happy to see this conference today. I'm very happy to also have an opportunity while I'm here to continue to see the impressive development of AI in China. And I wish you a very successful continuation of the day and very important discussions that are taking place here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madame Bouvereau. 接下来，请允许我介绍下一位演讲嘉宾温西利女士。温西利，新加坡资讯通信媒体发展局 AI 治理与安全集群总监，新加坡人工智能安全研究所政策负责人。他负责推动新加坡 AI 治理与安全政策，建设可信 AI 生态，并促进国际合作。他在公共部门技术应用方面拥有丰富经验，长期致力于推动政府数字化转型、技术向善及女性在科技领域的发展。Now, let's give a round of applause to Ms. Lee.
各位下午好，今天非常荣幸能够在这里给大家介绍一下新加坡对于人工智能安全治理的一些想法和一些思考和做法。I'm going to speak in English now. It's just so much easier for me. Okay, I would like to talk a little bit about what we are thinking around international collaboration around AI safety and governance. But before I do that, maybe just a quick reminder that how Singapore thinks about AI governance is that we want to really be able to maximize the use of AI for the benefit of our economy and society. And in order to do that, we have to build trust with consumers, right? Make them feel safe. This will create an environment that will allow us to, innovate with AI. And there are some 3 areas that I think we could collaborate internationally. I'll get into each of them in my presentation. First, in the area of research, how we can collectively advance the science of AI safety. 2, then is in how we build up capacity in industry. Most of these, by industry, I mean enterprises, building and deploying AI systems, and how we can help them ensure that they do this in a safe and responsible way. And then finally, in how we could collectively develop global norms, as well as adhere to these global norms. So starting with research, I'll talk a little bit about the Singapore consensus. Sometime in April, we gathered a group of people. These are AI experts from both academia as well as industry and some from government to come to look at what are some of the research priorities around AI safety, right? They came from many countries, China included, building on the work that's already been done in the International AI Safety Report, and deep dive into areas in which we could focus our efforts around AI safety research. The conference was very useful in developing and producing this document that we call the Singapore Consensus on Global AI Safety Research Priorities. It's called the Singapore Consensus, not because it's from Singapore, but it was just done in Singapore, so hence Singapore Consensus. And the idea is to how can we raise awareness amongst governments as well as organizations around areas of AI safety concerns and where we should be setting our research agenda and developing partnerships. It's beyond just coming up with the document. I thought what was really useful from the event was the opportunity for people from around the world, experts, to gather in Singapore and exchange notes on what they're doing. These are technical experts. I think it created an environment where they could learn better, hopefully build trust, and then find ways to forge new partnerships. Some content in the consensus document, feel free to look it up online, but essentially we're looking at defense in depth for AI safety, both in terms of evaluation and assessment, as well as developing AI safely, and then mitigation and control. So that's one area. Singapore consensus to identify priorities. It's hopefully a rallying document to drive further research collaboration globally. There are also other ways in which we could work together in research. This is work that we have done in the International Network of AI Safety Institutes. Singapore lead the work in AI testing, conducted some joint testing exercises over the past 8 months. The latest one was discussed last week in Vancouver, where the network met to sort of share the work that we've been doing around joint testing as well as other areas. I think when we think about joint testing, it may not look very sophisticated. I think I'll be the first one to say that. But it is a useful way to start collaborating amongst safety institutes as a way to eventually start looking at some common practices, building capacity, developing and extending evaluation methodologies. I think what was also useful from the experience, as I've learned, is meeting each other, well, one another, every fortnight virtually was very helpful in, well, learning about each other and building trust. That's again the foundation in which you then start to look at more areas where you could cooperate around AI safety research. Other research areas in terms of our region would be, we conducted an exercise where we brought together research institutions from 9 other countries, China included, to do rate teaming around languages and culture. The idea was to start thinking about how we could collectively develop a taxonomy in thinking about linguistic and cultural bias, and how then do we do automated testing eventually, moving from rate teaming to automated testing. And the next bound is looking at building benchmarks with the data, as well as, can we organize the next round with more countries. Moving from research into industry, beyond just frontier models, we are also quite keen to see how we can collaborate in the area of applications, right? This is where it touches consumers, businesses much more directly. And we're doing it in 3 ways for cooperation, I guess. In 3 ways. One is in bringing enterprises together with third-party testers, as well as regulators, and this is a global effort, it's not just in Singapore, to identify how to test, what to test for specific use cases. This is a new practice, right? A lot of the literature that you read out there around testing, evaluation for AI is very much on the models. So how do we think about doing it at the application layer? We're all learning together, so that's the first step. How do we understand what risk to test for, and how to go about doing this, given that many of these issues are very use case specific. We have started a pilot that we launched in Paris in February at the summit that Anne just spoke about. And we've got some useful learning, 17 use cases from 30 countries from around the world. Please go to the AI Verify Foundation website, you can get more information on these use cases. And then taking this information from these very specific use cases, we generalize them into a testing starter kit for testing LLM applications that could be relevant for all enterprises deploying LLM apps, right? So we learned from the sandbox, we put it into some guidelines and best practices, addressing issues around reliability, security, undesirable content, hallucination, and so on, providing some baseline tests that we think will be helpful, but also recognizing that most of these, there's no such thing as a universal test, even for hallucination, because it's very use case context specific, then to also recommend some methodologies around how you would think about testing. For example, don't just look at output, go into components, some methodologies for rate teaming, methodologies for getting your data set together, thinking about metrics, and ways to do evaluation, or evaluators, or build evaluators. And speaking of building evaluators, then taking the content from the start kit, we then built the tools to support enterprises in actually running these tests, and that's where the technical tools in the AI Verify toolkit comes in handy. So all of the work that we do, whether it's in regional safety testing, in frontier model testing with the network, or with enterprises through the assurance sandbox and the starter kit, is how we're leading up towards pre-standardization work as well as eventually standards. And those standards move slowly, as we've already discussed today, but we've already got in about 6 months, got a work item approved in ISO SC42 on Gen AI testing methodologies. And hopefully this will help provide some useful guidance to organizations thinking of testing. And beyond principles, going to more practical, principles meaning ethical principles, we also want to think about how we can get into more practical testing around processes. And we know that, I just spoke about this morning, it's difficult to have one framework to rule them all. You see a bunch of frameworks here on screen, from the US NIST AI RMF to various frameworks in ISO, such as the 42001, and then G7 has something as well. How then do we make sure that we drive interoperability? And that's where the AI Verify Foundation testing framework comes in. It's a set of process checks, not technical tests. It's already aligned with these various frameworks. It interoperates with them and allows companies like MSD or Zopa, the examples on screen here, to align internationally once they use AI Verify testing. So these are ways in which we can try and globally find interoperability, globally cooperate around frameworks that are somewhat diverse. And of course, developing norms, we're also thinking of how we can do that in our region, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, that's ASEAN, comprises 10 Southeast Asian countries, and Singapore chairs the work group for AI, and we're trying to drive regional harmonization through common guidelines and eventually build tools to support ASEAN safe and responsible AI development. Finally, in the area of developing standards and norms, I think it's important to bring organizations together. Of course, you have your SDOs, but at the same time, I think before you get to the SDOs, I think it's useful to share good practices, build tools, and start to learn and cooperate more with one another. And the AI Verify Foundation is one mechanism that we have set up in order to do that. And with that, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. 接下来，我们将发布本场论坛的最后2份报告，它们是2025中国人工智能安全全景报告和2025新加坡人工智能安全全景报告。2份报告均由安远 AI 主笔撰写。首先，我们有请安远 AI 国际 AI 治理主管吴君怡上台介绍2份报告的内容。有请。
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for staying on late in the afternoon. I know the reports keep coming, but these are our final 2. I am proud to announce Concordia AI's release about state of AI safety in China and state of AI safety in Singapore reports, and I'd like to share some highlights from both. Since 2023, our State of AI Safety in China report has become a go-to reference for international policymakers, industry leaders, and academics seeking a clear-eyed view of China's rapidly evolving AI safety and governance landscape. I doubt this needs much explanation for the audience. After all, many of you have traveled from around the world here in Shanghai to engage with Shanghai and China's AI ecosystem, but I think it's worth underscoring nonetheless. AI capabilities and governance challenges are growing rapidly. Chinese models are closing their gap with the leading edge, and understanding China's role in AI safety and governance has never been more critical. Domestic rhetoric and policy include increasingly prominent and specific calls for AI risk mitigation. At the 3rd plenum, AI safety was formally elevated to a national priority, and in April this year, China's Politburo held a study session dedicated to AI, calling for monitoring, early response, and emergency measures to ensure AI systems remain safe, reliable, and controllable. AI safety has also gained prominence in official meetings and emergency planning documents released to national security and public safety. In February 2025, AI safety was officially listed in China's National Emergency Response Plan alongside pandemics and cyber attacks. Apart from issuing detailed regulations on AI-generated content labeling and watermarking, China also requires certain types of AI systems to be registered and tested for safety before they are publicly deployed. China's policymakers also provide guidance through a rapidly expanding system of standards. From January to May alone this year, China issued as many national AI standards as in the preceding 3 years combined. Although current regulations and standards primarily address near-term risks, official standard-setting plans also reveal intentions to address more severe risks, such as AI's impact on cybersecurity or loss of control. Internationally, China has emphasized AI safety and global AI capacity building as key themes in its international AI diplomacy, as well as launched bilateral AI dialogues with several key countries. Beyond direct government-to-government contacts, our report also provides a comprehensive overview of Track 2 dialogues on AI. These informal exchanges play a vital role in building consensus on AI risks across borders. As you have no doubt noticed over the course of WAIC, many leading Chinese academics and industry figures have recognized the need to address the safety and societal implications of AI in order to truly harness its benefits. Our report also analyzes discourse trends among China's AI experts through speeches at top conferences. Our report also tracks China's academic publications to frontier AI safety as well. We find that from June 2024 to May this year, Chinese scholars published more than twice as many papers on frontier AI safety as in the previous year, and there were notable increases in areas such as superhuman alignment, mechanistic interpretability, and others, which were previously receiving a little less domestic attention. Finally, our report also provides an overview of voluntary AI safety actions taken by the AI industry in China. For example, in December 2024, 17 leading Chinese AI companies, some of which you've seen today, also signed voluntary safety commitments launched by the AI Industry Alliance of China under CAICT. Our report also includes a first-of-its-kind analysis of AI safety disclosures in technical model cards by these Chinese AI developers. Overall, we hope that this report helps foster informed and nuanced discussions about the trajectory of AI safety and governance in China. But now, while understanding major AI countries like China is crucial, achieving AI's global benefits and managing its risks requires broad international cooperation from nations of all sizes. Our State of AI Safety in Singapore report, launched by Concordia AI's new Singapore office, shows how smaller resource-constrained states can still play influential roles in shaping emerging safety norms. And this report provides the first comprehensive survey of Singapore's AI safety ecosystem. Now, Wan Si in her excellent presentation has gone into many details of this, so I'll be brief. But since introducing the Model AI Governance Framework in 2019, the world's first, Singapore has focused on building industry-ready tools and multilingual safety evaluations that translate high-level principles to day-to-day practice. Initiatives such as AI Verifies testing frameworks and others provide deployers with dedicated test cases and specific guidance on how to test different components of generative AI applications for safety risks. Internationally, Singapore plays an outsized convening role in global and regional AI governance. As chair of the ASEAN Digital Ministers meeting in 2024, and through the Digital Forum of Small States, Singapore has promoted inclusive dialogue and capacity building so that small countries can also shape global AI norms. In Singapore, large tech companies and AI startups contribute to Singapore's AI initiatives, and they're supported by a really vibrant AI testing and assurance ecosystem. This mix has positioned Singapore as a testing ground for multilingual AI safety and as a bridge between global AI development and regional deployment. We also survey technical safety research at Singaporean universities, as well as government agencies and at the Singapore AI Safety Institute. Some key AI safety research focus areas include robustness, multimodal safety, model unlearning, and agent behavior. The recent Singapore consensus, as Wan Si discussed, may also help direct research efforts towards more of these gaps. Finally, while public opinion data remains limited, existing findings show that Singaporeans are already voicing concerns about risks such as misinformation, data privacy, and cybersecurity. We hope that this brief presentation, in conjunction with Wan Si's excellent presentation, can really excite you to learn more about Singapore's work on AI safety. And in this presentation, we've only scratched the surface of findings from these two with reports which are about 160 pages combined. So to dive deeper, we welcome you to scan the QR code and download the full versions. In the meantime, I want to emphasize that the report was really a team effort, so I would like to invite the main authors of the China report, Jason Zhou and Gabriel Wagner, as well as the main author of the Singapore report, Jonathan Lee, to come up on stage and join me.
感谢君怡的演讲。下面请各位安远的同事为我们的2份报告揭幕。祝贺2份报告的正式发布，请大家留影。谢谢，感谢各位。接下来，我们将进行本次论坛的最后一场圆桌讨论，主题是人工智能安全的国际规范和标准。请允许我介绍参加本场圆桌的嘉宾 ：Lucia Velasco， 联合国数字与新兴技术办公室人工智能政策主管。他曾在世界经济论坛和 OECD 全球人工智能伙伴关系工作。加入联合国之前，他曾在西班牙政府担任高级职务，也是牛津马丁学院和马斯特里赫特经济学院的研究员，并著有关于人工智能与未来工作的专著。Benjamin Prudhoe，Mila， 魁北克人工智能研究所政策安全与全球事务副总裁，专注于先进人工智能系统的治理工作。他与尤舒亚·班周教授紧密合作，参与国际人工智能政策制定，并参与先进人工智能安全科学报告撰写。傅焕章，国际刑警组织创新人中心副主任，负责推动执法领域的技术创新与负责任人工智能的发展。他拥有人工智能领域的学术背景，在加入国际刑警组织之前，已在刑事现场勘查、法庭科学与警务科研管理方面积累14年的实战与管理经验。功课：中国新一代人工智能发展战略研究院执行院长，先进计算与关键软件海河实验室主任，曾任天津大学、南开大学校长和世界工程组织联合会主席。他长期致力于电子工程和人工智能发展战略研究，获得国家技术发明奖等多项荣誉。Now, let's welcome all the panelists to step onto the stage. 担任本场圆桌讨论主持的是安远 AI 国际 AI 治理主管吴君怡，有请。
Thank you so much, dear panelists. Well, we're getting ready. Perhaps, Lucia, I can start off with you. So the UN is advancing inclusive initiatives like the Global Digital Compact and the planned International Scientific Panel on AI. Amandeep also talked about these earlier, and we're glad to learn more about them today. At the same time, in your writing, you have also provided recommendations for the AI Summit Series as a distinct and agile forum to address extreme risks specifically. How do you see these two tracks, the state-led, fast-moving summit series and the broad inclusive UN process, complementing each other to build effective international norms on AI safety?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. I realize that we are at the last panel before the food and the drink, so we'll try to make it at least agile. And it's very difficult to talk after your boss has spoken, so I'll try to come up with new ideas. The main difference that we can see with what we're trying to create at the UN and what I referred in this other paper is the content that they would be discussing. And at the UN, after 2 years of negotiations, 193 countries agreed to have a global dialogue on AI governance. And we're still, after another year, negotiating how that dialogue will be. So we can expect that when it is created to discuss broad issues, not extremely technical, not extremely specific, and most likely not those urgent, I would say. It will be, it's a common saying at the UN that is the minimum common denominator. So it will be those that can be related to every country. But it's really important that every country is at the table and can share their views and can share their experiences and also voice their concerns. However, it is important as well, and I think that every speaker before has reflected on this, that we find a space to tackle the specific governance of advanced AI. And you can call it safety, you can call it security, or whatever is needed, but I think that there should be a specific place for leading countries, leading countries in the technology to debate what can they do together.
Thank you so much, Lucia. I couldn't agree more about the importance of ensuring more greater voice and access in AI, and this is something that perhaps we could return to later. But Benjamin, given your work at Mila and involvement initiatives such as the International AI Safety Report, which Yoshua talked about earlier today, these really emphasize the importance of scientific consensus. And being a writer for the reports, I feel like a key challenge is often translating what seems like somewhat abstract concerns about long-term or even catastrophic risks into information that could be digestible and understandable for policymakers who want to understand what to do about such issues. And so how do you think that the scientific community can effectively communicate these frontier risks to policymakers who are often perhaps more focused on more immediate political challenges, fighting fires that they have on the day-to-day?
Yes, well, first, thanks for having me. In a bit like Lucy, I have the real problem of coming after my boss. So, but jokes aside, well, the first thing I'd say is it's a caveat to the question, but the risks are more immediate than we think they are. So I think part of the education there is just even looking at the data of the last year and seeing that what felt speculative or perhaps kind of far-reaching is actually, we're seeing a lot of signs of them emerging as we speak. But to the larger question of how do you bring scientific knowledge to a policymaker audience, it is one that's super dear to my heart because I'm actually not a scientist. I come from policy and went into Mila, and then 1,600 people with me in this wonderful institute are scientists. And so first and foremost, I guess I was the victim of that lack of translation. But I think a lot of emphasis has to be put on form and format. And so this sounds super far from the scientific work, but actually I think we have to start from a point where we look at science and policymaking almost as different languages. And what you need is to be incredibly thoughtful about how you translate it towards policymakers. So the first, I always say you need to meet policymakers where they are, which means one, you need to speak their language. So things need to be said in a language that actually resonates for someone who's not an expert in the field. The second one is you need to disseminate the knowledge. So I appreciate reports, but you need to go to policymakers and really kind of meet them in their office and meet them in their work. They're not going to have the time to read every report that you put on the shelf. So don't take for granted that what you've written has been read. The third piece is really, I called it be humble and listen to their concerns. But I think one of the things that we can tend to do as academics is have a deep knowledge of the field and then go straight to like the one granular question that that keeps us up at night. But policymakers have a super large portfolios, and you need to really kind of meet them where they are. And then we were at a meeting recently, Lucia, and she very nicely reminded me that I was not taking them enough by the hand in a way. Like I was getting right to the conclusion, but you need to explain, again, in accessible language, why it is that you should even be concerned about this and asking yourself the question. And the last piece is be inclusive, both in authors, so who are you asking to write the scientific or the papers, but also in process. So for example, in the International AI Safety Report, we have 30 countries, the UN, the OECD. We have a whole consultation process in place, and that matters, A, because you want to know what they care about, but B, because you want them to feel like they have skin in the game. They are part of this process, and it is responsive, to what they need and what their concerns are.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. Indeed, as Soren, who is in the audience for one of the lead writers of the International AI Safety Report, keeps drilling into me as a writer, is that imagine you're writing for a policymaker who's had a 12-hour day of meetings and is in the Uber and it's 12 a.m. at night, they're already super tired. So you're writing for that audience, so make sure to keep that in mind. But moving on, Director Fu, our discussion so far has been focused on maybe some more high-level initiatives and scientific reports. At the Interpol, you're really on the operational front line, where I really want to ask you about one particular project which has really kept me up at night. I was preparing for this panel. The risk assessment questionnaire in Interpol's Responsible AI Innovation in Law Enforcement Toolkit, which I believe you helped develop, stood out to me for one detail. It includes an extreme risk category for events that are extremely severe or catastrophic, potentially requiring, and I quote, the redesign or discontinuation of an AI system. Could you possibly provide us with a concrete scenario where you think an AI application would meet this extreme risk threshold? And how does the Interpol prepare its 196 member countries to identify and let alone respond to a risk of such a magnitude?
Thank you for the question. And of course, thank you very much for having me here. I'm officially representing Interpol, of course. But still, I'm very proud to be here as a Chinese national. I'm also police officer of China. So thank you for that. And I'm very also pleased to sit with all renowned experts here. So in the field of responsible AI for law enforcement, developed with law enforcement, but also with all other stakeholders and for law enforcement. So it's quite comprehensive, and we are very proud of it. It's about 350 pages, so quite a long document. But in total, it contains 7 stand-alone resources. Right? You can only read one of them. That doesn't have to necessarily read all of them. Risk assessment questionnaire is one of the 7 resources chapters and one of the practical tools we provided on that AI toolkit. So I would say extreme risk in law enforcement context is less about like a bug, technical bug or black swan incident than about a system that can destabilize civic order at a national or even international scale. Our questionnaire combines impact and likelihood scores to yield 4 risk bands, low, medium, high, and extreme. So actually, events basically that are severe, extremely severe and catastrophic, so that require maybe urgent and comprehensive action, including, as you mentioned already, redesigning or discontinuing the AI system. So back to the question, I would say, if we're talking about the existential risks posed by misaligned frontier AI models that could somehow threaten the integrity of entire societies or even humanity. So this one, risk-wise, quite good. The risk is not good. I'm not saying, I'm just thinking, try to find a good words to describe the scenario you want to ask back to the question, because it's quite challenging. From our perspective, we want to support the use of AI in law enforcement, but use in a responsible way. So
I would say probably I would say a highly autonomous and weaponized police robots could be an example of the examples like an extreme risk AI implication in law enforcement, because it somehow, to some extent, delegates the life and death decision to a machine without proper human oversight, I would say. I mean, such kind of system equipped with lethal force capabilities and real-time threat assessment, it could somehow risk irreversible harm, right? Through technical errors, through escalation of violence, through, you know, also, for example, the biased targeting. But how can we do as Interpol to somehow support our member countries in, first of all, identifying these risks and responding to these risks? I would say we have several roles, quite important roles among law enforcement. Just quickly, I don't know, yeah, I know like we are running out of time, so so quickly, several roles I have in my mind is, first of all, we can be the global connector and convener, right? Because our mandate is to gather, convene law enforcement as well as with industry, academia, civil society to discuss, exchange the opinions and the needs and the solutions on responsible AI as well. So law enforcement voice or concerns can be heard at broader AI safety forums, governance, dialogues, and vice versa. So this is one. And can be also information hub, because we have secure law enforcement channels which allow us, meaning law enforcement agencies in member countries, to exchange, share the imminent threat about AI misuse through secure channel. And we also have a renowned notice system. I'm sure like everyone sitting here is aware of the Red Notice, which is the most famous product of Interpol. But in a way, we have lots of other notices as well. For example, the Orange Notice, which aims to provide awareness of imminent threat. It can be threat about AI misuse. We have Purple Notice, which provide information on the new modus operandi. So it can be also, again, the criminal use of AI. So this is the second thing. The third thing, we also provide capacity building and training sessions. We do tabletop exercise, red teaming as well, and a scenario-based exercise for our law enforcement agency officers and executive leaders as well. So last one I would say is also most important thing, we can try to convene all stakeholders to set a global standard for law enforcement. The AI Toolkit is a very good example because it gives a shared vocabulary and decision rules that help law enforcement agencies to recognize AI risks in an early stage. So we hope we can continue playing these roles, try to collectively mitigate the risk raised by AI misuse. Yeah, hope to answer the question a little bit.
Thank you so much. That was incredibly comprehensive context. Thank you, Dr. Fu. Professor Gong, I'd like to bring in your perspective now. You've described AI as a new quality productive force and have powerfully advocated for a development-oriented approach to governance. At the same time, you also have cautioned that we must drive and not rely on AI, and that all of its outputs require human-led factual, logical, and ethical checks. How do you think we can design international norms that both foster this powerful engine for economic development while also embedding the robust human oversight and deliberative thinking that you argue is essential for safety? Could you elaborate on that a little bit, please?
Actually, I think it is very, very important for the users of AI. They are the ordinary people. Nowadays, the kids, the elder people also use AI. But I think I want to echo the previous speaker from Alibaba. I think the very big danger is the people, the user, trust the AI tool 100%, completely, and they give up their oversight, give up their control. So we have to realize that AI will make these mistakes. Just like human being could not completely avoid by errors. AI also bound by mistakes. So we need to have the capability to examine the contents produced by AI from the factual, logical, ethical, scientific perspectives. And that is a fundamental capability of a citizen in the era of artificial intelligence in the era of digital. So I think in the Digital Compact, Global GDC, the digital literacy is mentioned. I think that's capability to examine AI-produced content should be included as a digital literature and should be embedded this part into the school education curriculum and to enhance the capability of ordinary people to check the AI produced. So for that, I think I would call United Nations to promote the global education system to strengthen their education on AI literature, to give people the capability to handle the risk brought by AI potentially.
And I'm sure my colleagues from UNESCO will do that.
Yeah, I know that. I will work with them together.
This is a perfect segue to the next question I was going to ask Lucia. So we've heard about the role of the international scientific reports. Director Fu highlighted quite a practical toolkit from Interpol. And of course, Professor Gong has now pointed to the importance of broad public education, I believe, on digital literacy. So Lucia, a recurring theme in your work is ensuring voice and access on AI for the global AI majority. And can you talk a little bit about how the UN, or how you think we could generally help ensure that the kinds of scientific findings and the technical works that we've just discussed are not only accessible to developing countries, but also can be meaningfully shaped by them?
Yeah, it's a very good question. And I've always been interested in, throughout my 20 years of career, in how to create institutions and what is the role of institutions and how effective institutions work. So what was needed at the United Nations were the foundations to actually create a plan for the future and to have the institution fit for purpose in this AI era. And those basic foundations, those minimum irreducible layers that we need and that countries have agreed on are creating an international independent scientific panel on AI, as the Undersecretary General previously mentioned. The purpose of this panel will be to create a global approach and a global assessment to the technology and to many of its impacts, and also the opportunities of future research directions, but it will be global. And I think that with the AI safety report, we have an amazing learning process on how scientists can come together from different countries, from different backgrounds, to create something that, you know, reflects the technological developments. So if we are able to grow those 30 countries to 193, we will make sure that everyone is represented and that the readings or the assessments that we make about the technology are not misled by, you know, some of the leading actors. And I think that we have a very good example with when half of the world was surprised with the advent of DeepSeek, because here you probably were not. And that is a clear sign of the disconnect that exists between parts of the world and the scientific community. So I and the policymakers, obviously. So I believe it would be extremely important to create these mechanisms to first have a common understanding, the same understanding of concepts, because nowadays there are being regulations created that name things differently. So it would be so important to have a common taxonomy, a global repository of AI risks, a global repository of national AI strategies. And global means 193. It doesn't mean anything less. So the rest is international. We can go up to 196. But you know, that's to me a very important point. And then that everyone has a seat at the table and is able to, again, express their concerns, their choices, and their views on how we are starting to see an evolution of the right to development. And it's becoming more and more clear that AI is a matter of sovereignty, and we will maybe have a right to AI development in the future. So it will be important that every country is able to express their own understanding of the technological direction.
Thank you, Lucia. Well, turning to you, Benjamin, I'd like to ask you to maybe talk a little bit more about how to foster this greater scientific understanding for, all the countries involved. I think that is no easy task. And obviously, your work contributes to creating common scientific understanding of AI risk. And yet, at the same time, there may be often disparities in understanding, in access to AI and international relations. How do you think that the scientific community here can help foster global cooperation and understanding amid evolving, changing geopolitical dynamics? And what have you learned about making science actionable in a political environment, as that is also the background that you come from?
Yeah, there are a few questions, so I'll try to make them justice. But the first thing that I think we can do in the scientific community, particularly at times of geopolitical tensions, is lead by example. And what I mean by that is create the spaces and really the commitment to ask difficult questions. So if we cannot even ask those questions at the scientific level between a few, really we're not talking jurisdictions, but individuals from jurisdictions, then I don't know how we can expect our policymakers to be able to do that in bigger environments. So there's a piece specifically in AI that could mean track 2 dialogues. There's different ways to do that, but I think we need to accept engaging in dialogues, even if they're scientific. They might be uncomfortable. We might arrive at them from really different value standpoint, but we need to go there and have the courage to do that. The second piece that I'd say is, and really it's more of a challenge than an answer, but already at the level of the International AI Scientific Report on the Safety of Advanced AI, we had quote unquote only 30 countries and a few international organizations. And the challenge there is that in certain other domains, you have the luxury of years. In AI, you don't. Something, there's a far more inclusive process that could have been built, but perhaps would have come out every 5 years. And let's all remember that 5 years ago, ChatGPT didn't exist. And so really the pace at which we need to come up with those scientific assessments is far greater. So I don't have the wisdom of having built a global process, but the wisdom that I have is we need to be focusing on exactly that, right? What is the fit for purpose kind of initiative? How do you structure that dialogue? So to be very, very thoughtful about how to create agility, despite kind of going up, if you will, in the numbers of countries or the number of scientists that are involved. And the third piece that I'd say is to make it as concrete as possible for it to be actionable. So it goes back to my earlier point about the accessibility of language. But it's not only that, it's really kind of using use cases, images. Like, we tend to forget that some of the scientific knowledge that we have is just so far from some of the questions that policymakers have to tackle. And so trying to meet them there, I think trying to be as explicit, as concrete as possible in the scientific assessments is one of the ways in which we can make it most actionable. But if I had to pick one piece, I would really say lead by example. Like we really have to start having more American and US and other countries direct collaborations in scientific papers. If we can't do that, we can't expect the UN to elevate it at the diplomatic level. We have to start there.
So thank you. Maybe Director Fu, in response to this discussion, from your position at Interpol, what do you think is the single biggest gap in international coordination when it comes to preventing a severe or even catastrophic incident relating to AI. Do you think maybe it's a lack of shared intelligence or technical expertise or agreed upon protocol, or as it seems like Lucia and Benjamin are alluding to here as well, shared vocabulary about what to do if a dangerous AI model gets stolen or starts to escape human control? And where do you think we should be focusing our most immediate efforts?
Thank you for the question. Great question, but also, again, very challenging as the first one, because it's always challenging to tick the box only one, right? One single. So, yeah. Yeah, back to the... I think, first of all, let me also start again with the risks, because I already briefly mentioned the different kinds of risks in the first question or answers. So I would say it's also, first of all, important to somehow distinguish between the different types of risks. For example, if we are talking about existential risks, right? In that way, I would say probably all three areas you just mentioned, for example, the shared intelligence, the technical expertise, and also agreed upon international protocol are all probably lagging, and they somehow reinforce one another in dangerous ways. So if I had to, was forced to select the single biggest gap, I would probably go for the lack of an internationally agreed upon protocol for what to do if a high-risk AI system is misused or escapes meaningful human oversight. The reason for that is from Interpol or international police organization perspective. Even if the intelligence is shared, that's what I was doing currently, and I will continue doing so as well. And the technical experts are available without a pre-agreed protocol, right? Escalation paths clearly laying out who do what, like who leads the process, who alerts whom, and what threshold trigger the joint response. Time is lost. Time will be the key because time will be probably everything in all the cases. Many catastrophic AI incidents will not unfold over weeks or months. They will escalate in minutes, hours. So a super smart AI, misaligned super AI, smart AI, causing physical harm, that probably require a very efficient, fast responses like cross-border mitigation, the legal action, the shutdown action, right? And also maybe the communication with the public. All this should be done in a very efficient way. So better, faster than later, than slow. So this is so I think what's needed is more a broader international crisis protocol for AI misuse. Clearly stating the role of different actors, including our law enforcement, of course, but also regulators, developers, civil society, and everyone. So this is the ideal scenario. So, but if we talk about the other category of risk, so like extreme risk level relevant for law enforcement, I think the picture shifts. In this context, I would say the most critical gaps are technical expertise and legal uncertainty, especially in areas like cross-border AI evidence handling, the oversight of semi-autonomous tools, and even defining the liability when AI systems cause harm. So we, Interpol, of course, will definitely continue playing a role to ensure that the intelligence about the AI misuse will be shared in a timely manner across all our 196 member countries. Yes, but again, let's be very honest. I think, how do we say, monitoring or mitigating the frontal AI model safety misuse threats is still somehow outside the current mandate of most law enforcement systems. So that's why international preparedness will be the key, should be built now, rather sooner than later. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fu. Maybe with Professor Gong, we could turn to you, where we've talked about maybe the potential differences in vocabularies and values and their understanding of safety between different countries and different communities. But at the same time, we've also talked about how important common scientific understanding, if not consensus, is in especially defining so-called red lines, the boundaries of what constitutes unacceptable risk. How do you think, in your view, we can begin to build shared definitions that are robust enough to transcend the major differences in the vocabulary, values, understanding of safety that different communities have?
Actually, in the year 2021, we have, at that time I served to the World Federation of Engineering Organizations. We worked with UN DESA together to publish a book which is called the Resource Guide for Artificial Intelligence. And we have gathered at that time about 40 countries' regulations, policy papers, and so on and so forth, and also the big international organizations, OECD, IEEE, and so on and so forth. We do find there's a big commonality in those principal documents. For example, all of them stress peace, sustainability, fairness, inclusion, and so on and so forth. So I think it is important to have an international platform to bring multiple stakeholders together to have a broad and ever in-depth dialogue. So I know UN is going to convene a global dialogue on AI governance. I think it is absolutely necessary. And based on that dialogue, we can identify the common interest and the common threat, especially those fatal severe threat, and then to have the common definition. Because, you know, we have only one Earth. We all depends on the eco system, which on the Earth, which can we can live on this planet. So we keep the living conditions as a common interest of all human beings. So I do believe if we do have such a dialogue, we can find the consensus. We can enlarge the consensus, and based on that consensus, the red lines. And I think UN should play a very important role on that, because now we have different mechanisms. Previously, we talked about the Bletchley Park, Seoul, and Paris. But for my awareness, only 30, about 40, 50 countries joined that mechanism. The developing countries, global south, underrepresented. So UN should play the role to convene all people from both north and south of the earth together to have the consensus, regulate to governance the AI development.
Thank you so much, Professor Gong. We have only one Earth, and the UN plays a critical convening role. I think that's incredibly important and inspiring notes to wrap up on. So we've had a deep discussion on the nature of extreme risk and the challenges in governing it. To conclude, I would like each of you to continue this note of inspiration and share a positive vision for everybody. What would you say is your ideal international framework for governing AI safety? And what do you think is the most critical, concrete step that we must take in the upcoming year to prevent the most undesirable scenarios we want to avoid?
Well, to me, just to reiterate how important it is to create an international independent scientific panel where the leading scientists of the world can agree and consensuate how to move forward and assess where the technology is going, making the policymakers of the whole world aware of the current situation. I believe that that will require a lot of support from the scientific community, but also from civil society and from obviously academia. So and obviously tech companies as well, because everything is happening at the lab level. So the UN is not an isolated entity. It draws on the work of all of you, and it's I would invite you to push your thinking globally and help us design these future mechanisms and what would they be working on.
Thank you. Maybe we could take it to Benjamin.
So I'll be frank, I don't have an answer for a framework in a year. I just don't think it's possible, although I'd love for it to happen. But the three things that I would be delighted to see in the coming year, the first one is it's inclusion. And in the next year, I'd love to see more people bringing in women and diversity in the conversation. Safety is like, frankly, a male-only place. And I don't say it just right from principle. I say it because every single study you'll look at in terms of performance and innovation demonstrates that diversity helps us get past the finish line. And I'm really interested in getting past the finish line on safety. And so we need to get more people and more diverse rooms. The second piece is I think we need to do the groundwork, and Robert Traeger did a fantastic report on this, but on verification technology. So unless we start building trust, and that's gonna mean being able to verify what the countries are doing, I don't think it's good. Reaching a framework is gonna be almost impossible. So I think we should be going hard at that for the coming year. And the third piece is seeing the emergence of more research agendas that really challenge the paradigm of AI currently. So we really are scaling on one paradigm, and we know it's inherently safe, but everybody's putting their eggs in that basket. I would love to see a few ambitious agendas trying to really come up with new paradigms.
Okay, I just have follow. Thank you. Yeah, I agree with you in a way, like it's very challenging, right? But we should still have dreams when we go ahead. So ideally, I would say is ideal vision from like international organization, again, police organization, Interpol's perspective. I would say we do hope like we can establish a truly global, multi-sectoral early warning and response framework. A framework that integrates law enforcement, national regulators, again, AI developers, civil society, and even security actors into a common structure for identifying, escalating, and mitigations the high-risk AI behaviors before they spiral out of the control. So that's ideal. So crucially, this framework should like go beyond the technical standards and audits, and it should include the people who are on the front lines, like us, right? Before things start to go wrong. So that means like we should bring in law enforcement into the conversation on frontier AI model or model safety. Actually, I feel like law enforcement, we are not building foundation models, but we are working on the front line. We are probably the ones who encounter the early signals about something's wrong or something's off. Like if we are properly equipped and informed, so we can serve a global network of eyes and ears on the ground and flagging the early indicators and new emerging threats of AI and new crimes, right? So that's our role. Another issue I would mention, like we would like to, we hope to take a concrete step to somehow establish an international AI incident reporting system, because we are still thinking now it's not there yet. We don't have it, but which is quite important for our way forward. I would also like to mention OECD already did a great job. Like they provided a good example, and they just published this year, if I'm not wrong, an AI incident reporting framework. Yeah, it's a very good example of how to report AI incident. So we just, I think for law enforcement, we should do something similar in this field, ideally. Yeah. Yeah. Last sentence from my side, I will say, fully agree again with Lucia about international collaboration, especially under UN's umbrella, to convene everyone. Actually, the AI tool I use as a base document for my session sharing today is also a collaboration with UN. UN Institute, UNICRI. So yeah, again, thank you for everyone for the last question.
Instead to answer your question directly, which I couldn't, I would take this opportunity to stress, re-stress the importance of people, because AI is a powerful tool created by people, used by people, and people should build the risk conscious in its mind, and to raise their capability to control the AI. So I think it is very important, as UNESCO motto, to build AI safety in the mindset of people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Gong, and thank you so much to all of our panelists for being here today. I think that concludes our final panel of the day. And with that, could we please give our panelists a warm round of applause for their contributions?
感谢各位嘉宾的精彩分享。各位嘉宾、各位观众，我们今天的论坛即将接近尾声。下面，请允许我隆重地为大家介绍为本场论坛做闭幕致辞的嘉宾何基峰院士。何基峰，中国科学院院士，著名计算机软件科学家，上海华科智谷人工智能研究院院长。他是程序统一理论和数据精化完备理论的奠基者，开创了基于模型的可信软件设计技术，并于2017年在全球首次提出可信人工智能理念。他曾主持国家自然科学基金重大项目，在国际发表论文160余篇，并获得多项国内国际重要荣誉。下面，让我们以热烈的掌声欢迎何院士做闭幕致辞。
这两天开了很多会啊，知道不少东西。来开这个会以前，我写了个稿子，我想像我们一般教师上课以前说备课。我听了很多专家意见以后，很有启发，于是我把我的报告分成2部分。一部分就是我准备的稿子，我都是按样念一下的。第二，我想讲一下些体会。我觉得我们这个交流很有意义，大家之间很有启发，多样性的意见，8、3件意见，可能比1种意见更加有用。下面我先读一下我的稿子，大家耐心听一下。人工智能技术的迅猛发展正在深刻改变人类社会。这方面我比较乐观，我觉得可能3、5年、7、8年我们就看到 SGI。不像有的专家认为很悲观，觉得这个事情不可能发生。因为过去它的表现已证明，发展势头是不可阻挡。我这里有几个例子，一个就是我们用的算力。2024年，我们最大的模型用的算力已经达到26次方的每秒数量级，也现在每过3到4个月还要翻一番。那么这种超模定律的发展呢，证明了就是它有这种需求，对吧？就是动力朝前发展。过去我觉得人工智能发展里面，我们经常会碰到一些挑战。很多时候就问他会做这个吧，做完以后就说哪一个任务他能做吧，一个一个的问题，那一个问题他都解决了。就是说，过去从个别领域上它有所突破，现在是全面突破。有不少领域上应该是超过一般人类的智慧了。现在在计划方面，它可能是跟顶尖科学家水平都差不多。这点方面来看，它智慧应该是非常强的。那这个智慧强，我说很有道理的，因为他读的书比我们多。我们一般人花了10几年读书，从小学、中学、大学念个博士，也不过是10几年功夫。我们人工智能系统、机器学习，它把人类基本有的所有的文献都读了。你这个能跟它比吧？根本就谈不上。因此，我觉得发展前景是不可估量的。现在碰到的问题就是人工智能进化速度已经远远超过我们预期的时候，我们需要考虑的是，我们能否或者如何来驾驭自己创造的超级智慧， 这是过去我们的工业革命从来没有碰到过的。过去我们创造的东西，这是作为工具，帮助我们解决一些问题，也比较减轻我们的体力劳动，对吧？给我们更加好的能源，更加好的生活。现在我们创造了智能体，大家就说，硅基智能跟我们碳基智能之间的这个竞争啊，也应该说是开始发生了。不管你是不是喜欢，社会上是认可这样的事情。那么现在我们碰到一个什么情况，就是我们首先希望呢，人本身的安全性。因此呢，我们第一个问题说，如何保持我们人的指导权，而不会被自己创造的智能所反噬。这个比较可怕。今天上午有个专家说个故事，我养了个宠物是个小老虎，开始挺高兴，现在关笼子里关不了了，可能要把人关到笼子里面去才比较安全。这个问题我们确实要考虑，而不是当说一个技术问题的问题。第二个，试图控制比自己聪明的物种，本身就成为一种悖论。他如果比你聪明，你根据哪一条你能够控制他？他愿意接受你控制吧？我们现在在谈安全风险，我们站在人的角度来谈啊。我不知道这个智能体它是否可以开会说，人在对付我们，我们该怎么对付人？这是个现实问题嘛。因此我说，这种根本性的不对称性，导致我们前所未有的治理困境，而挑战是远远超过传统技术监管的范畴。今天很多专家提了很好的意见，包括各层次上来保证这个智能这个安全的治理。我很同意刚才这个圆桌会议上大家提到的问题。我们知道，在竞争社会里面，人是在闭环里面的。我们想讲智能安全，把人忘记了，这个事情可能是个大问题。比如说，现在智能体它犯了错，一种是它本身设计有问题，第二就是我们使用人本身也有问题，你引诱他去犯错误。今天上午那个复旦大学杨教授提的问题，你问那个大模型问怎么制造炸弹，那还不是说你告诉我怎么去杀人一样嘛？因此，我觉得在安全治理过程中间，或是对人的教育，可能是很大的问题。就让它作为我们的工具，我们就要知道什么情况下可以用，什么情况下不能用，可用情况下应该注意哪些限制条件。这个我觉得以后在我们这个监管文件里面也要写的。你否则如果这个没有的话，当然靠智能体让它有一种信任，听从我们的命令，我觉得这个远远还是不是我们希望能够达到的。那么现在我们碰到哪些挑战呢？很多这专家都提了，我觉得有几个挑战现在是一下子不可能有一个解决的方案的。刚才圆桌会议也提了，对吧？全球怎么联合起来，能够提出一个全球治理方案？我们业界提了一个想法，就是希望呢，我们创造智能体能够向人看齐。这个原始想法很好，是吧？那么现在这个看齐的概念是为什么比较困难呢？就好像我们《西游记》电影里面啊，这个唐僧跟孙悟空说：“你要向我看齐，我是到西天取经，我是师傅，你是徒弟。”这个实际上现在是没有个手段像唐僧一样能够给孙悟空装个紧箍咒。我们现在跟 AI 系统装紧箍咒吧，它自由发展，尤其是自主的智能体。那么这一条上，我觉得我们碰到了两个问题，一个是主观，一个是客观的。第一个问题就是我们本身的所谓的标杆啊，我们人类作为模范的标杆啊，我们的价值观跟判定系统充满了偏激跟网点。不同国家、不同民族，价值观是不一样的。因此，你希望你这个创造智能体能够符合大家的胃口，我估计这个做到可能性是非常小。另外，我们也有不少矛盾的规则，跟没有明确指出什么情况下我会引起 智能体会犯错误这种潜在条件也没说的话，这就导致了我们现在鼓吹的对齐成为一种研究对象，我觉得非常困难。实际上，你没有对齐的指标，没有对齐的目标，怎么做？我们说，我们社会本身就是个价值观多元，而且随着时间动态变化的世界，尤其是近几年，我们说是从来没有过的变化这个世纪的。那么在这样的世纪里面，我想在座的各位都会问 ，AI 系统应该跟谁对齐？我们至少要问一下，我们是不是有可能在多种价值观里面求到一个最大公因子，作为基础价值观，让我们的 AI 系统去对齐，是不是有可能？比如说最简单的，不能伤害人类，这个应该做到。你做不到好事嘛，坏事不要做。另外一个问题就是，我们怎么把我们这是比较模糊的、多变的价值观观念，准确编码为 AI 可执行的规则？用自然语言讲，这个规则可能也比较困难。你总是要一些提示嘛，对吧？那么现在大家都慢慢认为，提示本身也是个编程。你要好好想想看，这句话不能随便说了。那么这个我们现在这个价值观概念，你能够编程吗？如果编不到程，也不可能作为提示交给我们的系统。所以我说，这个本身就是一个充满哲学与工程学的双重困境。有的专家提出，超级智能可能会发展出与人类利益无关的自主目标。我想这个事情已经发生了，他们变得很聪明，他们不满足于你给他的数据，不满足于你给他所谓这个奖励函数，他希望追求自己的目标。那么这个是他发展过程中一个必要这个前景，大家可以预料到。第二个问题就是我们自己人类的问题，就是我们作为智能体的创造者，实际上对智能体产生的过程，我们也不太清楚。我们只说我们用数据训练它，它变得聪明了。这话实际上是远远不够的。你看，我们做教育的人大概有个体会：你上课给几十个学生上课，你用的教材是一模一样的，有的教材很聪明，有的教材很顽皮。那么这个到底是他自己的学习能力呢？他当然靠你数据给他启发能力呢？这可能是很不一样的。当你说对他的工作原理都不太清楚，你说我能够控制他，这说法可能也没有这个根据吧。因此我说，我们作为 AI 的开发人员，可能重要任务之一就要明确，到底你是希望创造一个什么样的智能体，它应该做什么，不应该做什么，在这个做事情以前就要想清楚，而不能说到现在，当 AI 系统变得非常强大的时候才说，我是不是可以做个笼子把你装起来，那可能就是比较晚了点。所以当我们现在发生问题的时候，我们感觉到对这种情况发生的解释跟分析都是非常困难的。我相信在座专家都有体会，我们讲规则比较容易，具体落地怎么产生效果可能是比较说了，更加不要说我们能够提前预见，像诸葛亮一样预见某某人会是坏人，这预见性可能是办不到的。除此以外呢，我们说我们的系统确实比过去复杂得多，我们依靠大量算力的堆积实现了智能的涌现，而它内部过程就像个黑箱。今年上半年我们开了一次会，谈论这个暗箱问题、黑箱问题。有不少专家说，就算是黑箱那就算了，让他去做吧，我们搞围栏就完了。这个问题实际上是没解决根本问题。因此我们说，我们怎么使我们的人类思维更加能够慢慢掌握我们的智能系统跟环境如何交互的？这就是为什么我们越来越强调对模型应该有可解释性一个起步。我不知道他工作原理，但至少作为他的老师能够解释 为什么他朝这个方向走，而不朝哪个方向走？这是最起码的东西吧。我们希望我们的 AI 的决策过程能够被人类理解跟解释，这大概是提高它的可信度和可控性的关键。最后，这个自然难度确实比较高，因为实际上不同文化对 AI 的风险认知存在差异，导致标准分化。一般情况下，我们人类不再犯重大错误以前，不会换头的。我们有些属于没撞西墙以前对吧？不会回头。那么现在大家都在呼吁要关心人工智能安全，我相信很多这个单位它有自己更加重要的 KPI 指标，安全绝对不会是它最主要的指标。但是对整个人类社会发展来说，我们提这个警告信号，对大家都有预示作用，就是说你要注意这个事情可能会发生，要做些准备。我们说控制的困境最大的本质是，我们试图用线性思维的框架来约束指数型发展的智能。我们的这个进展速度实在是太慢，智能系统发展比我们快。我们这里开玩笑，好像我们希望拿个马鞭子指挥一个喷气机的发动机，你说这有可能吗？因此，我们说到控制本身成为被控制的工具的时候，我们需要重新重构我们的治理范式。传统机构我估计可能解决不了问题了，因为每个场景它发生问题都非常突然。当然去报告一下，可能等文件下来已经好几个月了。我们要改变我们过去的思路，我觉得这也是一个大家可以考虑的一个方法。如何跟越来越聪明的智能体和平共存，那就需要从国际治理架构、安全验证方法、社会韧性、培育等等方面建立多维度、多层次的综合治理体系。那这个好像就是我们讲，整个对环境治理一样，也不当然靠一项技术措施能够完全解决了。这些年来，全球高度关注 AI 能力的突破以及它经济价值。我们听到它能够创造15万亿美元的这个经济价值，大家都很兴奋啊！这对全球的整个经济水平提高、人民生活的提高都有重大意义的。但是对它的安全研究应该说是远远不够的。以下时间，我想关于技术方面，我们可以说些哪些事情？我想讲的更加具体一点。今天上午我们听一个报告，就是尤其伯克利钟晓东教授提的，他们有很大 group 开始用形式化方法做对 AI 系统的证明。我本身出生于软件，我们知道这个软件通常有些问题大家不太在乎，通常把软件问题作为 bug 的小问题，小问题根本不会对人类社会有什么伤害的。那实际上，一些关键系统的软件，用在做驾驶飞机的、控制核电站的，那就情况就不一样了。那么为什么要强调用这种技术呢？因为形式化方法本身是用数学来解决建模跟推理问题。我们现在讲人工智能系统，它可以做推理，但实际上它对数学建模是非常不在行的。我们这里有一个很小的例子给大家作为一个验证。我们考验这个大语言模型，问它是不是能够产生随机数。大家知道，产生随机数是很简单的一个数学问题，对吧？结果发现它的效率只有56%左右。那么简单的数学问题它都不能做，可以希望它解决1+1等于2的问题吧？其实我说这个距离实在是非常远的。因此，我们认为对复杂系统能够应用数学方法进行建模跟推理，它能够确保安全关键性应用中间的软件跟硬件系统的安全性。换句话说，对一般的应用了， 我没必要花那么大的代价，也没那么多时间跟人力去解决这些问题。但是对安全关键性的应用，我们也非常注意这类系统的安全性。比如刚才谈的我们高速铁路上的控制，我们现在做的核电，我们现在做的一些控制项目，这些都跟这个有关。人工智能系统现在普遍存在很多自主系统里面，因此呢，它不可避免影响这些系统跟环境中进行什么交互的。因此，我们至少有个事情可以做。做什么事情呢？你把你接的这个系统啊，跟他说哪些事情我是希望你能够做的，哪些事情做不太好，但是我能容忍，哪些事情是绝对不可能发生的。这个规矩现在做好，然后呢，我们要告诉人类，什么情况下哪些提示你是不能给机器喂的，因为它会产生不可挽救的行为。那就是说，人机共存中间应该有个互相合作的过程，而不是单一要求我们设计 AI 系统本身是安全的。我估计这个是远远不够的。使用系统人它本身应有安全管理，这样我觉得是个很重要的一个。还有就是早期的一些安全技术，在控制论里面，他们也提到多峰拷贝、不同实现的途径，对吧？还有这个复杂系统怎么分解成简单系统，这种基本的设计原理，这些现在慢慢都在我们 AI 界里面用了。典型的例子，像我们思维链，为什么加思维链啊？因为你这个 AI 系统里面前后推理，它缺乏证据来支撑，缺乏规则性支撑，因此你需要一个思维链作为一个边上的老师来解释为什么这个学生做工作是对的。而现在提到的复杂系统的分摊原理，要把工作分摊到各个环节上去做，这些都证明技术上是有办法把现在智能系统做得更加完善。因此，我相信，如果在技术上各个企业、各个研究单位、各家公司都花些力气的话，这些智能水平的提高完全是有条件的。我们说安全治理不是我们发展人工智能的障碍，实际上是发展人工智能一个基本保证。当整个社会对我们的系统有充分信任感，来拥抱人工智能成果，我相信才是人工智能爆发期的发展。其实我们盼望大家共同努力，为产生一个人机和平共存的环境努力。谢谢大家。
非常感谢何院士的精彩演讲和真知灼见，也很感谢今天论坛的各位嘉宾和朋友。那么今天的论坛圆满结束。AI 安全是人类面临的共同挑战。安远 AI 希望本次论坛可以进一步推动 AI 安全与治理的讨论和行动，也期待和大家再见。Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you everyone for your remarkable contribution and support on this shared global challenge of AI safety. Without you, the AI Safety and Governance Forum today would not have been possible. So on behalf of the World AI Conference and Concordia AI, we look forward to seeing you again in the near future. And please give everyone, all the speakers, panelists, and guests, a big round of applause, please. 请今天的嘉宾留步，一起上台合影。For today's guest speakers, please stay behind and come on stage together for a group picture. Thank you.